Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 151, Planet Jakku, 3. Woojin's eyebrows arched when he saw the group approaching him. What the hell? It was a group of wary elves. Woojin chewed on his meat as he stood up. Jinus. Shuaro. Accompanying a black smoke, Jinus appeared, and it stood in front of Woojin. Take care of them and follow me with Seunggu. His stomach was full. It was time to start his hunt again. I follow the Lord's wishes. Waruru. A black flame surged forth from the Lich's staff. I'll see you later, Seunggu. Uja, Yes, Nim. Seunggu seemed to have burned a lot of calories through his intense movements. He was quickly stuffing himself with food. When Woojin started to move, the elves rushed forward to get on their knees. They did it right before Jin's flames exploded. The timing was exquisite. What the hell? The handsome silver-haired elf was on his knees as he spoke. We had heard a noble personage had visited our planet. I would be honored if you would give me an audience. Woojin stopped walking. It had been a while since he met the elves. It had also been a long time since he heard the elves try to butter him up while speaking nonsense. Let's see. That won't be too difficult. I am moved to tears by your assent. The silver-haired elf stood up as he kept his head slightly lowered, and he looked at Woojin as he spoke. A smile formed on Woojin's face. That's all you wanted, right? Yes. I want to introduce myself to such an esteemed being. Nope. When Woojin cut him off, the elf lowered his head again. Did something he said incur the other's displeasure? The elf was in the process of replaying his previous action and words. If you are finished with your business, you should die. Woojin started to walk away again, and fire erupted from the Lich's staff. Waruru. Kuaa. Red light flickered in the eye sockets of the skull. It gave off the impression that it was laughing. The scream of elves are always heartwarming. 3 elves were put on fire, and they started rolling on the ground. They tried to use water magic, but the hellfire was too hard to extinguish. I serve the leader of the Red Hammer Coalition named Morponim. Pahung. The elf spoke with a shaky voice when his head exploded. Fire exploded forth from where his head used to be. Sparks flew from Jin's staff as if a current was running through it. The Lich's red eyes headed towards Seunggu. There is no ingredient that burns as well as fear. Hey! It was burning what? Seunggu quickly chewed and swallowed the meat inside his mouth. The Lich continued his speech. You have to make the enemies shake in fear. Then the stage will be yours. Gu ha ha. Even though Seunggu had swallowed his food, he was having a hard time answering back. There were 2 elves still alive. Do you realize what you just did right now? You attacked all 3 coalitions, who has colonies on planet Jakku. Woojin stopped walking when he heard the elf's rage-filled voice. So what? Let us see how long your insane overconfidence lasts. You won't be there to see it. Since you will be dying right now. Gwaaang. Guhaha. It is time for us to redeem the planet Jakku. A light emanated from the Lich and the skeleton magicians under its command was all summoned. Kiha! The skeleton mages let out a bizarre laugh as they appeared. They were all fire-type monsters. They all possessed slightly different magical energy. The skeleton mages gathered their 2 hands to form a fireball, and every single fireball was sent towards Seunggu. What the hell? Why? Jinus said he wanted to redeem Jakku. Yet why was the Lich attacking him? Kwang. Woojin started walking again when the training session restarted. It didn't matter if it was the yellow lizards, black hats, or the red hammer. He'll destroy them all, and he will take everything from them. He'll use them as a stepping stone to get rid of every single dimensional lord of Tronet. Raksha ran for a full day with the help of her wind sprite. When she saw a large tower over the horizon, she increased her speed. It was the symbolic representation of her town. All of the ancient pillars used for their prayer rituals had been stolen from the Radak tribe. This was a tower they had to build artificially. There were houses made out of white stones, wood, and clay clustered near the tower. When she entered the forest that led to the town, the warriors of the Radak tribe suddenly appeared in front of her. Raksha! Ribato! How did it go? I have to go see the shamaness. When Ribato saw Raksha's urgent expression, he opened up a path for her. Raksha ran down the forest path. When she arrived at the tower's innermost chamber, an old woman of the Radak tribe greeted her. Raksha! Shamaness Choshusha! What have you seen? Why are you so startled? Please calm down a little bit. Raksha felt her heart calm down a little bit just from seeing Choshusha. She felt her worries and anxiety lessen. However, the sense of crisis didn't lessen at all. Lia's fortress has fallen. The calm lasted for quite a while. I guess the war is starting up again. The enmity between the coalitions resulted in them biting at each other. The infighting between these powers had created a small crack. It wasn't proper to say they survived, because of it. It was more apt to say the Radak tribe had been forgotten from their interests. No. It wasn't the coalitions. It was the new predator, who defeated Relic. Hey? He did. They were existences that were close to being gods. As they erected dungeons and colonies, they were able to perform godlike miracles. It had been a long time since a new predator that wasn't affiliated with the three coalitions had appeared. If it's Li, isn't she part of the Black Hats? Yes. The problem is he also offended Morponim. Even the Red Hammer. Shamaness Choshusha had an expression full of worry as she shook her head from side to side. From the information I received from our scouts, this new predator had friction with the Yellow Lizard Coalition. This new predator had just ticked off the three coalitions on planet Jakku. It basically meant he had declared war against every predator on planet Jakku. He'll be erased soon. Raksha shook her head at Choshusha's words. He's the one, who defeated Relic. He might be the one from the legend, Shamaness. Relic, who was the best warrior from the Radak tribe, had died by his hands. Raksha had barely escaped from his grasp, so the sight of what happened was very vivid in her mind. She had seen overwhelming strength and spirit. Which legend are you talking about? The legend where it says a predator that eats other predators will save the planet. Raksha was shaking from excitement. Choshusha looked at her with pity as she hugged Raksha tight. You poor thing! What's wrong? That legend is false. What? Choshusha stroked the head of the Radak tribe's young sorceress. That version of the legend was made up to give people hope. What? Do you want to know here the real legend that had been handed down to us? When a predator that eats other predator appears, the planet will draw near to its demise. It was demise instead of salvation. Raksha shook her head vigorously from disbelief. Let us pray he isn't the legendary predator. If not, they will be the last generation of their race, and they will come to an end with their planet. Hoo-hoo! What do we do? There was no hope. The planet's future only held despair. Raksha cried. She didn't have the presence of mind to notice her smiling shadow. It had been 2 days since she had locked herself inside her house. In front of Raksha's gaunt figure, Choshusha spoke with a worried expression. Choshusha was basically like her mother. Please have a drink, Raksha. I'm fine. Choshusha looked on as Raksha put on weak smile, and she was regretting telling her the truth. She knew this child was strong, so she had expected her to overcome this news. Maybe she should have let Raksha keep her false hope inside her heart. Raksha was slowly dying, and it was starting from her heart. Gurururung. At that moment, a vibration made the windows rattle. Choshusha and Raksha looked at each other in surprise. A loud bell started to go off, and the noise assaulted their ears. It was a signal that notified the others about intruders. I have to go out. When Choshusha exited the house, the town was in a disarray. Black smoke was rising up into the air from across the forest, and the town was busy getting ready to evacuate the children. Cho Shusha grabbed a person running by her. What is going on? Ah, Shamaness! There is an enormous undead army marching on us from across the forest. Ha! This is unexpected. The predators gathered into groups to form coalition, and they had always been busy fighting each other. They didn't show any interest to the very small number of the Radak tribe that was still alive. An army hadn't been sent against them for the past 10 years. What did he say? Raksha exited her house, and she spoke with worry in her voice. It seems there are intruders. You should evacuate with the others. No. I will help the warriors. There was life within Raksha's eyes. However, that life would be put on the line to fulfill her role as the sorceress. Cho Shusha's heart ached, since this might be Raksha's last act. You go do that. Yes, mother. Thank you for everything. Raksha gave a sincere farewell to Cho Shusha. Cho Shusha had raised her, and she had taught her sorcery. Cho Shusha had basically been a mother to her. When Raksha arrived, the forest fire was already too big to stop. The warriors of the Radak race, who had hidden themselves in the forest, quickly ran away to form in front of the town. This was their last-ditch effort to buy time. This was the last battle to buy enough time for their children to run away. Raksha. Who are they, Ribato? It is an army of a predator, who I've never seen nearby. They are skeletons. Skeletons. She was sure it was the man, who defeated Relic. He had already advanced to this place. What happened to the other predators' pillars and cities that should have occupied him along the way? Keek. Soon, the uniquely unpleasant laugh of the skeletons were heard. They marched through the burning forest to appear in front of the town. Knights in armor were riding their phantom steeds, and they were letting out an overbearing atmosphere as they charged forward. Tisk! We have to buy some time. Ribato was the leader, and his words lit a fire under the fighting spirit of all the warriors. He had been the only survivor that came back after encountering the undead army. Kang Woojin urged forward Xing to come to the forefront. What the hell is this? He frowned as he looked at the crude tower. This wasn't a colony city. It seems they are the inhabitants of this planet. Woojin pulled in his shadow. Why did you guide me to a place where there isn't much EXP? Return. At his command, Gabi exited from Raksha's shadow to be absorbed into Woojin's shadow. Everything Gabi experienced was turned into information as it was absorbed into Woojin's brain. So this is the refugee camp for the indigenous people. The warriors of the Radak tribe had a worried look in their eyes as they lined up across the undead army. The immortal looked at them, and the shoddy town that was behind them. A smile formed on his lips. Sweep them. So what if it was a small amount of EXP? He had traveled all the way here, so he should at the very least harvest them. Indigenous people didn't drop any bloodstones, and his achievement point wouldn't increase either. KKK. The army was about to march forward when a black smoke coalesced in front of the warriors of the Radak tribe. A death knight was summoned. Kuong. He was on one knee and he bent forward. My king. Relic. It was his servant, who submitted only through his control. It took Woojin 320 control points to maintain him. However, it had been decreasing steadily. I ask you for magnanimity. Please spare them. Ho! Was it because Relic hadn't completed yielded to him? He had dared to appear in front of his king to deliver his wants. This is interesting. Woojin got off Xing. There was a stirring behind Relic amongst the warriors of the Radak tribe. Woojin slowly walked towards Relic. It had been a long time since he experienced the push and pull between a defiant familiar. What if I say no? What if I tell you to kill your fellow tribesmen? I'll kill them. Ho! Relic stabbed his curved sword into the ground, then he kowtowed as his head hit the ground. I'll do whatever you want. Woojin felt a familiar announcement ring in his ears. Relic's obedience is increasing. The needed control is decreasing. Woojin smirked as he opened both his arms wide. Choo choo chut. The undead army that had burst through the burning forest was all gone. Woojin and Relic looked at each other, then Relic stamped his head against the floor once again. Relic's loyalty is increasing. The needed control is decreasing. Relic's trust has been bolstered. The needed control is decreasing. The control needed to maintain Relic was rapidly decreasing. In the end, it reached 1. All right. I'll head back. Woojin looked through the nervous faces from the Radak tribe, then he turned his back to them. To repay the king's generosity, I pledge my loyalty and sword. Relic turned back into black smoke as he disappeared, and Woojin took about 10 steps away. None of the warrior from the Radak race moved. Raksha's eyes were overflowing with tears, and she looked at the trace left behind by Relic. However, Woojin suddenly came to a stop. Wait a moment. He turned back, and his gaze came to rest on the top of the tower. That looks familiar. With the help of his eyesight, he was able to see a cloth hung atop the tower. Woojin's eyes narrowed. It seemed he wouldn't be able to just head back. Chapter 152, Thrash's Protection. Chapter 152, Thrash's Protection. Relic. Did you call me? At Woojin's call, black smoke solidified to form Relic. He was on one knee as he showed his respect. Bring me that. Cut down anyone who gets in your way. I follow your order. Since he knew what the piece of cloth hung atop the tower meant to his people, he hesitated before he moved. Relic almost flew towards the tower, and he brought back a billowing piece of cloth. There was unrest in the town, and a group from the Radak tribe came running towards them. Woojin took the piece of cloth being offered respectfully by Relic. The warriors from the Radak tribe started backing away in fear when they saw this. Thrash's protection. The protection cape was part of the Thrash's set items. He never expected to see it here. Stop! Accompanying a booming shout, an old man from the Radak tribe appeared. The warriors respectfully bowed their heads towards him. Chieftain. He was the highest-ranked adult here. He was their leader. Chieftain Ppo glared at Woojin. That's the god of destruction's holy relic. It isn't an item that should be taken by a lowly predator. You know about the god of destruction. At Woojin's question, a vein bulged out from the side of Ppo's neck. He is one of the primal gods. Even the ignorant and arrogant predators runs away from him. Woojin smiled. Will you block me from taking this? Relic became more nervous at Woojin's question. He was saying he would kill anyone who got in his way. Chieftain Ppo snorted. Hung. Predators may arrogantly act as if they are gods, but this is a holy relic from a true god. Your body will melt the moment you put it on. Woojin's eyes shone. So it will melt one's body. If a dimensional lord took the Thrash's set item for himself, his body would melt away. This is Thrash's protection armor and cape. The shoulder armor and breastplate is missing. Only the cape is left. Its true effect cannot be displayed. Effect, Control plus 100, Sealed, Sealed, Sealed. Skill, Infinite Soul Storage, Sealed, Sealed. Set effect, Sealed. It had many effects, but most of it was sealed since the item was damaged. Even the control stat that was present was much lower than its original option. However, the number of souls hovering around him as the spirit armor won't have an upper limit anymore with this item. He would have to always wear the cape, but the effect it provided was an incredible skill. If he could store tens of thousands of souls, he could block any surprise attacks and ambushes. Even if a nuclear bomb went off around him, his barrier of souls would allow him to survive it. The name was APT. It really was an item with Thrash's protection. Woojin kept grinning as he looked at the old cloth. A warrior standing next to Ppo whispered into his ear. What do we do? If we lose that item, we'll have to live out our lives as nomads. There was only one reason why the Radok race had put up Thrash's protection as a flag. The holy relic let out a dismal curse just from its presence. Its mere presence stopped the regular monsters from approaching it. Of course, if a predator was leading a horde to attack them, then the item wasn't enough. Don't worry about it. The moment he takes it for himself, he'll die from the curse. Ppo was sure of this. In his lifetime, he had seen three-dimensional lords put it on, and he had seen all three of them die. This might work out better for us. The predator, who had threatened their village, was about to swallow a poison. Everyone's eyes followed Woojin's hands, which held the cape. Poolru. Woojin billowed out the cape once to get rid of the dust, then he put it around his neck. Since he didn't have the breastplate, it was hard to tell the difference from his outward appearance, but Woojin could feel his stat immediately increase. He also felt the force limiting his spirit armor's soul storage disappear. Woojin let out a satisfied laugh. Ppo's two eyes widened, and he shook his head as if he couldn't believe what just happened. How come the curse? In the past, everyone who had put on the cloak had died. However, the predator in front of his eyes. How? How can this be? Woojin spoke to the surprised Ppo. I'll take this. If you have any grievance, hurry up and tell me. If he expressed his grievance, Ppo knew he would be killed. Just go. All right. Let's not cross path in the future. He had gained a spoil of war without actually fighting. Since his limit on soul storage was gone, he was a little bit disappointed that he couldn't harvest the Radok tribe's souls. However, there were still a lot of monsters left. Woojin turned away in a good mood, and Ppo sank to the floor. The legend. Chieftain. Raksha ran forward to prop up the chieftain. The god of destructions. In the end, the planet will be destroyed. It was a predator that ate the other predators. The god of destruction's new collector had appeared on planet Jakku, and he had taken the relic for himself. Raksha had a complicated light in her eyes as she watched Kang Woojin disappear. They had spent 3 days near the colony as they hunted down the monsters, but in the end, they had fallen into a trap. Their confidence had soared as they got comfortable working with each other. This was when they decided to attack their enemy's weak spot. However, the table had been turned, and the party was forced into a corner. Shit! Baekjungdo let out a curse word. He had received Blanca's buffs, but his body was littered with wounds. Weeing. Melody's prayer surrounded his body as it healed him. If it wasn't for her, he would have been dead long ago. We are at our limit. Even in such an extreme situation, Seoul had calmly led her party, but she was out of ideas now. They were like mice that had fallen into a jar. They could struggle, but they were already inside the jar. What about the immortal? At Melody's words, Jimin put on an apologetic expression. I contacted him, but he is far away. It will take him a quarter of a day to get here. If seen in a certain light, this was all his fault. He had become overconfident as his stats grew exponentially. His thirst for blood grew, and Jimin had run amok drunk on his own power. It is my fault. I should have been more careful. No. I made the decision. You don't have to feel any guilt. Jimin couldn't lift his head even as he heard Seoul's words. If you weren't here, we would have died long ago. It was as Seoul had said. If it wasn't for Jimin's explosive attack power, they wouldn't have even been able to survive here. Well, we aren't dead yet, and we are wasting time talking about this. Let's hold out as long as we can. Yes, Hyung. Jimin clamped his lips together. A mistake was a mistake. However, he couldn't act as if they were already dead in front of his teammates. The task looked insurmountable, but they had to somehow last until Kang Woojin showed up. Kawaii! It seems another horde is coming our way again. Let's get ready. Yes. They had experienced urgent battles where their lives were in each other's hands. The camaraderie between the party members had gotten much deeper, and it couldn't be compared to what it was 3 days ago. When facing an incredible number of enemies, they had made the mistake of heading towards a canyon. As the road narrowed, the party had to face fewer number of enemies. It was quite advantageous for them to fight here, except there was nowhere to run. After an endless battle, they couldn't help but be fatigued. They were barely holding up, because of Melody and Blanca's support magics. Baekjunko and Dujimin stepped forward towards the horde of orcs charging towards them. Since healing magic doesn't work on you, don't overdo it. Yes, Hyung. Melody couldn't heal Jimin, since he had become a vampire. He had to drink blood to heal himself, or Blanca had to cast support magic like the recovery magic. Let's go. Yes. Baekjundo's fists were dyed black as he ran forward. Dujimin ran at a speed twice as fast as the Baekjundo. His movement was very different compared to before. Pot, pot. When Jimin clashed with the enemies in the front, Jimin's hands accurately pierced through the neck of the orcs. A vampire's sharp claws were being used like fine swords. Gua! While Jimin used his overwhelming quickness to move all over the ground to cut the throats of the orcs, Baekjungo charged in like a bulldozer. Everything that got in his way was broken. Quang, quang. Hew hew. Let's see who becomes tired first. With the addition of Blanca's buffs on top of Baekjundo's reinforcement ability, he was basically like a human made out of steel. The exploit of the two men caused the casualty of the orcs to rise steadily. However, the party was inevitably being pushed slowly deeper into the canyon. As the corpses start pile up to form a mountain, the horde's advance also slowed. As they were moving farther into the canyon, Melody used her energy to put a blessing on Baekjungo. Jimin sucked the blood out of a barely alive orc he had dragged back with him. We are literally at a dead end. What should we do? Seoul took a peek behind, and she let out a voice full of worry. Once the corpses were pushed to the side, the battle would start again. Moreover, her taming ability didn't work well against the orcs. If she focused all her concentration into her taming ability, she'll be able to tame a single orc. However, that wouldn't be of any help to their plight. She had made the mistake of coming near a colony where the orcs had made their residence. If it comes to it, we'll just climb the cliff. The dragonflies in the sky won't leave us alone. Still, there are less dragonflies than the orcs. One of the reasons why they had escaped to the canyon was the fact that the dragonflies had been attacking them from the sky. They looked like a bug, but they were as big as a helicopter. Moreover, they had spider-like legs that allowed them to snatch their prey. They grabbed their prey with their legs, and they munched on their prey as they flew. I think I'd rather face the orcs. If they were caught by the dragonflies as they climbed the cliff. The orcs had moved the pile of corpses to the side, and they charged forward. It seems the orcs thought this battle was almost at an end. It was overwhelming to see the black mass gathered in front of them. There were too many of them. They had killed so many of them, yet more of them were pouring forth. It was a frightening sight. Let's do this again. Baekjungo stoked his fighting spirit. As he was about to step forward, he narrowed his eyes. What the hell is that? Maybe Hyung Nim is already back. Jimin also looked at the red fireball falling from the sky. If it wasn't some additional attack from the enemy, it was most definitely an ally. As the fireball approached closer, they could discern the shape of the fireball. I think it's Sungu Hyung. It really is Mr. Sungu. Baekjungo agreed with Jimin's words. Sungu was falling from the sky, and he dropped into midst of the orc horde. Kwaang! Accompanying the loud sound of an explosion, fire exploded forth into the air. The shockwave caused the hot air to sweep over the canyon. Ooh! Look at that! Seoul had a shocked expression as she pointed towards the front. Warurururuk! The heat was filling the canyon, and the orcs were screaming as they ran around in chaos. Kwang, kwa kwang. The flame moved freely as Sungu moved his hands and feet. Everything in his surrounding was being burned. Che Hesal couldn't believe her eyes. Mr. Sungu is. He had become unbelievably strong. Hong Sungu had looked like a dolt when they had went around clearing the dungeons. Was this really him? Warurug. Sungu walked through the flames to approach the party. Jimin ran forward in greeting. Sungu Hyung. What are you doing here? Who? What do you mean what am I doing here? Hyung Nim sent me ahead. Ah. Sungu patted down his hair where a stray flame was burning his hair. Then he suddenly asked them a question. I've got some good news and some bad news. What is it? Which one do you want to hear first? I want the good news first. I'm incredibly strong now. I just learned how to fly through the air. Dujimin's eyes was shining brightly. He couldn't believe a day would come where Hong Sungu looked so cool. Did you learn how to do it from the lich you talked about before? Yes. What's the bad news? The lich is trying to kill me. What? Sungu's face suddenly darkened. From a long distance away, a dark shape was flying towards them. The shadow of death was approaching. Shit. I'll heave to head out first. What about us? You guys are coming with me. It was a dead end. Where were they supposed to go? Before they could ask the question, Sungu took in a deep breath. He ran past the fire, and he headed towards the exit of the canyon. Gwaang! Flame erupted every time Sungu took a step. He used his enormous fire to create a narrow path. The party ran after him as they watched the canyon turned into a complete pandemonium. Chapter 153, Thrash's Protection, 2. Chapter 153, Thrash's Protection, 2. Guoog. Dulcie's iron fist put his opponent on the floor. Kung, kung. Huoong, kwang. Dulcie's movement was unbefitting of his bulk. Dulcie took an agile leap to land on top of his opponent. Dulcie immediately put pressure on the head of his opponent. Kuuu. A drake was being squashed on the floor by Dulcie. It spread apart its alligator-like mouth to let out a moan. Where the hell did such monsters show up from? Woojin approached the drake, which was completely pressed to the ground under the weight of Dulcie. Are you on the yellow lizard's side? Guru Rug. I'm part of the Black Hats coalition. I guess not all lizards join the yellow lizard coalition. Gurururu. Woojin shrugged his shoulder as he took off his cape. Well, whatever. He draped the cape from the Thrash's protection over the drake's nose. He waited for something to happen, but nothing happened. Maybe it has to wear the cape. Cuckoo. You stupid bastard. You don't even have the code, yet you took accursed items for yourself. Woojin tilted his head in puzzlement. You know what this is? Isn't this an item from Thrash's set? Ah, yes. What is the code? You aren't qualified. Do you think I'll just give you the answer so easily? It seemed the drake knew it was done for, so it growled as it shut its mouth. Woojin smirked as he tapped its snout. This is why drakes aren't included in the dragon race. They are too dumb. Gururu. Woojin turned to look at Dulcie. Kill it. Guaa. Kwaang, kwang, kwang. Dulcie's steel fists pounded on the head of the drake that was pinned underneath him. The head turned into a pulp as it burst open. Its body was swept up by a grey light before it disappeared. Qualification. As Woojin was mumbling to himself, Death Knight Ramzan approached Woojin. What do we do with the city, Master? Destroy it. I do as the Master desires. After Ramzan disappeared, Lich Janus appeared next to him. Woojin looked at the Lich in surprise. I thought you were going to save the kids. Guhaha. I sent him ahead. Sungu? Will he be enough? He is enough. What? Seunggu had already made that much progress? It had only been 3 days. Anyways, Woojin asked Jinus about something he was curious about. Jinus. You said these words when you became my familiar. You said I'm special. The Lord is special. Is that the reason why I won't die after wearing this? Woojin held out the Thrash's protection in his grasp. Yes. The Thrash's curse veered away from you. He looked at Jinus, who saw the downfall of Alphen for the past 200 years. Was I the first one to take this? 12 minions of Tronet coveted it. All of them disappeared. They all died? Those bastards would have just come back to life. They didn't just die. They ceased to exist. Woojin nodded his head. Is this the reason why you wanted me to find Thrash's executioner? The relics he had gathered on Alphen had all been defensive gears. The items were meant to protect him. However, he never acquired an item that would cause harm to his enemies. Correct. In my opinion, that is the only course of action. It is also the reason why I volunteered to become your familiar. Jinus had turned himself into a lich to save Alphen. Well, all right. I've never seen this executioner, but if I kill all the dimensional lords, I bet I can find it in one of their storage. Woojin wasn't hasty with his thoughts. He just had to find a clue. Of course, he had no idea if this weapon really existed, so his first order of business was to gather the rest of the set items. I have a request, Master. Well, what is it? Do you think I can grow that bastard here? Seunggu. In terms of magical talent, his senses might exceed Master's. Ah. Somehow, he felt a little bit of jealousy. That bastard, Seunggu. He was a talent that even Jinus went out of his way to acknowledge. You do whatever you want. I'll make Master's first living underling. Well, if he does die, will he be my second lich? That's not a bad idea. Woojin and Jinus looked at each other as they grinned. Goo ha ha. Then I'll go and watching his back now. All right. Go. When you get there, kill everyone who revives again. Even if Woojin burned the planet Jakku to the ground and clear all the dungeons, new dimensional lords will try to link here again. They would be good practice partners for him. He would be able to gain EXP for him. Since he wanted to train, they were exactly what he was looking for. I should head out after I catch couple more of them. The dimensional domain's protection period was about to run out. The colony fell. The Holy Maiden carefully put away the dimensional fragment. Whew! It's done. Dujimin let out a sigh of relief as he flopped to the floor. Baekjungdo had also pushed himself to the point of exhaustion. The two of them were always at the forefront, so their exhaustion had multiplied. I'm sorry for not being much of a help this time around. Seoul expressed her sorriness through her apology. Her taming ability wasn't great against intelligent races. It was more suited for the simple-minded monsters and the wild beasts. If she had brought Jackson from Earth, then she would have been in a better position to help. However, she hadn't, so her presence in the party had been greatly diminished. The only ability that was useful was her telepathic ability, but it was only used to sync everyone's thoughts. She had basically taken the role of a walkie-talkie. What is there to apologize for? If it wasn't for Ms. Seoul, we wouldn't have been able to recover so many spoils of war. The moles were disassembling the corpses, and they were gathering the bloodstones. There were also a growing pile of items they had taken from the enemies. It was an incredible amount of stuff. This wasn't an amount one could gather just from clearing 1 or 2 dungeons on Earth. We also have a lot of artifacts now. Blanca spoke excitedly as he activated his detection magic. The artifacts were more important than the bloodstones. Currently, they were taking items with hidden abilities. Whew! Let's rest a little bit before we explore. Lil Bro Kong said he'll be here. Yes. However, do you think that flame roused will be okay? Baek Jungdo smirked at Blanca's careful question. Who? Mr. Seunggu. Yes. He seemed to be in an urgent. After he burned the colony to the ground, he also burned the Dimensional Lord to death. Then he was immediately chased away by the Lich. Seunggu quickly disappeared into the distance. No, they just couldn't see him, but they could hear terrifying sounds of explosions coming from nearby. It seemed they weren't too far away from their location. Don't worry about him. Mr. Seunggu is sturdy. Hey. Still, I wonder if we should help him. The monster that was chasing after him looked very dangerous. Seoul laughed at Blanca's words. It isn't a monster. It is President's familiar. It is a lich. What? That was a lich? It disappeared so fast. He searched through his memory, and he thought he had caught a glimpse of the lich. Blanca scratched his head. Seoul spoke as if to say he shouldn't worry about Seunggu. Normally, Mr. Seunggu looks unreliable, but he's also the person who lasted the longest next to our president. Blanca queried with his expression as if to say, why would you say that? Big incidents always occurs near the president. The fact that he is still alive is a big accomplishment in itself. His skill was unquestionable. Seunggu had burned all the enemies to death at once. These were the monsters the party had struggled to kill. Baek Jungdo licked his lips in regret. As expected, magic is the way to go when kiting. Why did his ability have to be body reinforcement? Of course, it wasn't as if his ability was bad. Baek Jungdo was quite satisfied with himself. His body reinforcement ability was able to show its true worth during the night. Jimin thought Seunggu had looked cool, but Seunggu had a desperate expression on his face. Let's join up with Seunggu Hyung after he finishes his training. Hey. It seems we'll have to start training for real if we want to keep up with Mr. Seunggu. They were all rank A. The Holy Maiden was rank SS. If Hong Seunggu became a SS ranked 9th Circle Master, the party members doubted whether they would be able to keep up with him. In truth, the Holy Maiden was the only party member who hadn't become exhausted. She was the main reason why they were able to hunt until now with the currently constructed party. Her healings and blessings had been a big boon. Jimin had retroactively become a vampire, and the problem was he wasn't compatible with the Holy Maiden. He couldn't gain any benefit from her. Well, let's gather all the artifacts. Let's go. The moles tamed by Seoul could dig through the corpses to gather the bloodstones, but they couldn't collect the artifacts. They would have to do it themselves, so everyone stood up from their seats. At that moment, Woojin suddenly showed up. President. Hyung Nim. Lil Bro is here. Woojin smirked when everyone was happy at his appearance. We haven't seen each other for only few days, yet you guys are this happy to see me? Were you on your way to loot? Blanca shook his head from side to side at Woojin's words. We are going to gather the items. Don't be a hypocrite. Woojin looked around his surrounding to see the colony that had been burnt to the ground. There were monster corpses everywhere. You killed, destroyed, and took what you want. Woon's words were correct, but Blanca had an unknown urge to deny it. Looting is looting. Did the president want to become a villain? Blanca felt a surge of anger, so he spoke out. Are you trying to say we did something bad? Woojin shrugged his shoulders. When did I say looting is bad? Blanca was having a hard time coming up with a retort. Blanca wanted to give a counter-argument, but he couldn't come up with anything. There was no deceit on Woojin's face, and it was hard to guess what Woojin was thinking inside. I'm going to visit my domain with Jimin for a brief moment. What do the rest of you want to do? Woojin asked for input from the party members. Do you want to continue on here? Do you want to return to Earth? We've spent 4 days here, so only 1 day passed on Earth. Blanca rejoiced at Woojin's words. We can return. Not you guys. I'm asking what Jungdo Hyung wants to do. Shit. He should have been clearer from the start. Blanca pouted. MMMI. Baekjungdo looked at the party. Everyone here was from Allendal. There was no ulterior motive behind Woojin's question. He was wondering what Baekjungdo's intended to do. He was an outsider. Baekjungdo shook his head from side to side. I can't give up a hunting ground of this caliber. If he rolled with these people, Baekjungdo's ability would increase. The caliber of monsters that showed up here was totally different from Earth. Moreover, there was a lifeline here. The Holy Maiden would make sure no one would die here. All right. Let's hunt, then we can head to Earth to attend the Guild General Assembly. Understood. Then you guys loot the items. I have a business I have to attend to. I'll be back soon. When Woojin waved his hand, a red portal opened in mid-air. Seeing. Let's go, Jimin. Yes, Hyung. Jimin and Woojin disappeared after they passed through the portal. Everyone knew where the portal was connected to. It was Woon's dimensional domain of Allendal. He was someone who could travel between planets. He was a human who possessed a dimensional domain. Baekjungdo couldn't hold back his bitter laugh. Maybe I'm calling a god my brother. While the party was looting the colony, Woojin and Jimin arrived at the dimensional domain. We have 10 minutes left. You should relax and take it slow. Yes, Hyung. Also, I have a request. What is it? Jimin spoke carefully. May you loan me some points? Hey? What are you going to do with it? I want to get some items. Ah. Woojin touched his chin as he thought about it. It was bad to rely on items, but at a certain point, one had to be equipped befitting one's ability. It was important to know how to use one's ability, but it was also important to learn how to use items. The ones I gave you aren't enough. After Jimin took the post of strategist, he frequently won the dimensional battles. Woojin gave a fixed amount of points every time Jimin won, so Jimin should have amassed quite a lot of points. There is something I've been eyeing, but it's a little bit expensive. All right. Buy whatever you want. Yes. Thank you. First, let's reset the protection period. Yes, Hyung. Jimin sat in the strategist's seat, and Woojin sat on his throne. He wanted to find a suitable opponent before his protection period came to an end, so he opened the catalogue to search for lords. It was at that moment when he saw it. What? Is she alive now? She would be furious right now. Woojin couldn't help but laugh when he thought about her. She is spunky. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. It seemed she was blinded by anger and vengeance. You've accepted the duel. You are being moved to the battlefield. Chapter 154 Allendal in Seoul. Chapter 145, Allendal in Seoul. He stood opposite of Leah on a frozen land. He had expected her to be enraged, but Woojin's prediction was way off. Leah didn't mince words. She brought up the reason as to why she was here. Do you mind if I make you an offer? You challenged me to a duel, yet you want to give me an offer. I don't have a point of contact on the planet anymore. You destroyed all the footholds I had on planet Jakku. If one wanted to visit the dimensional domain of others, one had to go to their dungeons. This was why the only way she could meet with Woojin was through dimensional battle or duel. So you want to give me an offer instead of pursuing your revenge. After I was revived, I heard the news on what happened. In truth, I was a little bit surprised. You seem to have the power to act with reckless bravado in regards to protecting your planet. Reckless bravado. Ah, sorry. It doesn't matter if you are strong or not. You are trying to do an impossible task. Are you desperate to be killed again? Woojin took out his warrior's weapon. Her method of battle was probably the same as before. She wasn't smoking a cigarette this time, but he thought she was trying to buy time through their conversation. Whoa! Calm down. I'm suggesting an alliance. Instead of crossing swords with a person of significant power, it would be more beneficial for me to join up with you. Don't you have any pride? How much did you lose to me? If I can get an alliance with someone as strong as you, it is a small amount of points to pay. Woojin's eyebrows twitched. He couldn't understand her. She was putting out her hand towards a man, who had killed her. He had destroyed her colony, and he had killed all her subordinates and domain residents. However, it seemed she thought all of them in terms of points. They were items she could purchase once again after she gained more points. I refuse. Woojin grabbed his axe. Leah laughed. You can't refuse me. I can't win against you. However, the humans around you is a different matter. Woojin headed towards her with his axe in his hand. However, Leah didn't even flinch at his approach. Isn't that a pretty lame threat? Woojin raised his axe. Do you really think you'll be able to block all the links from forming on Earth? It seemed he had an incredible amount of confidence in himself. A single person was thinking about defending against countless dungeons. Woojin snorted at the invidious remark. I'm sure some will break through. This was the first Leah's expression changed. So why won't you accept my offer? You don't mind if the people around you die? It isn't all right. He had his family, and so. Then there were the people of Allendale that he had somewhat gotten attached to. He had to protect them. This was the goal Woojin had set for himself. Then why? Even if it isn't you, I have a truck full of bastards threatening me. Next time, you should attack me with some more spirit. Woojin split open Leah's head with his axe. It really seemed she had no intention of fighting from the start. Leah allowed herself to be defeated easily, and she was reduced to a grey light. That was an easy win. I choose loot the storage room. If he could get something like the skia's boots, which was a main ingredient in making Thrash's set item, he would be thrilled. If he could get a precious treasure, it would be more profitable than looting a domain. Well, my situation will remain the same even if I took out that bitch from the equation. Leah wasn't the only one gunning for Woojin. Even if he was to appease her, there were still a lot of enemies left. He also would be allying himself with someone, who would betray him at every turn. It would be better for him to have her remain as an enemy. I have to step on her. Woojin smacked his lips. The best place to loot was at a dimensional domain or a colony of the Dead Lord. If he knew the location of another colony or dungeon owned by Leah, he would have immediately gone there to loot what she had. It was too bad. Tisk. She doesn't have any good items. He was left with possession of mediocre items. After the loot was complete, Woojin's sight returned to his own dimensional domain. Jimin was waiting with a confused expression on his face. He asked Woojin a question. Should we do another dimensional battle, Hyung? No. We gained the necessary protection period. He would gain 4 days if he won the duel or dimensional battle. If he lost, he would gain 12 days. Then the points. You can borrow from me. How much do you need? When they had some spare time, he was going to use Jimin to gain points through dimensional battles. It wouldn't be bad to give him the points in advance. I need 170,000 points. Hey! The figure was much higher than expected. At Woojin's response, Jimin scratched the back of his head. I guess it would be difficult. It was enough points to be able to buy a decent dimensional domain. The amount wasn't the problem, and Woojin didn't mind giving it to him. Sunggu, Jimin, and the people around him had to grow. This would allow them to protect his family in Allendale when a group composing of dimensional lords like Leah shows up. Woojin wasn't like some poltergeist that'll always stick around in one place. It's just that he was curious as to what Jimin wanted so bad that he was willing to spend so much points on it. What are you trying to buy? I want the vampire lord's heart. What? Woojin wondered if he had misheard Jimin. I'll slowly save up and buy it later. Jimin regretted his decision to ask, since it felt like he was making an unreasonable request. Kang Woojin had already done so much for him, and it felt like he was taking advantage of Woojin's generosity. Jimin had felt his weakness deep within his bones. His request must have arose from the desperation at wanting to get stronger. Wait a moment. Yes. He looked through his dimensional store, and he found the Vampire Lord's heart. It really is priced at 200,000. It seemed Jimin had saved up 30,000 points, but he was strapped for points at the moment. Woojin purchased it. Count Kiet's heart. His previous rank will be passed on. Originally, Jimin had been bitten by a low-level vampire, and he had become a thrall. Jimin had killed the vampire, and he initiated the blood ritual to steal the vampire's power to become one. Still, there was a cap to his growth no matter how much blood he drank. If he wanted to become a high-ranked vampire, he had to go through another blood ritual. A heart of a vampire noble. Jimin was aiming for the heart of a lord. The vampire had to have a station of count at minimum. Once a vampire becomes a lord, it could use blood relations to command the lower-ranked vampires. This wasn't a case where he would only be able to command the blood-sucking monsters. He'll be able to gain underlings from the same race as him. The lord was given the qualification to start a vampire clan. Even if one didn't covet having the underlings, a lord's growth potential was on a different level. If one had the potential to reach 100, the potential would grow 2 to 3 times larger as a lord. Eat it. Thank you. Woojin held up the heart as if it was nothing, and Jimin didn't refuse the offer. He could show his thanks in the future with his life. Currently, he needed power, and the heart in front of him was the means. Once you finish the ritual, you should return to planet Jakku, and try to imbibe as much blood as possible. I'll be heading to a different planet soon. Another planet? Alphen. Ah. Jimin was well versed with the planet Alphen. He had become close with the Holy Maiden, since they hunted in the same party. She kept talking about her home planet until his ears had hurt. Are you going to hunt more, Hyung? You should worry about yourself rather than worrying about me. Hurry up and do the ritual. Woojin stayed for the off chance that the blood ritual could go wrong, then he head to Earth. It wasn't as if planet Jakku was the only hunting ground available to Woojin. It was still important for him to clear dungeons that couldn't be handled by anyone on Earth. He wouldn't be able to come back for several days if he went to Alphen. He'll have to leave after clearing the dungeons that are about to break. SSSF. Even in death, the heart was beating. When Jimin grabbed the heart, blood shot out as it formed a fog of blood, and it was directly absorbed into Jimin. After the ritual was done, it felt as if something had changed. However, the change was marginal. Jimin was a bit out of step as he stepped out of the starting block. However, every time he took a step, the change that would occur would become bigger. He'll get to taste a growth that couldn't be compared to before. Good luck. Yes, Hyung. Jimin was different from his previous self. His face was overflowing with confidence. After Jimin gave his goodbye, he stepped through the portal heading toward planet Jakku. Woojin entered into a portal heading towards Seoul Station's first exit. President. You are back already, my king. The employee guarding the Seoul Station's first exit greeted Woojin. The title of king was awkward for most people. But Woojin really didn't care. Where's Sung-hoon? The Minister of Foreign Affairs went to the headquarters when he heard the guests from overseas had arrived. Is that so? Shall I contact him right now? No. It's fine. It's right around the corner. Woojin stepped out of the exit, and he was showered with clicks from the reporters on a stakeout. He headed towards Allendale's main building. In the building considered to be the headquarters, a portion of the building was designated to be the Foreign Office. Amongst the office spaces, Woo Sung-hoon had an office as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Hiya! They want a lot of stuff. Sung-hoon saw the negotiators sent by each country, and he shook his head from side to side. The men here still seemed to be unaware of who was holding the hilt of the sword. Minister. The delegation has arrived at the Prime Minister's office. All right. Let's go. Sung-hoon and the employee left for the Prime Minister's office. Allendal's Prime Minister Jung Minchen, a director from Japan's Canada Guild, and the delegation from Britain was already present inside the room. It is nice to meet you. My name is Sung-hoon. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Woo Sung-hoon spoke in flawless English as he greeted everyone. There was no awkwardness to his speech, and a translator was unnecessary. Sung-hoon sat next to Jung Minchen, and Minchen quietly whispered into his ear. Minister Woo. This negotiation is. Prime Minister. Sung-hoon looked at Minchen with a straight face. Please trust in me. Let me handle the negotiation. Hey. Minchen had a serious expression on his face as he looked at Sung-hoon. For a moment, he struggled over the decision, but he nodded his assent in the end. The position makes the person. Woo Sung-hoon was different from his previous self. When they were finalizing Allendal's treaty, Sung-hoon had worked in lockstep with him. This was why Minchen thought Sung-hoon wouldn't make any big mistakes even if he wasn't a professional negotiator. He'll stay to see if there were unforeseen problems. He would be able to immediately make corrections if needed. All right. I still have to make the final decision, so you'll have to discuss it with me. Of course. Aside from the king, the Prime Minister personally dealt with the day-to-day running of Allendal. He had the power akin to a president, and Minchen's influence in Allendal was absolute. Allendal was a small country, but the country had the power to influence the world. As the first Prime Minister of Allendal, many countries were interested in him. Sung-hoon sat in front of the person from Japan's Canada Guild. I've read all the data and requests you provided us. Let us discuss the issue of giving a fair warning when a 6-star and above dungeon shows up. We also have to negotiate the joint clearing of. Sung-hoon was skillful in taking the lead, so Minchen nodded his head in approval inside. Sung-hoon was meticulous in gathering data, and he was adept at stealing away the initiative in the negotiations. Sung-hoon was well aware of the fact that Allendal held the absolute high ground in regards to dungeons when talking to other guilds and countries. He used this fact well in the negotiations. After coming to a mutual aid agreement regarding dungeon clearing with the Canada Guild, they finalized on the stake Allendal would have on the cleared dungeons. After that negotiation came to an end, Sung-hoon faced the United States Bad Sector Guild. I'm sure the president will decline the offer you made in regards to making a movie. Moreover, Allendal is currently in an alliance with the Titan Guild. They had been having an intense conversation for over 30 minutes, yet they weren't even close to coming to an agreement. Sung-hoon decided to push the negotiations to a different date. We'll start the negotiation again tomorrow. Bad Sector was the second biggest guild in the US behind the Titan. The negotiation hadn't been easy. Sung-hoon sat in front of the delegation from Britain. He frowned. You guys didn't send any data our way, and you just dropped in on us. What is the reason behind this move? President Kang Woojin said to come to Allendal. He is our monarch. I did as King Kang Woojin instructed. He told me to talk to the people within his own country. This is why we came here. So the president sent you here. Woo Sung-hoon's expression relaxed a little bit. All right. Why are you here? I'll go straight to the point. We want to purchase the dimensional fragment. You are here to purchase an item. Yes. I was told to negotiate with Allendal. Did President finally recognize Woo Sung-hoon's skill? The President even entrusted him with this work. He was so happy that the question just fell out of his mouth. All right. What price did you have in mind? The King of Allendal suggested a price to us. He wanted an aircraft carrier for it. What? What did you just say? Sung-hoon thought he had misheard, so he repeated his question. Jung Minchen looked at him with surprised eyes. What is this dimensional fragment? Is it supposed to be something precious? He didn't even have to voice the question out loud. Sung-hoon fiercely asked the question with his surprised expression. Chapter 155, Alendal in Seoul, 2. Chapter 155, Alendal in Seoul, 2. Ha! He asked for an aircraft carrier. Yes, that is what he said. The British monarchy and the parliament went over the decision. They came to the conclusion that the dimensional fragment was a very important item, but they decided the aircraft carrier as a payment was an unreasonable. Instead, we propose dispatching an aircraft carrier to the East Sea for 5 years. It will shore up your defense. It was such an enormous offer that Sunghun's mouth dropped open. He had never thought about this before. He couldn't keep the surprise and confusion off of his face. He had lost the pace of the negotiations through his own fault. He had basically gave up the upper hand in the negotiation. We can come to an agreement on the money it takes to operate the aircraft carrier. If we split the cost down the middle, we'll agree to station it here for the next 5 years. This isn't something I can make the call on. I'll have to meet the king later on, then. As Sunghun was speaking, the door suddenly opened, so he shut his mouth. The person he had been waiting for had appeared. I guess everyone's here. Welcome back. Jung Minchin greeted Woojin in a welcoming manner. An aircraft carrier wasn't a child's toy, yet he was asking for it so matter-of-factly. He wondered how valuable this dimensional fragment was. When Woojin saw the negotiation group from Britain, he immediately asked a question. Do you speak Korean? I can. Sunghun had on a shocked expression when the blonde British man started to speak eloquently in Korean. Of course, the man knew how to speak English, but he never expected his counterpart to know how to speak Korean. If you give me what I want, I'll give you this. Woojin took out the dimensional fragment from his inventory, and he held it out. The gem was letting out a brilliant purple light, and it was emitting so much magical energy that normal people could feel something was off. It takes several thousand people to maintain and operate an aircraft carrier. To my knowledge, Alendal doesn't have that many people. That's my business. Just give me the boat and everything within it. I don't need the people. Did Alendal have enough people to pull this off? There weren't that many people that knew how to operate an aircraft carrier amongst the entire population of Korea. This small country had never even owned an aircraft carrier before, so why was he coveting it so much? I'll take care of it myself. Will you buy it or not? We want the dimensional fragment for the purpose of research, but we have no idea what it can do. You can purchase a dimensional gate that leads to another planet. Basically, with this one item, you will be able to own a dungeon. At Woojin's words, the negotiation group and the people from the US and Japanese guild became surprised. It wasn't known to outsiders, but each of them had also gained a dimensional fragment. Currently, there were researches going on. Will you buy it or not? If you don't want it, I'll sell it to someone else. The negotiation group expressed their dismay at Woojin's unreasonableness. I have to discuss it with my home country. Do you mind if we give our final decision tomorrow? I have to wait until tomorrow? Are you willing to purchase the time that I'll waste? How much was a single day of Kang Woojin life worth? He was able to clear a dungeon in few hours. How many dungeons did he crush during his trip around the world? Yet they dared to keep him waiting for a whole day? Can you handle that? Please give me 30 minutes. Woojin turned his head. Canada and bad sector? If this isn't resolved within 30 minutes, I'll sell it to you guys. Does Japan have any aircraft carriers? Woojin asked the question as he looked at the man from the Bad Sector Guild. When the man from the Bad Sector Guild quickly took out his phone, the negotiator from Britain suddenly stood up. We'll buy it. Woojin smirked. In the end, they were going to buy it no matter what, yet they had acted as if they weren't interested. Bring me the aircraft carrier. Woojin placed the dimensional fragment on the negotiation table. The man didn't know what to do as he looked at Woojin. Woojin shrugged his shoulders. Take it. Just like this. What kind of a dealing was this? The decision had just been made, and there were still uncertainties surrounding the deal. Was it really okay to just hand over something so valuable? Woojin eradicated the negotiators' worries. If you guys plan on reneging on the deal, I'll erase Britain off the map. All of you can all leave. No, you guys come with me to the president's room. Woojin spoke as he looked at Minchen and Seung-hoon. Then he exited the Prime Minister's office. For a while, the office was silent as a grave. The air was heavy as it was sucked into Woo Seung-hoon's lungs. What the hell just happened now? The aircraft carrier had been thrown back and forth in the negotiations. In a flash, an item worth billions of dollars had exchanged hands. Is this how it feels to have the world at one's beck and call? Seung-hoon had stood at the center of the negotiations. He felt afraid, and thrilled at the same time. Well, let's conclude the negotiations with the Bad Sector Guild tomorrow. Minchen tidied up the situation as he sent away the other delegations. Afterwards, Seung-hoon and Minchen walked the corridor together. Woo! I wonder what the king wants to do with that aircraft carrier. Maybe he just wants one. Seung-hoon had just tossed that idea out there, but somehow there was a ring of truth to it. Minchen let out a groan. Well, they could just go ask him right now. You guys are finally here. Woojin buried his body into sofa as he greeted them. The other party members didn't come with you. They are still rolling along. I thought we were going to do a guild general assembly? Why is it being put off from day to day? The size of assembly got too large. What do you mean? All the guilds of the world showed interest in it. They are all hoping to attend. Tisk. Is that so? The Hammer Guild is doing their best. It is scheduled to be in 15 days. That is way too late. He had planned on going to Alphen after the General Assembly ended. This is why you don't outsource tasks like this. Woojin looked at his dependable subordinate Young Minchen. Woojin didn't want any constraints on his work. This was why he had founded a country, and he chose Young Minchen as the Prime Minister. We'll have it in 6 days. I'll talk to all of the guilds before I head towards Alphen. If they can come, they'll be there. The ones that can't attend can watch it on the news. If you suddenly propose such a tight schedule. I've waited this long. That's enough. Those people from Hammer are too slow. You take over. If he was told to do it, he would do it. However, the thought about doing it made Minchen's head hurt. So why do you need the aircraft carrier? I have something I want to test. Are you trying to make a golem? Hey? I can give Dulcie scrap metals, so why would I buy an aircraft carrier for him? There was no good reason to buy such an expensive aircraft carrier for the purpose of using it as ingredients for his golem. Minchen's eyes turned round. What can we do with just the aircraft carrier? We really need a lot of people to move that big thing. Woojin grinned. You'll have to fill it up. Woojin didn't have to worry about the task, since he had someone else that would be doing the worrying for him. Minchen's head was hurting already. Or I might fill it up in some other way. Perhaps? From the dimensional domain. Yes. It'll be beyond our ability to fight the war with only people from Earth. Woojin looked at Seung-hoon. Do you know how to do the SNS? Sign me up. What? You want me to register President's SNS? Seung-hoon was surprised. Bring me my hand phone. Yes, sir. Seung-hoon fiddled with Woojin's hand phone, and he registered Woojin to the SNS. The country of Allendale wasn't even available at registration. As a dual citizen, Seung-hoon registered Woojin as a Korean citizen. So that is how you put up a post. All right. I'll put up on the official Allendale account that President has joined the SNS. Woo Seung-hoon worked quickly, and suddenly, Woojin's hand phone kept vibrating. DDI ring, DDI ring. What's going on? I'll turn off the notification. Woojin's followers were increasing rapidly, and he was jumping the total followers ranking several dozen spots at a time. He'll pass me by in a flash. Woo Sung-hoon had a lot of followers. He had as many followers as famous actors. However, it seemed Kang Woojin was going to pass him by at any moment. I'll use this later. Is there any dungeons that are about to break? Do we have any requests that are already in? That's... Minchin's face darkened. There are several imminent breaks, yet none of the governments are asking for help. So they want to take care of it through their own efforts. Yes. I don't know the exact reason behind it, but I would hazard to guess it has something to do with the dimensional fragment you showed earlier. Woojin tapped on his armrest. Greed might burn them, but that was the natural consequence of their deed. They'll get a stomach ache. What? It's nothing. Just leave them be. Anyways, Kang Woojin couldn't shut down all the dungeons. The places that'll break will break. The ones that are able to defend their dungeons will defend them. If they were desperate, they'll ask for help. It wasn't a bad idea to give them autonomy. How's the recruitment of new roused for the guild going? The resumes for the recruitment are flooding in. In the end, President will have to make the choice. Please tell me the time, so I can send out a notice. Woojin didn't care about resumes. Their current ability to clear a dungeon had nothing to do with their growth potential. Who would have expected Hong Sunggu to become one of the top roused of this world? Woojin will choose them based on what he saw. Then schedule it 3 days from now. I've said all I needed to say, so I'm heading out. The future work would be done by the people left behind. Where are you going? I'm heading to the dimensional domain. Before you do that, could you leave behind a photo? Hey! It's for verifying your identity. No one is posting on the president's SNS bulletin board. All right. Photograph me. Could you tilt your head a little bit this way? Yes, like that. Sung-hoon put Woojin in the right pose, and he took a photo with the hand phone. Click. You upload it. I'm going. Yes. Take care. Also, you should just give up being the Minister of Foreign Affairs. You should continue your work as my secretary. It feels awkward seeing other people. I saw your negotiation skills earlier. You weren't that great. I don't think you have the aptitude for it. My king. Didn't you buy a hand phone from this hopeless negotiator? What does that say about you? Well, I'm going for real now. Yes. He didn't have to go the Seoul station. Woojin opened a portal that connected to his dimensional domain, and he disappeared. So did I just get promoted or demoted? I think it is a promotion. He was the chief secretary directly under the king of Allendal. Woo Sung-hoon uploaded the photo he took with Woojin's hand phone up on the SNS. Allendal Guild is recruiting new roused. The Noah's Ark of the modern age. Your only chance to gain citizenship to Allendal. Kingdom of Allendal finalized a deal for an aircraft carrier. Nationality doesn't matter. Recruitment for support division. Preference given to those with experience aboard an aircraft carrier. Breaking news. Kang Woojin started his SNS. There were several dozen, no, several hundred articles pouring out. Moreover, the trending search words were all related to Kang Woojin. Cindy was holding up her phone as she sighed. Ha! She had received a big shock from what happened at the reunion. She had stopped working, and she was resting at her home as she received psychiatric treatment. Maybe I should apply. There was no meaning behind being an entertainer, or having money. This was a world where one's death could happen at any moment. It was an end to an era where money protected oneself from everything. Moreover, will I be able to see him more often? When she thought about Kang Woojin, it pulled at her heartstrings. Cindy scrolled down the address book in her hand phone, and she located Du Jiwon's information. She was about to press the call button. However, she just sighed as she lowered her head. Ha! I must have gone mad. She was insanely jealous of Dujuan. Ewu! Get a hold of yourself. What was the point of pining for a man that is taken? She just couldn't stop thinking about him. However, it wasn't as if she had fallen for him at first sight. It wasn't to the point where she loved him. Yearning? It was a feeling her fans felt when they looked at her. This was the feeling Cindy felt when she looked at Woojin. She had never gave this level of interest and attention to a man before. She wasn't passionate enough to commit her life to something based on a brief flash of feeling she felt. She was level-headed enough to control herself. You. I should start working again. There was a limit to how much break she was willing to take. She couldn't take time off for the rest of her life. He threw her phone on her pillow as she got up. She took out a cold bottle of water from the refrigerator, and she drank it. Kaya. Her head felt refreshed when she drank the cold water. She was picking up her hand phone to call her manager when Cindy's body stiffened. Hello? What's up? Speak to me, Cindy. Jiwon's voice was heard through the phone, and Cindy had no idea what to do. Chapter 156 Recruitment of Roused. Chapter 156 Recruitment of Roused. When Woojin arrived at the dimensional domain, he sent his will towards his strategist Dujimin. What are you doing, Jimin? I'm beating up a really big bear. What about defending the portal? We have to defend it. Of course. He had left open a return portal just in case they wanted to return. It led directly into the Lord's castle of Allendal. It was his fault for not giving them a heads up, so he could only let out a sigh. What about our loot? I left it open, so you can move it. Ah! Is that how it is? No wonder the portal didn't close after I returned. We are traveling around using a wagon, but there are too much stuff. Wait a moment. Woojin wondered if there was a better solution to the problem, and he found the answer in the dimensional domain's admin option. He assigned points, so his vassals could use the storage room at their discretion. He gave Jimin, who was his strategist, access to his dimensional storage room. Open the inventory. What? Inventory? What the hell is this? Put all the loot in there. Wow! Jackpot! Wow! This is amazing! Jimin kept letting out exclamation as he put all the loot into the storage. New items were uploaded into his inventory. A domain administrator. The domain residents used the dungeons to explore and hunt on other planets. They brought back bloodstones and items as earnings. Even if a dimensional lord did nothing, the points would accumulate, and the dimensional lord's ranking would go up. One had to just manage everything. Whatever. Woojin looked through the inventory to see if there were any items he needed, then he called out to a wyvern. It had a saddle attached to its back. He passed through the portal heading to planet Jakku as he rode the wyvern. When he passed through the portal, he immediately closed it. He brought out Gabi to scout his surrounding. Dungeon is great. Colony is great. Just find me anything. Cuckoo. All right. I'll bring a really good prey. Woojin tried hard to ignore Gabi's creepy laugh. If he had to pick a familiar that was crazy about killing, he wouldn't hesitate to pick Gabi. Gabi endlessly walked that fine line, and it made Woojin feel uneasy about Gabi. Should I head out too? Woojin got on the back of a wyvern. Key. The wyvern let out a roar as it pushed off with its back legs. It jumped into the air, and it started to flap its wings. After a moment, it had ascended quite far into the air, and Woojin chose the direction of their flight through his will. Shwag! The sound of the wind assaulted his ear. It made one's eardrum feel numb. If it had got worse, his barrier of souls would activate automatically. After flying for a while, Woojin saw a colony being bombed. Dimensional Lord Joseph was with the Red Hammer's coalition. When he heard the colony he had built on the Jakku planet was being attacked, he quickly traveled to his colony. Which bastard dared to attack my colony? Which coalition was it? The vassal, who had been left behind to manage the colony, bowed his head. It wasn't one of the coalitions. Recently, some crazy bastard came to the planet Jakku, and I believe he is the one responsible for this. The one that smashed the yellow lizards. Yes. It was a famous story being passed around the dimensional lords. Recently, they had all been synchronizing with a planet called Earth. The entirety of the Yellow Lizard Coalition had decided to invade Earth, and they had all met an untimely death. There was only one roused link to the planet Earth. Kang Woojin was from Earth, and he was the only dimensional lord there. The Red Hammer Coalition, and the Black Hat Coalition had heard the news that Kang Woojin had come to planet Jakku with revenge in his heart. How dare he activate the last line of weapons on the fortress? It has already been destroyed. What? What will we do now that our fortress final weapon was destroyed? How many guards do we have left? Most of them are still alive. The enemy's attack was so intense that they didn't dare get any closer. What kind of nonsense was this? His final weapon was destroyed, yet almost all his guards were still alive. Then who is fighting the intruder? Two beings attacked us, and they are fighting each other. Did he hear wrong? Joseph picked at his ears. The two of them are fighting each other. Yes. Are they crazy? There were plenty of open land to fight on, so why were they fighting here? Kurururung. Joseph frowned when he heard his castle shake. Those bastards! His city was about to be destroyed as collateral damage to someone else's fight? The infuriated Joseph stormed out of the castle. His weapon of choice was a large staff. He ascended to the top of the tower with his weapon in hand. Kwaang! Kwang! Is it a small fire golem? A fire golem, which had the stature of a human, was flying around the sky. That was what it looked like to Joseph. Kwang! Kwaang! Goo ha ha ha! As it was letting out a deranged laughter, it shot out consecutive magic spells that was causing explosions. The one doing this was not a living being. Lich! Joseph assessed the situation. They said Kang Woojin was a necromancer. It seems his real identity is a lich. A poisonous bastard, who had turned himself into a lich, had become a dimensional lord. Ah! It isn't like that. The dimensional lord Kang Woojin is a human. The lich is his familiar. What? Joseph furrowed his brows. What the hell was the lich chasing? They are coming toward us. They dare. Joseph raised his staff, and he gathered his magical energy. Before his planet went under, he had been one of the top 10 archmages. A lich and some mysterious fire golem dared to trash his colony. Warururu! An extreme heat that could rival the conflagration of hell was gathered. I'll turn you into ashes. Shwag! It shot out like a dragon's breath. The unknown being he considered to be a fire golem was hit with the heat. This was Joseph's ultimate attack. It wasn't a joke when he described it as an attack that rivaled a dragon's breath. However, the fire golem was made out of something very sturdy. Shoo shoo shoo. It burst through the heat. The being suddenly grew in size, and its fist covered in fire was extended. You dare! He hurriedly erected a barrier to stop it, but Joseph experienced something he had never experienced for the past 10 years. Kwaang! His body and barrier was sent flying, and he was nailed to the outer castle wall. How can there be such a humiliation? He got up immediately to find his opponent, but his opponent was already beside him. A foot encased in fire descended towards Joseph's head. Kwajik! Geez! It's really hot! Sungu grumbled as Joseph's head exploded. Sungu's eyes widened when the body dissolved into a grey light. He was a dimensional lord. Was a dimensional lord supposed to be this weak? This thought briefly passed through Sunggu's brain when he remembered Jin's promise. He'll be given a break if he killed a dimensional lord or if he destroyed a dungeon. Sunggu looked to the sky, and he saw a long-bodied dragon that had been generated out of fire. It had the property of chasing after its target. Sunggu had run away, but in the end, it had followed him here. Give me a 10-minute break. I caught one. Goo hoo hoo. Too bad. Too bad? Did the lich really plan on killing him? He didn't have the energy to give a reply. His time was too precious. Sunggu quickly sat on the floor, and he absorbed the flames that was present in the surrounding. During all of this, the lich sent the flame dragon towards the city. Kwa kwa kwang. Every time the flame dragon passed by the city, the buildings erupted in flames. Mmmmm. When he felt enough fire was in his body, Sunggu opened his eyes. He saw Woojin standing in front of him with the lich. When did you get here, Hyung Nim? Just right now. You are pretty good now. Heh. Sunggu was able to take down a dimensional lord. He had made an incredible leap in his development. Woojin grinned as he looked at the lich. You have to do it properly. Do it properly. Goo ha ha. I was about to start his training for real right now. Excuse me, Hyung Nim and Skeleton Nim. How can you have so much fun when having such a conversation? Shall we fight for real now? We haven't been fighting for real. There is nothing more useful than a real fight in a training. Goo ha ha. What are you talking about? Woojin spoke as he looked at the confused Sunggu, and the gleeful Jinus. While you are at it, you should clear out the surrounding a little bit. Goo ha ha. All right. I'll do you a favor. If you kill or destroy 5-dimensional lords or colonies, you will get a 10-minute break. Sunggu had a tearful expression on his face. Ah! I'm so thankful that tears are. I'll kill you in 10 seconds. Shit! Quah! Sunggu's body exploded up into the air. In a flash, Sunggu had already flown away a great distance. Woojin put on a satisfied smile as he looked at Sunggu. He's like a rocket now. Useful roused were slowly forming around him. Kiak! The wyvern had been roaming around the sky. It let out a roar, then it lowered its head. Woojin got on the saddle, and it flew into the air. I wonder how much Jimin has grown. Jimin had drunk from the vampire lord's heart, and he had gone through the ritual of blood. He was now able to turn subordinates, so he could make his own troops. Moreover, his physical growth limit had risen to a sky-high level. Woojin's expectation of Jimin was on a whole different level now. Woojin unnecessarily felt excited as he drove the wyvern towards Jimin. The madness that made him lose his mind was gone. He didn't recklessly charge into his enemies. Hoo. Now he was constantly insane. Kwa kwang, kwang. Every time Jimin moved, blood exploded. He wasn't alone now. Goo. His subordinates were now dependent on blood. They were like red-eyed zombies as they ran in towards the enemies. There were orcs, goblins, and even ogres amongst them. Jimin walked into a battlefield that was a complete pandemonium. Corpses that had been bitten were strewn everywhere. The eyes of his subordinates became redder, and much sharper. One could even feel a sense of dignity from them too. One couldn't look down on them. These pawns were all his subordinates, but at the same time, they were challengers that could attack him at any time. Jimin had killed and drank from the vampire that had bitten him. This allowed him to absorb the vampire's power through the succession of blood. If he showed a little bit of weakness to his underlings, they'll challenge him. Ooh. Jimin came to a stop in front of a moaning human. His 2 legs had been severed, and his arm couldn't be moved from being crushed. One could see his eyes through the blood covering his face. One could see fear, and at the same time, there was malice in those eyes. Do you want to live? Help me. The malice turned to begging as his eyes started to fill up with tears. He liked seeing the fear. He liked seeing the will to live in this man's eyes. This would be the foundation to the loyalty that would be given to Jimin. Death was the end of the road for the refugees wandering around the dimensional domain. Jimin bit his hand, and he wetted the lips of the dying human warrior. Ooh 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 ooh. His eyes opened wide as the vessel in his eyes burst open. Then his body started to shake. Kuaa! The man let out a scream as his body was surrounded by black blood before his body exploded. The pieces of his body turned into several dozen bats as they flew around Jimin. JJIDZZJik. The bats coalesced in front of Jimin, and it formed into the warrior that had been about to die. His face was whiter than before, but this severed limbs were completely regenerated. His purple lips was bloodless, and it was proof that his life had gone through a change. Name. Cabal. His cracked voice gave an answer. Jimin could feel it. He could feel this man's hate and fear towards him. Moreover, he could feel his thirst for blood. It was all transmitted to him. If he showed a fraction of weakness, this man would try to eat Jimin. Kneel. At Jimin's words, Cabal got on one knee, and he lowered his head. This underling was different from the monsters he had turned. He was the first member of Jimin's tribe. His family of blood had been born. Drink the blood of the enemies. Kaya. When he got Jimin's assent, Cabal immediately ran towards the battlefield. It seemed Cabal was thirsting for blood so much that he couldn't maintain his rationality. This reminded Jimin of his old self, so he put on a bitter smile. He felt an indescribable thrill at gaining an underling that would follow his every word. Jimin's two fists were trembling. I'm pretty cool now. Jimin was slowly turning in a noble of the night. Chapter 157 Recruitment of Roused, 2. Chapter 157, Recruitment of Roused, 2. I would like to take a break. Woo. Let's regroup. At Hesol's signal, Baekjung-do let out a long sigh as he wiped away the sweat on his forehead. After he had developed an ability to become aroused, he had thought he had walked the hard road as he went around attempting the fairly difficult dungeons. However, it felt as if he had deluded himself up until now. He had hunted on planet Jakku for the past couple days, and he was pushed to his limit daily. Maybe this was why he saw his abilities actually progress compared to before. The constant suspense gave him a lot of stress, but the change it caused was not bad. How are you doing? Oh. Brother Kang. When did you get here? When Kang Woojin suddenly appeared, Baekjung-do greeted him warmly. I arrived a little while ago. Anyways, how are you doing? This has been a good stimulus for me. If you want, we can walk the same road. At Woojin's words, Baekjung-do shook his head from side to side. He was an outsider, and he shouldn't continue to impose himself upon Woojin's hospitality. No. I've already gained a lot from this expedition. Moreover, I have a lot of work to do after I return to the guild. Do as you like then. Woojin didn't go out of his way to keep him. If he was short on roused, he could just hire more. This is what he did with Sungu, Hesol, and Blanca. Baekjung-do couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes. However, he couldn't abandon the KH guild to work under Woojin, so he didn't say anything more on the subject. Where's Jimin? Hesol had been organizing the battlefield. She approached and answered Woojin's question. He went to a fortress up ahead. He looked towards where Hesol was pointing. He saw a castle perched on top of a small mountain. By himself? Yes. Woojin stroked his chin. Jimin had gone through the ritual of blood using the vampire lord's heart. However, he had never expected him to be able to already attack a dimensional lord's colony city by himself. He went there to scout, so you don't have to worry about him. It doesn't look like he was scouting. What? He's coming back after a fight. When Woojin started to rub his chin, Hesol turned her gaze away. She could see a cloud of bats in the distance. However, there was a group of monsters chasing after the bats. It seems he's on the run. Nope. What? Never mind. You can return to what you were doing. Yes. Woojin headed towards the bats. The cloud of bats coalesced in front of him to form Dujimin. He looked calmer than the past, and there was a little bit more presence to him. Woojin met Jimin's eyes. A queer smile formed on Woojin's face. What is that? I thought there would be a limit on what I could do by myself. Guaa. The underlings were like zombies with red eyes. They looked to be a bit dangerous, and at a conservative estimate, there were 300 of them. Kayak. The bats next to Jimin coalesced, and Cabal revealed his teeth towards Woojin. It was as if he was trying to show his own loyalty towards his master in his own way. Shwak. Black smoke coalesced, and a large hammer dropped on top of its head. Kwajik. A puny mosquito dares to be rude to the king. Even though Ramzan's hammer had bludgeoned his head, Cabal was still alive. Can you handle them? Jimin didn't know the reason behind the question, so he stared blankly at Woojin. It looks as if you are trying to copy me. I don't think you are doing a good job. Woojin didn't deal with any undeads that exceeded his control. Once the undead broke free from his control, the undead were basically reduced to being monsters. The underlings created by Jimin was similar in nature. Undeads had a hatred for the living, and it looked as if the Jimin's underlings were much worse than the undead. It seemed they had an endless thirst for blood. As their lord, how much control did he have over them? I can do it. Really? Then tell me with more confidence. I have no idea. Woojin fired the souls he had in storage. It was like tracking missiles, which followed the enemies until the target was hit. The spirit spears flew in towards the head of the underlings. Shoo 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 shoo. Papa. The sound of watermelons exploding was heard as the underlings fell over with their heads missing. Dujimin felt dispirited when he saw his vampire army be dispatched so easily. Woojin put his arm around Jimin's shoulders. Jimin. Yes, Hyung. Quantity isn't important. First, try to get good at controlling one. If one didn't have complete control over one's familiars, it was better to not have them. Cabal had used a large amount of energy to quickly regenerate his head. Cabal looked at Woojin with fear in his eyes. This kind of bastard won't do you any good. He was barely hit once yet he was showing so much fear. A familiar should be willing to die to protect one's master. It was better to not have one like him, who had put his tail between his leg from fear. Waruru. Guaa. The spirit spear shot out by Woojin pierced through Cabal. Cabal immediately exploded as he burned up. The subordinates he had made were killed in less than 1 minute. Woojin's voice pushed into Jimin's ears. No matter how many you have as support, it is all useless if you are weak. He was right. The power of a lord could be stolen by a member of a vampire clan that he had shared his blood with. His position could be stolen. Even if you build up your troops, you should be slow and careful in who you choose. Look at what I did. Hyung has a lot of troops. Woojin smirked. The skeletons and zombies are disposable troops. Look at my familiars. He had accumulated them over a 20 years period. If one thought about the amount of time Woojin had lived, 54 death nights was a small number. I think I get what you are trying to say. All right. Woojin mussed up Jimin's hair. Also, you should relax your eyes a little bit. Yes. Woojin smirked as he patted Jimin's back, then he turned to look at the party. In 6 days Earth time or 24 days here, there will be a general guild assembly. I want you guys to do your best to destroy all the dungeons and colonies on this planet by then. It was finally D-Day. Melody's eyes twinkled as she asked her question. Where's your next destination? You already know, so why ask? There were traces of tears in Melody's eyes. The smile on Woojin's lips deepened. I'm going to Alphen. She was finally going back. She had voluntarily thrown herself into Earth with her homeland in mind. She'll be returning to her bleak planet with a helper. She was deeply moved. The most unbelievable part of all of this was the fact that the helper was the immortal. While Jimin and the other party members started to clear dungeons and colonies one by one, Sungu was destroying the Dimensional Lords, since he wanted to live. When Jimin's party cleared 1, Sungu cleared 3. During all of this, Woojin was like a person gathering grains. He put pressure on the Dimensional Lords. The dungeons were in the form of pillars. There were much less dungeons on this planet compared to Earth. However, the Dimensional Lords had made a lot of colonies with artificial gates. There were clear pros and cons to making a colony. The fact that one could construct a dimensional domain on a planet was a pro and a con. In a dungeon, there was a cap of how many challengers there can be. At most, only 10 people could enter. However, one couldn't limit the number of challengers attacking a colony. One had to have a lot of troops and facilities. However, a colony solved one of the most important problems. Only the roused could enter a dungeon. However, those with almost no abilities could enter the colony. This was the reason why Woojin was trying to make a colony on Earth. He had snatched around 20 dimensional fragments, so it wouldn't be much of a loss if he used one of them to form a colony. Woojin had faithfully kept up with his dimensional battles, and Jimin had won every single one of them. After 12 days or 3 days in Earth time, Woojin exited the Seoul station's first exit. At My King. An employee had been put on standby. At Woojin's appearance, the flustered employee called Woo Sung-hun. Yes, sir. He's just arrived. Yes, sir. Woo Sung-hun was back being the chief secretary once again. However, in the past, he had been the chief secretary of a president. Now he was the chief secretary of a king. There was a big difference between these posts, and his current job might be more important than being a minister of a department. You didn't have to call him. I'll be heading there immediately. Yes. I'm sorry. What are you sorry about? Woojin made fun of the overly cautious employee several times before he moved on. 12 security guards in suits moved with Woojin. Why are there so many people here? It is the interview day. Ah. The people packing the street was all here to apply to Allendal? Woojin concentrated as he looked at the crowd. Most of them were between level 11 and 30. They were rank F and E roused. Isn't that Kang Woojin? I think it is. He looks exactly like the pictures. Their murmurs reached Woojin's ears. It was obvious that Woojin was someone of importance. He was surrounded by 12 security guards. When Woojin reached the front gate of Allendal, Prime Minister Young Minchen, Woo Sung-hun, and the employees were gathered there to greet Woojin. Today is the interview day. Yes, President. We haven't let them in yet. People were gathered in front of Allendal's front gate. It was as if they were examinees waiting to enter the testing ground. Also, it wasn't as if there were only Koreans present here. There were plenty people from around the world, who wanted to join Allendal. I'm busy. Let's pick them right now. What? We haven't even separated them into ranks. It was still early in the morning. If he knew Woojin would arrive so early, he would have sent out an early notice. It's all right. Ranks aren't important. Woojin climbed the front wall. Quiet. His voice hadn't been loud, but everyone's attention was drawn towards Woojin. He had put magical energy into his voice, and even the people in the back could hear him clearly. The people I choose will become citizens and roused of Allendal. I'll start the selection. This wasn't an interview process. It was a selection process. He was going to pick those with high potential for growth. Woojin used a combination of basic skills like observation, measurement, and analysis to sort out the people. You, and you. Pass. Me. The process had started very abruptly. The people that were chosen were confused, but they passed through the front gate with delight. The support given to the roused of Allendal was the best in the world. They would be trained by Kang Woojin, the best roused of Earth. Moreover, each chosen roused would be given a support staff much larger than what other guilds gave. After making the selections, Woojin drew a line. All right. Everyone else beyond this point can go home. The people behind the line should step forward now. The 500 people addressed by Woojin started to talk amongst themselves. One of the braver souls spoke up. How can you do this to us? That right. How can you judge a person from a single glance? Woojin smirked. If you have a problem, you should become a king. What an unreasonable. Don't you have to give us a fair opportunity? That's right. I have confidence I'll do well if chosen. Please let us take a test. Being noticed by Kang Woojin was the test. Even if he chose people with high potential, there might be people he might not get along with, and some might not be able to adjust to Woojin. Everyone good at swordplay didn't correlate to everyone becoming a great killer. Everyone had different potential and propensity. The first step was to sort them out through potential. All right. I'll give you all a chance. These people wouldn't understand him even if he explained it. It would be better to show them. Shoo shoo shoo. He summoned the Death Knight Al-Assad in front of the gate. Al-Assad had just barely reached the AA rank or the 7th circle when he was alive. When he was reborn as a Death Knight, he was able to gain the abilities of an S rank or an 8th circle. I don't have time to waste. If you last 30 seconds, you pass. However, the price of failure is your life. Anyone want to take up the challenge? The cat got everyone's tongue. A challenge with one's life on the line. It was basically a choice of dying or lasting for 30 seconds to get into Allendal. Several people shook their head from side to side, and they left without any regret in their heart. However, most of the people just stood there watching how the situation would develop. They were waiting for Kang Woojin to give them some other options. I'll attempt it. At that moment, a roused standing in the back line stepped forward pompously. Woojin's eyebrows twitched when he observed him. Ho-oh! It's a 7th circle. He never expected an AA rank roused to show up. This was the first time Woojin had seen him, but this wasn't the case with everyone else. It's Kim Kong-chul. That's right. It's Kim Kong-chul. He was the number 1 ranked roused in Korea before Kang Woojin had appeared. It was the free roused, who wasn't affiliated with any guild. Kim Kong-chul had appeared. Chapter 158, God of Earth. Chapter 158, God of Earth. Kim Kong-chul. Woojin tilted his head. Even Woojin had heard about him. Kim Kong-chul was the fastest to reach rank A as a roused in Korea. He was an eccentric roused, who had refused to establish his own guild, and he also refused to join the other guilds. He had a somewhat stocky body. His hairline had receded halfway, and he had broad facial feature. He was someone that gave off a favorable impression. May I speak with you for a brief moment? Why? You want to join us? All I want is a conversation with the King of Allendal. Then come back later. I'm Kim Kong-chul. I know. Woojin looked at the security guards below him. Take him out. Yes. The security guards rushed towards Kim Kong-chul. Please leave. Kim Kong-chul shut his mouth, and he dug in his heels. The security guards could do nothing. Kim Kong-chul used to have the title of being the best roused of Korea. The security guards were normal people, so they didn't know what to do. When they hesitated, Woojin frowned. Kim Kong-chul looked up to look at the man standing atop the wall. If I last 30 seconds against this Death Knight, will you set aside some time to have a conversation with me? Woojin shook his head from side to side. You are barking up the wrong tree. I'm busy. Come back later. If I don't talk to you right now, wouldn't it be difficult to get a hold of you later? Then we won't have to ever meet again. However, Kim Kong Chul stuck to his guns. If Kang Woojin went into a dungeon, Kim Kong Chul had no idea when he'll get to meet him next. I just need a moment of your time. How annoying. Woojin jumped down from the wall. Woojin wasn't a small man. When he faced Kim Kong Chul, he was very imposing. When the crowd felt the volatile atmosphere, they stepped backwards to give the two men space. You are turning out to be a headache. What do you want? Do you want an interview? At Woojin's words, Kim Kong Chul shook his head as if he had been put in an awkward situation. I have something else I have to do, so joining your outfit might be problematic. I just need a little bit of your time to talk. Chaang. Woojin summoned his long sword and he swung it. Kim Kong Chul reflexively withdrew a dagger from his jacket. He parried as he retreated backwards. What the hell are you doing? This is the start of a special interview that will be conducted by me. Woojin continued to speak. If you last 30 seconds, you're hired. What kind of nonsense? Gang. Kim Kong Chul couldn't protest any longer. Woojin's sword strikes were getting very close to hitting him. He didn't dare speak or breath wrong. Kaang, Kong. The sudden sword fight had everyone in the surrounding retreating backwards. He's really trying to kill me. Kim Kong Chul felt the threat to his own life. Kang Woojin's eyes twinkled. He's pretty decent. 10 seconds. Woojin's sword strikes changed. Shushu, cha. Woojin's movements was much faster. Kim Kong Chul was moving his hands and feet in a dizzying manner, but blood was starting to erupt from various parts of his body. However, these were very superficial cuts on his skin. Is he taking it easy on me? When that thought entered his mind, he allowed a significant attack to slip through his defense. Poo! Shit! The sword had pierced through his shoulder, and Kim Kong Chul stabbed back with his dagger with ill intent. If he had known he was going to fight, he would have brought his main weapon. He regretted not bring it. The dagger swung by him couldn't even graze against Woojin's clothes. Qua dang! At Woojin's kick, Kim Kong Chul fell over. Before he could right himself, a low kick flew in to knock him down once again. Ooh! The unfortunate part was that a sword had come flying in instead of a kick on the following attack. Suka! Kuaa! Kim Kang Chul's leg was cut by Woojin's sword. This is insane. I'm leaving. There was unrest amongst the spectators, and they were moving away as if they were running away. The scene was a pandemonium. Wu Sunghun became mute, and Young Minchin put his hand on his forehead. The president had made another accident again. Kim Kong Chul was. Poo! Kua! The sword didn't stop. He cut the tendons in Kim Kong Chul's sword arm, and Woojin planted his sword on the opposite shoulder. The blade went through the shoulder, and it embedded itself in the ground. Ooh! As the blood was leaking out all over the floor, Woojin crouched in front of Kim Kong Chul. 30 seconds has passed. See, crazy bastard! Woojin grinned at Kim Kong Chul's words. It is a waste to kill you like this, so you pass the interview. Kim Kong Chul displayed hostility at Woojin's bright words. Hung! Just kill me. Yes, I will. In the end, it didn't matter if he was alive or not. Some people were more easy to deal with in their death. Woojin gripped the sword that was embedded in Kim Kong Chul's shoulder. The sword had been placed in an excellent location. If he used a little bit more force, he would be able to separate the head from the body. Wait a moment. What? Keep your last words short. Please spare me. Hey! Hadn't he been the number one roused in Korea? Did he have no backbone? As if he had read the intent in Woojin's eyes, Kim Kong Chul spoke quickly. I'll join your guild. Yes. You will join in your death. I want live and join. You do. Please. Kim Kong Chul felt a sense of urgency. Woojin frowned as if what he heard was disagreeable. Wouldn't it be more convenient to use a bastard like you in your death? You can't. I have something I have to do to save the earth. Hey! Geez! Are you trying to feed me a lie? When Woojin gripped his sword again, Kim Kong-chul revealed his final card. I'm here to give you a message from Dr. Toppler. Where is that son of a bitch? Woojin's reacted as if he was infuriated. Kim Kong-chul realized he had been too careless in coming here. He regretted his lack of preparation. He said I just needed to deliver a message. Anyways, the situation had turned for the worst. It seemed Kang Woojin didn't have any good feelings towards Dr. Toppler. No matter how he looked at it, Kim Kong-chul was in a bad spot. Let's go in. There were still too many eyes in their surrounding. Woojin pulled out the sword stuck in Kim Kong-chul's shoulder in an annoyed fashion. Kuub. Woojin unsummoned his sword, and he looked around his surrounding. It seemed most people had run away, and only several dozen people remained. They were hanging around with fear in their gazes. You guys over there! What? Are you talking to us? When Woojin's attention fell on them, the remaining people spoke out with trembling voices. Yes. You guys all pass. Come in. Woojin turned around, and he headed towards the front gate. Al-Assad had been watching from the side. Al-Assad picked up Kim Kong-chul by his mangled leg, and it slung him over its back. Kua! The bones in his leg was twisted in an unseemly fashion, yet Al-Assad didn't pay any attention to it. It just followed after Woojin. Please be a little bit more gentle with me. Be thankful you still have your flesh and blood. Al-Assad's terrifying nature was briefly revealed, and Kim Kong-chul shut his mouth. He had been famous for being Korea's #1 roused, but he didn't get any special treatments in Allendal. Should we head in? Should we run away? They were the leftover roused, who had come here for the interview. They gulped as they saw the trail of blood. The chosen roused were standing on other side of the front gate, and their faces were white from fear. I would like all the successful applicants to gather here. Woo Sung-hoon quickly organized everyone, and he quickly gathered the conflicted applicants. The security guards and the employees quickly cleared away the mess in front of the gate. Aside from Kim Kong-chul, Allendal had just finalized in hiring 23 new roused employees. The president's room had turned into the king's office. The owner of Allendal was having a private audience with a sickly patient that needed to be sent to the emergency room immediately. I'm busy. Hurry up and tell me. Can you heal me? Why should I? You are going to die anyways. What do you plan to do? Then I won't speak. Then I'll just kill you. When Woojin stretched his hand out, the warrior's weapon in its dagger form was summoned. I'll speak. I don't want to listen to you anymore. When Woojin took a step closer, Kim Kong-chul spoke rapidly. He said if you want to save Earth from the Tronet, you have to gather the codes. You forgot to introduce yourself. Woojin was another step closer. His sharp blade was gleaming. Kim Kong-chul's Adam's apple moved as he gulped down the saliva produced by his fear. Kim Kong-chul. I have no affiliation with any guilds. No, I'm being sponsored by the Moon World. Moon World. Woojin stopped walking. Kim Kong-chul let out a sigh of relief. What is that? Dr. Toppler is part of that organization. Is it the name of their planet? That's my guess too. Woojin remembered Dr. Doppler's words. We share a same goal. Woojin wanted to sever all the links between Tronet and Earth. Toppler wanted to do the same for his own planet. Kim Kang-chul, who was in front of him, said he wanted to protect Earth. What is a code? I have no idea. I was just told to deliver this message to you. A code. Woojin touched his chin. Well, all right. Woo. Then you'll treat me now. You will defend Earth. You'll work for Earth in your death. If you kill me, you will be unable to contact the Moon World. If they get frustrated, they'll contact me again. You have no credibility. It is easier to use you in death. He was trying to kill a person, because it was convenient for him. I'm not a bad guy. If you let me live, I'll join Allendal. Just allow me work independently. Hey. Geez. He had just found a guy similar to Sung Hoon. No, he couldn't read Kim Kong Chul's intent unlike Sung Hoon. Does that mean he was worse than Sung Hoon? He was going to be dead soon, so why was he suggesting these ridiculous proposals? As expected, he should just... Woojin raised his dagger. Wait a moment. Didn't I tell you I'll join Allendal? I'll make sure you do. No, he wanted to do join in life rather than death. Kim Kong Chul desperately tried come up with something to say. However, he saw Woojin's expression, and he realized he would be killed no matter what he said. What kind of a devil was this? Before Woojin could bring down his dagger, the door opened. What is it? I left instructions that no one may enter here. President. That is. What? Woojin asked when he saw Sung Hoon's urgent expression. Miss is awake. Miss. I'm talking about Kang Suo Nim. Woojin had his dagger in his hand as he looked at Kim Kong Chul, who was on the floor. I'll pledge my loyalty to you. Please spare me. How could he trust such a lightweight? It was a wonder as to how this guy had become the first rank A roused in Korea. He didn't even receive help from a guild. Moon World. A picture was forming inside his head. They had sponsored Kim Kong Chul. Money? Nope. Dr. Toppler was able to brazenly create a dungeon in his house. Woojin had chased after him, but Toppler had disappeared using some unknown method. He was a strange one. At the very least, he was someone who had gotten closer to finding out the fundamentals and secrets of the dungeons. A group of people like him had groomed Kim Kong Chul. What was their purpose? President. We have to. All right. Woojin dismissed his longsword. If he wanted to find out more information, it would be better to make Kim Kong Chul a death knight. However, Kim Kong Chul might have more value as a hostage. He might be more useful that way. I'll see you a little bit later. Woojin looked at Woo Sung Hoon. Keep a watch over him. Yes, sir. Woojin exited through the door. Sung Hoon and Kim Kong Chul was the only one left in the room. Ooh. Woo Sung Hoon looked at Kim Kong Chul's tattered appearance. One of his leg was cut, and his right arm was mangled. Just a brief look at Kim Kong Chul's state had made Sung Hoon become nauseous. However, Kim Kong Chul was lying there calmly as if he wasn't feeling any pain. Look here, my man. I'm the chief secretary. All right. Anyways, have you ever thought about this? How could he speak when he was basically a half-dead corpse? Woo Sung Hoon replied as he felt a mixture of uneasiness and curiosity. About what? Do you believe in coincidences? Ah. What the hell are you talking about? He was talking about nonsense. Sung Hoon was about to express his irritation when a rock flew towards him. Puh. He saw what was flying towards him, but Sung Hoon couldn't dodge it. Kim Kong Chul's shoulder was a mess, so he had thrown the stone with the flick of his wrist. However, it was still a stone thrown by a rank AA roused. Tulsa. Sung Hoon fell over as he foamed at the mouth. When he saw this, Kim Kong Chul reached forward in mid-air, and he brought out a potion. He took it out from the other dimension. It was akin to an inventory. Chic. He sprayed the potion on various wounds, and he soon found his strength returning again. God is taking a kindly interest in me. Kim Kong Chul opened the window, and he jumped out of it. Chapter 159, God of Earth, 2. Chapter 159, God of Earth, 2. There was a crowd of people in front of Suo's room. When Woojin arrived, he saw Dujewon and Cindy within the crowd. Woojin. Jiwon's voice was filled with worry and misery. However, she couldn't console Woojin. No, it wasn't a situation where she needed to console him. The unconscious Seoul had just woken up. I'll talk to you later. All right. Woojin walked past the people, and he entered the room. His mother's face was filled with tears, and her nose was running. She feebly turned her head towards him. Woojin ah! My Seoul! Seoul doesn't recognize her mother. Who? It's all right. Woojin patted his mother on the back. She had temporary amnesia. She had become a priestess that will deliver the divine words. However, he had never encountered a situation where the host's memories were erased. It wasn't an amnesia. Some being had borrowed her body, and its aura was surrounding the small girl. A god was manifesting itself by borrowing the body of the priestess. Currently, this girl wasn't his Dongseng, Seoul. It was literally the unknown god itself. Please leave for a moment. Li Sujiang's feet was heavy from worry, but they weren't going to get anywhere by her staying here. She exited the room. When the room was occupied by the two of them, the being opened her closed eyes. A blinding light was leaking out of her eyes. It was almost impossible to face her. Woojin frowned as he asked a question. Shouldn't you at least give an introduction? You don't know your name? Try picking one. Jesus, Shakyamuni, Allah. What else is there? Woojin made invidious remarks. She opened her lips when she heard him. However, the sound wasn't delivered to his ears. I was born from the seed when this planet went through the quickening recently. Why would I have a name? HOH. You are a nameless god. The quickening happened recently. Was there no other gods on earth? This might be the first god to arrive. I met you when I took my first step. However, I've known you for a long time. The smile on Woojin's face disappeared. Why don't you speak intelligently, so I can understand what you are saying? I've been watching your deeds. The light being emitted by her eyes dimmed. Ha! The gods are all the same. The gods he met on Alphen was like this. He didn't know why they spoke in such a transient manner. Accompanying a moan, the falling little girl returned to being his Dongseng, Seoul. The oppressive magical energy surrounding her had disappeared. Woojin hugged her as she was about to fall to the floor. Ooh, okay. Seoul's eyes were half closed, and her vision flickered. When she saw Woojin, she labored to part her lips. Appa. Yes. It's your Appa. She had suffered a lot. If she hadn't been able to endure the process, she would have died. She managed to endure, and she had delivered the god's voice. In a flash, Kang Suo had gained the power of the fifth circle. In Earth's rank, she was already a rank B roused. Appa. In my dream, Woojin gave Suo a tight hug. You did good. He was thankful she was able to endure the process, and he was thankful that she was still alive. Suo blinked her eyes at Woojin's uncharacteristic gesture. So what is the name of the friend that appeared in your dream? Hey? I don't know its name. All right. I'll call Mother. You should rest a little bit. Yes. She had the ability of a fifth circle priestess. She would be able to use her abilities through her prayers. Suo will grow up to be a special existence. She would be like the current priestess of the Arya Church, Melody. When Woojin exited the room, an employee with a panicked face ran towards him. Something terrible has happened. Kim Kong-chul has run away. Woojin wrinkled up his forehead. He turned his head slightly to look into Suo's room, which he had just exited. Woojin ah! When Jiwon called his name, Woojin's gaze landed on her. Her pristine soul was shaking a little bit. I'll see you later. Yes. All right. Woojin mussed Jiwon's head once, then he walked down the corridor. Cindy was by Jiwon's side, and she asked in a small voice. Wu. Woojin is incredibly busy. Yes, he is. Are you okay with that? It was announced that you are his girlfriend, but in truth, you don't get to see him often. Haha. I'm all right. She wasn't lying. Ji-won really didn't mind. Kang Woojin was busy, and she completely understood it. He had saved her life. How shameless would it be for her to complain to get attention from him? Ji-won was just thankful that she was able to watch him from close-by. He was a dangerous and busy person. He was the hero that was saving Earth. Did you even kiss him yet? Hey! At Cindy's question, Ji-won's face turned bright red. Then she looked around her surrounding, and she spoke in a small voice. We shouldn't speak about such things here. This was the room where the unconscious Suo had just woken up. It wasn't the place to joke about such stuff. Ji-won led Cindy by her hand as they exited the room. You have it pretty rough. Cindy let out a sigh. She was the lover of the most famous man in the world, yet it looked to be a hard life to be loved by him. So when are you going back home? Am I a bother? I didn't mean it that way. Cindy was surprised by Ji-won's sudden question. When she replied back, Ji-won shook her head. A couple days ago, Cindy had called her out of the blue. Cindy seemed to have suffered lingering trauma from the reunion, and she had halted all her media activity. She was on a break. However, it seemed she still had anxiety attacks, so she had asked Ji-won for help. Cindy had wondered if she could recuperate in Allendale. Ji-won received permission from Minchun, who was the Prime Minister, and she had invited Cindy over. Cindy had already lived with her for 3 days, and Ji-won had a feeling that this living situation would last for a long time. It seems not everyone can be the lover of a hero. I don't think I could do it even if it cost me my life. Ji-won didn't have a retort for Cindy's words. Woojin looked out the broken window as he surveyed the bustling training ground. Then he turned his gaze towards the fallen Woo Sung-hun. He isn't conscious, but he is still alive. At the security guard's words, Woojin plucked a soul that was hovering around him, and he let it absorb into Sung-hun. Sung-hun had regained his vigor. He let out a moan as he got off the floor. President? No, my king. What happened? He was talking nonsense when he suddenly threw something at me. Afterwards, What did he say? I can't remember. He was saying something about whether coincidences can happen in this world. Coincidence? Woojin let out a bitter laugh. Was it called the Moon World? Toppler was part of this organization, and they were supporting Kim Kong-chul. Those bastards wanted to talk with Woojin. However, they wanted to do so while hiding their real identities in the dark. You should take care of your body more. You should exercise a little bit. How could he face aroused just from doing some exercise? In the first place, there wasn't anyone in Allendale right now that could keep Kim Kong-chul aside from Woojin. It was partially Kang Woojin's fault. He had thought Kim Kong-chul was in a defenseless state. Well, you should get some rest. You over there. Tell Minchun to come to my room. Yes, sir. Before the secretary could exit, he started to backpedal. It seemed young Minchun had already heard the news, and he had come running to this location. It wasn't necessary to call him. What happened? What do you think happened? Put Kim Kong-chul on the wanted list. What? For what crime? If one objectively looks at the circumstances, the president. It looks as if the king had kidnapped Mr. Kim Kong-chul. Kim Kong-chul had appeared for the interview, and Woojin had abruptly fought with him. Woojin had dragged a half-crippled Kim Kong-chul into Allendale. As if troubled by Minchun's words, Woojin stroked his chin. Then he looked towards the damaged window. Just say he committed vandalism. He just had to make up a crime. This won't hold up in Korea. I'm not trying to catch him. Just do it. Understood. Minchin was quick on the uptake, so he understood the purpose behind Woojin's order. If a bulletin on his wanted status was sent out, the suspect will have to constantly look over his back. He'll be extra careful as not to be found, and this will restrict his movements. Woojin wanted to suppress Kim Kong-chul's activities. Tell me if the preparation for the General Guild Assembly is going well. I'll be out in 3 days' time. Yes. People from numerous guilds around the world are arriving in Korea. We've provided them a place to stay at the KH Hotel. You take care of those details. What about the newly chosen employees? We are doing a background check, and we have to gauge each of their abilities. Send them into my room. I'll return after training them for about 3 days. He said 3 days, but it was 12 days' time inside the dungeon. They had just joined an hour ago, yet they would be going into a dungeon with Kang Woojin. Will they be able to quickly adapt? Isn't it too early? Maybe we should prepare them a little bit more before deploying them. The problem is whether they'll be able to adapt. Minchin. Yes, sir. Woojin's single word stopped Prime Minister Jung Minchin's words in its track. The ones that adapt well will survive the battle. Right. Yes. If they are to adapt well to the situation, they need to be trained well. You are correct. I'm not taking them to a war zone. It is only a hunting ground. Depending on the person, it wasn't a hunting ground. It was a place where one had to fiercely compete for one's survival. However, Minchin did refute his words. I'll immediately prepare them, and I'll send them up. I won't wait long. Ready them quickly. Yes, sir. As if he had said all he needed to say, Woojin exited the room to go up to his office. Woo! Jung Minchin let out the breath he had been holding. He didn't know if it was Kim Kong-chul's escape or Kang Suo's recovered consciousness, but Kang Woojin's mood was sharp. It was different from his normal mood. Minchin immediately went to the conference room where the new recruits were waiting for him. They were going through the contract with a fine-toothed comb. When they signed it, they'll gain citizenship to Allendal. They would become citizens of Allendal, but business were conducted like any other guild. They had to clear and maintain dungeons. Moreover, they had to suppress the monster when breaks occurred. The only thing different was that no country held jurisdiction over this guild. Moreover, Allendal operated with the world as its stage. No, they even operated in planets located in different dimensions. I want all your attention. The 23 pairs of worried eyes headed towards Prime Minister Jung Minchin. Everyone will be following the king into a dungeon right now. What are you talking about? We haven't even signed the contract yet. That's right. We haven't even decided if we are going to join, yet you suddenly spring a dungeon run on us. Minchin shook his head from side to side as if he was in a difficult spot. That isn't important right now. I want you all to engrave my words into your heart. It will increase your chance for survival. When you enter the dungeon, do not stray far away from the king, and this includes the Death Knights. Look here. Don't we have any rights here? Isn't this too forceful of a method? I don't want to join this guild. I'll be leaving. Please let me out. The people, who passed the interview, continued to complain. Minchin's complexion darkened. It seemed these people were under some kind of a delusion. At that moment, the conference room's door opened, and Kang Woojin entered. Everyone's gathered. It seemed Woojin hadn't planned on waiting. He immediately came looking for them. If everyone is here, we'll go. Seeing. Woojin opened the portal heading towards Allendal. Nervousness appeared on the faces of people when the portal was suddenly formed. I'm out. Woojin looked at the person, who spoke, as he tilted his head. Says who? What? Woojin looked at every single face once before he opened his mouth. I want to protect Earth. What about you guys? Why was he talking in such grandiose terms? Everyone was having a hard time answering the question. Woojin continued to speak. If you are here for a free ride, you can leave. Really? We can leave here. Of course, you'll have to leave Earth. What kind of? Woojin smirked as he stood in front of the portal. If you want to pass through this portal as a dead skeleton, take a seat. If you want to be alive when you leave, get in a single line. Start. Kudatong. Before Woojin's words could end, people pushed aside the desk. They scrambled to form a line in front of Woojin. Tell me your numbers. 1. 2. 23. I am the last number. Woojin put on a satisfied smile. I want to welcome all of you for becoming members of Alendal. Woojin's voice sounded like the voice of a devil guarding the entrance to hell. In fact, the red portal looked like the entrance to hell to the newly recruited roused. They had on an agonized expression as they passed through the portal entrance. Chapter 160 We are the new recruits. Chapter 160 We are the new recruits. They had expected a dangerous dungeon to be present across the red portal. However, their expectation was broken as a well-maintained castle appeared in front of them. They couldn't help but be puzzled by this. Kang Woojin was unlike his previous self where he had put the fear of God in the new recruits. He was unusually free and easy. Get in line. I have a question. I don't take any questions. Yes, sir. His words were still very rough. You. Step forward. Yes. Woojin stared at the man in front of him. You are rank E. Yes. You are correct. How many abilities do you have? I have 3. Show it to me. You want me to do it here? Of course. Where else are you going to do it? Hurry up and show me. Yes, sir. Kim Junyoung possessed a simple electric attack, telekinesis that could move objects, and a buff that slightly improved his physical ability. You really learned a motley of skills. I'm sorry. It wasn't as if he had learned these abilities, because he wanted to learn them. He naturally developed these roused abilities. The problem was that his abilities didn't complement each other at all. Then he had hesitated in determining which ability he wanted to focus on. This in turn delayed his growth. He was what many people referred to as a mutt. What are you sorry for? However, Woojin liked the mutt characters the most. The strengthening of abilities could be resolved by working them hard. However, it was better to have numerous abilities. This man hadn't used skill books. He had naturally developed 3 roused skills, and that was respectable. It meant he had high growth potential. Eat this. Woojin purchased a reinforcement stone that went well with Kim Junyoung from the dimensional store. The items he bought from the achievement store was non-transferable. However, the items bought from dimensional store could be given to others, and the intrinsic effect within these items weren't diminished at all. Then there were the items from the miscellaneous store, reinforcement stone store, weapons shop, and others buildings located in his domain. He had access to their products through the dimensional store. What is this? I won't take any questions. He didn't know what it was yet he was expected to eat it. Kim Junyoung looked ready to cry as he received the reinforcement stone. The roused next to him had been watching Kim Junyoung, and he was cautious as he spoke up. It looks like a reinforcement stone. Just shut up and absorb it. Really? Kim Junyoung held the reinforcement stone as if he couldn't believe what was happening. Kim Junyoung was confused by his current situation. His eyes met Kang Woojin's eyes. I'm always right. Hurry up and eat it. Do it before you die. He wasn't sure if Woojin was nice or brutal. Kim Junyoung opened his eyes after absorbing the reinforcement stone, and he saw several more laid out in front of him. Eat it in order. When he turned his gaze, he caught sight of all the other people absorbing the reinforcement stones. Is it really okay to shovel all of this into us? He wanted to ask the question, but he knew he would be disciplined again. So he didn't dare voice his question. Even the ones that inadequately increased one's abilities were expensive. Even if he was given an inefficient reinforcement stone, it was basically a luxury item. He couldn't believe his luck today. He'll be able to absorb numerous reinforcement stones in a row. The reinforcement stone were of the highest quality. He could feel his strength increase. How much was this all worth? Several $100,000. These were amazing items that he couldn't even dream about eating, yet Kang Woojin was shoveling these items towards him. Kang Woojin looked like an angel to him right now. I want you to learn all of this. Woojin gave him consecutive skill books. Even the worst skill books were worth couple $100,000. This was how laughable money was in regards to skills. The amount of items he consumed was worth couple $100,000, no, it might sell for millions on auction. He was only a rank aroused. The gifts were too excessive to merely call it a kindness. I'm sure he is a tsundere. Kim Jong-un thought he had a rough idea on what was going on. He now knew what kind of man Kang Woojin was. Kim Junyoung looked at him with eyes full of goodwill. Woojin silently waited as the 23 new recruits absorbed the reinforcement stones, and they learned the skills. They needed a basic foundation of skills and stats. Then they could be trained. The fact that he knew their level, and what type of abilities they possessed didn't mean he could discern their battle style and tendencies. This meant he had to let them loose after teaching them the basics. The path for their growth will eventually be revealed. Well, if you are done, we are going to the training ground. He had already closed the earlier portal he had used to return here. He had no choice, but to go through Nisha's pillar if he wanted to reach planet Jakku. When they followed him through the portal, they arrived at a dungeon where the enormous Nisha's pillar was located at. These new recruits exited the domain, and they took their first steps onto the planet Jakku. Their expressions varied. There were fear, excitement, anticipation, confidence, tension and other emotions. There was a broad spectrum of emotions on their faces. They were scared, but it seemed they wanted to test out their newly learned skills, and the newly absorbed power from the reinforcement stones. However, it wouldn't be efficient for him to teach each one of them. This was the reason why he had trained underlings beforehand, so they could do the work for him. Kak! A roar split the sky. The new recruits whispered to each other as they saw the wyvern approaching their location. It's a monster. It's a wyvern. Shit. Isn't it too strong for our first battle? No. Look over there. There is a person on top of it. They were talking to each other as if they were on a picnic. Woojin smirked when he saw this. Grow up fast and well. The person, who appeared on the wyvern, was none other than Che Hesal. She had come here when Woojin called for her. I'm sorry I'm late. It's fine. You'll do well in teaching the new recruits. Try to find out their tendencies. Yes, sir. We are returning to Earth in 12 days. These guys will now be directly under your command. A unit under me. This is why you learned the telepathy skill. Now you can use it properly. Hesal felt her heart beat faster. She had learned the telepathy skill, so she would someday directly command a unit. How much do I have to train them? Well, it is up to you. Just make sure they are adequately useful. Adequate. She spoke softly as she repeated his words. Woojin patted Hesal's shoulder. I'll see you later. Yes, sir. Woojin summoned his phantom steed Xing Xing. He got on, and he disappeared in the opposite direction from where Hesal had arrived. She was trying very hard not to smile as she looked at the 23 new recruits that had been abandoned on a foreign planet. They are my new recruits. How long had it been? This was different from looking at the new recruits during her military days. These were her subordinates under her direct command. It felt as if she had been given the opportunity to lead a special forces unit. Get into a column with 4 lines. Hesal grinned when she saw their puzzled face. Do as you are told. The group was still slow to move. Kim Junyoung, who was in the front of the line, asked her a question. "Excuse me. Are you Director Che Hesal?" These were roused, who had interviewed, because they wanted to join Allendale. There were only few roused in Allendale, so Che Hesal was already famous. Of course, he recognized her. "I am. He. I look forward to working with you." Hesal stared at the hand extended by Kim Junhyang. "Shuk, putta." Hesal's fist moved past Kim Junhyang's outstretched hand, and it buried itself deeply in his stomach. "If you aren't given an order, don't move." "Guu." Kim Junhyang was writhing on the floor as he moaned. The new roused recruits were frozen in place. Did everyone in Allendale not know about human rights? Eek! Why did you suddenly do that? "I want to be trained by the president." It looked as if Che Hesal was posturing unnecessarily to make herself look strong. Kang Woojin had unhesitatingly given him items, so he thought Kang Woojin was 1,000 times better than her. Instead of answering, Hesal's foot answered his hostile attitude. "Putta. Kudu." Junhyang was sent flying 3 meters. He rolled across the floor as he let out a moan. "You can't even crawl, yet you are trying to fly." He wanted to be trained by Kang Woojin? He was asking for his own death. The only person here that would most definitely kill a person for being slow was the king of Allendale, Kang Woojin. He didn't differentiate between the living and the dead. "You can't crawl yet. However, I'll make it so that you can walk." She had received an order from the king. She was told to make them into adequate roused. "I am tasked to making you guys into rank B roused in 12 days. This is the start to your hellish training." Most of them were rank E. There were only several rank D roused sprinkled in the group, yet she was suddenly aiming for rank B? If one reached that rank, most guilds promoted one to director. "We'll start the training." Kiavuk. Che Hesal somehow looked very cheerful. As if to answer her cheerful voice, the wyvern let out a long answering cry. Lava was boiling across this large stretch of land. It would have been better if this lava had been emitted by a volcano. He couldn't avoid it. Dodging was useless. From within the lava, the flame dragon Hydra was continuously letting out flame from its mouth. There was a person flying across this hot stretch of land, and he was nimbly dodging the flame breath. There was one living being and one dead being watching from afar. "Sungu is pretty decent now." "Goo ha ha." The bastard got quickly used to being wrapped in flames. Sungu's ability to adapt to flame-type magic was peerless. No magician would get burnt from the flame that was made by oneself. One was able to safely control one's flame through magical energy. However, there were those few that could assimilate others' magical energy. This type of person could then absorb the enemy's attack. Sungu had just entered into a level where he was able to do this. He always talked about wanting to be a magician. He got his wish. Sungu was desperately dodging from location to location. If one saw his face right now, it made one question if he was truly happy from achieving this goal. However, Woojin had helped him achieve the goal he always talked about. "We have 11 days left. I want you to teach him well until then." "Goo ha ha. I'll make it so that he'll be fine even if he was roasted by the fires of hell." Woojin nodded his head in satisfaction. Jinus was always reliable. The colony took 4 days to clear. The colony city was occupied by a very striking ogre with a red beard. Dujimin and his party members continued to use guerrilla tactics, and they were able to lure out the Dimensional Lord and kill it. It was easy to clear a colony without its Dimensional Lord. The Dimensional Lord could no longer refill his forces using the Dimensional Store. They were slow and steady in their attack. The number of enemies were decreasing incrementally, and their eradication was only a matter of time. Moreover, the forces defending the colony weren't all elite troops. "Kneel before me. This is the difference between you and I. Jimin. Stop playing around. We have to go quickly." "Yes, Hyung Nim." Dujimin's movements were more relaxed than before, and his battles were more even-keeled. It looked as if he had lost some of the majesty of being a noble of the night, but this only proved to enhance his presence more. Whew! Alendal is all full of monsters. Haha! Jung Do-hyung Nim should join Alendal. I have so many families depending on me. How can I do such a thing? Heh. We'll move after I drink from this one. Baek Jung Do couldn't help but laugh. Alendal was really filled with monsters. Even now Hong Sunga was the main reason behind the wildfire spreading across this planet, and Dujimin had easily leapfrogged Baek Jung Do in terms of power. Then there was the powerful holy magic of the Holy Maiden. She could bring anyone back to life if the person had a single breath left. Blanca's improvement in his abilities were slow, but he was quickly meshing well with the party. Dujimin drank the blood from the troll he defeated. He was able to receive a portion of its ability, and his stats would increase a little bit. His regeneration ability would slightly improve too. You are eating well now. Woojin appeared on his phantom steed. He dismounted. Hyung. You are here? Is it time to do a dimensional battle? Yes. We have a little time left. I want you to finish what you are eating. Yes, Hyung. Dujimin started to drink from the troll's neck again. It seemed he had fully accepted that he was a vampire. It seemed his sense of identity as a human had lessened. He looked pretty natural when he drank the blood. However, Baek Jung Do wasn't still used to it. He looked on with a bit of uneasiness on his face. We have 2 days left. Whew! Time really flies. In terms of Earth time, 1 week had passed. In terms of how much time passed here, it had been almost a month. They would be returning to Earth in 2 days. Baek Jung Do also had gained a lot during that time. It was a little bit of a letdown, only because the people around him were growing at the pace of monsters. Will Hyung go to Alphen on the first trip? Hoo. I'm thankful for the offer, but I can't. I have to form an official expedition group that'll be sent from the KH Guild. Alphen was a completely different situation from Jakku. Over half of the dimensional lords in Alphen occupied one of the 72 great thrones. Woojin had made a clean sweep of the Yellow Lizard Coalition on Earth, so there had been a power vacuum in Jakku. The difficulty of the situation on Alphen was on a whole different level. Well, I'll see you in 2 days. With pleasure. Woojin opened a portal, and he took Dujimin, who was used to traveling now, back to his dimensional domain. Chapter 161 We are the new recruits, 2. Chapter 161 We are the new recruits, 2. I'm dead. Kim Junyoung already had this thought before, and this thought had repeated itself countless of times. The ground was sticky, and the overgrown trees were blocking his vision. It caused him to feel irritated. Kiak. Shit. He was now used to the sound of the lizardman's cry. It was telling its comrade to gather, since it had found the praise. Unfortunately, the praise was the humans. The prey was his Alendal comrades including himself. There are 2 target to your 9 o'clock. Set the trap, then retreat to your 3 o'clock. Shit. When Hesol's commands rang out in his head, Junyoung hurriedly set the magical trap, and he retreated. Unlike his grumblings, his footsteps didn't cause any sound as it brushed by the surrounding vegetation. His movements were stealthy. Kwang. At the sound of the trap's activation, Hesol's additional order rang out in his head. Rejoin the team by heading toward your 7 o'clock. You'll be participating in the close combat. Junyoung hurriedly oriented himself towards the direction indicated. The battle wasn't too far away from where he had set the trap. Kayak. His comrades will be there. Ha-HP. He let out a shout of concentration, and he started running with a low-grade sword in his hand. It was something he stole from a lizardman. It had a pretty good balance, so it was quite useful. Kwajik. Die, please. He was trying to extract the sword that was stuck on its thick hide. Junyang was frantically kicking at the lizardman, and he gathered his magical energy to emit an electric shock. Podzidzi equals Jeek. Before he came here, he was a rank aroused that was able to use telekinesis and electric shock. He was most often sent to the rear of the party. However, it was useless to have a strict structure in this place. He had a role, but the work he had to do differed depending on the situation. One had to swing a sword, cooperate with others, use magic and set down traps. However, this wasn't special to him. All the members of the group had to learn numerous skills, and they were now quite adept at using those skills. Only those who adapted quickly survived. There were only 7 comrades left around him. Hoo! Kim Junyang looked at the battlefield with a cruel light in his eyes. 12 lizardmen had been ruthlessly killed. Good job! Junyang quickly turned his head when he heard her actual voice. Che Hesal was looking at him as she smiled. He looked back at her with murder in his eyes. Lower your eyes. If you have a complaint, come at me. Junyang grudgingly lowered his gaze to the floor. He could oppose her, but it would all be in vain. He couldn't even measure up to the tip of her toes. She was only a tamer, yet she was very good at fighting. All right. We'll end the hunt right now, and we'll head back to the camp. Gather all the loot. Everyone wordlessly cut apart the lizardmen to extract the bloodstones. They were used to doing this now. Afterwards, they collected their weapons and defensive gears. They had reached a point where it was more awkward to talk to each other through spoken words. Hesal's telepathic ability was most useful when commanding her own troops. However, the actual people being commanded felt like puppets on a string. It felt dirty to them. We are heading back. Kuahung. Hesal got on a puma that had been tamed in a jungle. Hesal led them to a hidden camp that was located within a cracked boulder. Moreover, there were others already there. Junyang. Li Sujin. The one that yelled out in joy was Junyang's teammate. Hesal had taken him away in the prior battle. How? His limbs had been cut, and he had received a wound that would have killed anyone in short order. However, the Holy Maiden healed me. Hey! You are alive! You are still alive! Had it only been several days since they started working together? It had only been 6 days. However, they had formed an indescribable sense of kinship and camaraderie from the experiences they shared. They operated under the stress of battle, and the devilish Che Hesal kept pushing them forward. Of course, a tight bond would form under these circumstances. The comrades he assumed to be dead were all alive. Moreover, they were in better shape than ever. Che Hesal threw cold water on top of this meeting. Get in a column of 4s. At Hesal's command, they quickly moved to get in formation. This is the supplies sent by the king. Only take the ones with your name on it. Go to it. There were numerous supply boxes stacked at the corner of the camp. It meant the content of each box varied. They all picked up pretty large boxes, and they returned to their original spots. After you absorb all the reinforcement stones and skill books, you will all put on your equipments. Start. Get to it. Junyang's eyes widened when he opened his box. He held up a reinforcement stone that was the size of his fist. His eyes were spinning. In the past, he had guessed that the reinforcement stones given to him were expensive. However, he could now feel the immense magical energy within it now. His magical control and detection ability was heightened as he experienced near-death situations. As expected of our king. He was giving them such precious items without any qualms. Junyang absorbed all the reinforcement stones, and he learned 3 additional skill books. These skills. When one inserts magical energy into a skill book, the knowledge contained within the book was absorbed. He could see in his mind's eye as to how these abilities would be used. Kim Junyang's body was trembling. These were all the abilities he had wanted to learn in the past. These were the abilities he needed. I'm sure of it. He is looking over me. The media spoke about Kang Woojin's overwhelming martial abilities, but they didn't look too kindly at his policy of ruling by force. However, Junyang knew the truth now, since he had experienced it. Kang Woojin was a caring and thoughtful man. Even the roused on the lowest rung was getting personal attention from him. Oh! I can't believe this. This is everything I needed. It was the same for his comrades. They were all happy when they found out that the supplies were customized for them. It wasn't just the skill books. The equipments also differed. Wow! Look at this bodysuit. It's a sword. This is perfect for me. This sword couldn't be compared to the one he stole from the lizardman. He didn't know how his personal preferences were discerned. Everyone held in their hands weapons that were perfect for them. Then there was the armor that looked like a motorcycle suit. It clung to their body, and the key parts of the body were protected by a reinforcement of metal. This armor would allow them to avoid critical blows. The armor was a mixture of red and black. Moreover, there was an engraving of a yawning cat on the shoulder and the chest. It was the distinct emblem that represented the dimensional domain of Alendal. Aside from the equipments, there were all types of consumables in there too. There were expensive potions and antidotes one could use in emergency. Then there were the artifacts that could be used for offense. The king's kindness is... Junyang couldn't stop his body from trembling. What other guild would support their members to this extent? He was only a rank roused. He had never received such a treatment before. Hurry up and put it on. If it wasn't for the ball-busting drill instructor Che Hesal, who was also his immediate superior, he would have basked a little bit more in this ecstasy. However, there were still 6 days before they were scheduled to return to Earth. Che Hesal had on a strict face, but she was smiling inside. Everyone is happy. Hesal had kept track of all 23 new recruits. She had come up with suitable weapons and skills that would complement their battle styles. She also assessed their abilities before she had sent a report. Kang Woojin unhesitatingly bought the equipments and items from his dimensional store, and he had sent it to her. In terms of worth, these items was worth millions. However, if one thought about the task they would have to accomplish in the future, it was a good investment for him. We'll start the training again. Hesal's Special Forces troop revved up their training. The promised 12 days had passed. The portal to the dimensional domain Alendal was opened. The 23 roused under the care of Hesal appeared. The look in their eyes and their auras were completely different than before. We've finished our training. Woojin listened to Hesal's report from his throne. He once again purchased reinforcement stones from the dimensional store. Every time the absorption standby period ended, it was best to provide the reinforcement stones on time. The development of abilities was important, but the advance of one's personal stats had a big influence on one's combat ability. You guys all did well. He looked indifferent, but he looked dignified. When Woojin took out the reinforcement stones as rewards for their training, the new recruits became stunned. This was very true for Kim Junyang. It looked as if he was about to cry. What a benevolent person! He really is the king of our time. He couldn't even be compared to his instructor Che Hesal. She was someone he didn't want to come across even in hell. Hesal's actions were all done for the training. However, Kim Junyang had challenged her authority the most, so Kim Junyang had been beaten the most by her. He wasn't burning with a sense of revenge, but he couldn't think favorably of her. He was mature enough to recognize the hierarchy of their positions. This was why he was keeping silent. You guys should eat it. We are worthless. Are you sure you should be giving these items to us so freely? Investment. It is an investment. Ah! As expected, he was magnanimous. He was the king of kings. Junyang was moved. Woojin grinned. If he killed them now, they would merely be corpses. At the very least, if he could raise them to the 7th circle or rank AA, he could recycle them into Death Knights. Hesal. Yes, sir. Well, Do you have a name for your team? I haven't thought about it. Woojin looked at the newly recruited roused. Well, do any of you have a good idea for a team name? Junyang was the first one to pose a question at Woojin's words. We are always going to work as a single team. Of course. Moreover, this team will be under He Seol's command. At Woojin's words, everyone including Junyang frowned. Chet. I don't like it, but it is an order from our king. Woojin was deep within his thoughts as he started to tap on the throne's armrest. Kim Junyang raised his hand high into the air. What? How about Phantom? Phantom. We want to become your elite guards, who will protect the king, even in our death as ghosts. Woojin smirked. Was he giving Woojin permission to take their souls if they died? Their souls would cease to exist. Well, all right. The name is cheesy, but it fits. Woojin looked at He Seol, who was standing in front of her unit. Let's call it the Phantom Unit. As their commander, you have the discretion to separate them into further teams. He Seol's eyes shone. I am willing to give my life for Allendal. Why is everyone talking about serving me in death today? If they died, he would have to waste his control points on them. It would be better if they worked for him in life. At that moment, Baekjungdo, Dujimin, Blanca and Melody appeared as they passed through the open portal. Hou! The end is finally here. You all did a good job. The tension they felt dissipated when they arrived at Allendal. They were patting each other on the back when they realized the new recruits were lined up in front of Woojin. Most of the new recruits were slightly acquainted with the other group. When they were at death's door, the wyvern raced towards the holy maiden for treatment. Several recruits expressed their thanks to her with their eyes. You guys should greet each other at a later time. Let's head back to Earth. I don't think Sungguhyung is here yet. Dujimin looked around once again as he asked the question. Sunggu died. Wait. Dujimin and, of course, everyone else had a surprised expression on their faces. Woojin smirked as he opened the portal connecting to the Seoul station's first exit. I'm joking. Sunggu will join us when he head towards Alphen. Let's head to Earth. Woo! I really thought he died by the hands of the Lich. Jinus continuously chased after Sunggu. The Lich's power was overwhelming. Jimin had really thought Sunggu was dead. Dujimin let out a sigh of relief, and he followed after Woojin. Kim Junyang passed through the portal to arrive at the Seoul station's first exit. They were standing atop the soil of Seoul. This is structured like a high-rank dungeon. He was a rank roused, so he had never experienced going into a high-rank dungeon. However, he knew about them. The dimensional domain Allendal was set up similarly to a high-rank dungeon. No, this was beyond being similar. This really was a high-rank dungeon. Junyang's eyes landed on Kang Woojin's back. What's the identity of our king? Every deed he did created a huge ripple across the world. His curiosity as to the real identity of Kang Woojin was skyrocketing. There was a crowd of reporters that was several times larger than usual in front of them. They were continuously taking pictures. They walked between the parted crowd, and it felt as if they had come back from winning a war. It felt a little bit weird for Kim Junyang, since this was a reception one would get in a return from a triumphant campaign. He was merely a rank roused. He used to make rounds at the mines, but now numerous people were giving him attention as a roused of Allendal. They walked down the road, and when they arrived at Allendal, there were people gathered at the front gate. Junyang's eyes widened. Ago! Junyang! Mom! It wasn't only Junyang's family. The family of all the newly recruited roused was all gathered here. Their family had been waiting for their return. The new employees didn't know what was going on, but Prime Minister Jung Minchin laughed as he spoke. You guys are now soldiers of Allendal. Of course, your family has the right to become citizens of Allendal. Jung Minchin had invited the family of the newly recruited roused, and he had taken care of almost everything regarding their family's daily needs. Moreover, the newly recruited roused would be issued credit cards, private cars, and even personal drivers. They had spent 12 days on the planet Jakku, but only 3 days had passed on Earth. All this preparation had occurred in 3 days' time. Well done, sir. Woojin grinned at Jung Minchen's words. He whispered into Minchen's ears. Are they hostages? Ha ha ha. I merely wanted to protect the family members in the safest location possible. Jung Minchen gave a wink. Woojin put on a satisfied smile. As expected, Minchen was good at his job. It had been worthwhile to make Minchen the Prime Minister. Chapter 162, BB and Number 39, S Castle. Chapter 162, BB's Castle. Yes. They'll all be safe. Woojin was very serious about this subject. While he was out in the battlefield, he had to believe that his family was safe. It wasn't just about his workers. Woojin's mother and Seoul would be here. What happened to Kim Kong-chul? He completely fell off the radar. Tisk. The bastard will someday try to contact him again. Woojin didn't need to put much effort into catching him. He had more important tasks to accomplish. When is the Guild General Assembly? It is scheduled to be at 7 at night. We still have a lot of time left. It was a little bit past 9 in the morning. There was quite a lot of time left until dinner. Ah! The aircraft carrier is anchored at the Busan port. Woojin had been heading towards Allendale, but he stopped walking. Already? Yes. However. What? Is there a problem? We've sent employee ahead to receive it at Busan, but it seems the aircraft carrier is not in a good state. So they gave me an old one. The aircraft carrier was going to be put out of commission about 5 years ago, but the UK lent it out to India when they asked for its use. In Allendale's deal, this same aircraft carrier was sent to Korea. Jung Minchen had a slightly seriously expression on his face, and he carefully spoke to Woojin. If you don't like it, I'll renegotiate the deal. It's all right. Can it move? What? I'm asking if it can sail. It can sail, but... Then it's fine. Woojin didn't care about types of weapons mounted on it or what was given along with the deal. The deck of the ship is in rough shape, and it'll cost us a lot of money to mount more weapons on it. Moreover, we'll need to hire people to operate it. The convoy ships were also excluded from this contract. If we want to make a decent fleet, we'll have to spend 2 to 3 times the money. I don't need that stuff. What would an aircraft carrier be without aircrafts and convoy ships? Then it would basically be a really big boat that can move. That's the most important part. I want a ground that moves. What? I'll be back before 6. Woojin headed towards Allendale's safari. He headed towards the nest of the wyverns. Where are you going? I'm going to go tidy up our new house. Did he hear wrong? Slowly, get everyone ready to move. Are you perhaps Dot? Woojin grinned as he got on top of a wyvern. Kiak! The wyvern pushed off forcefully against the ground with Woojin on it. When Woojin was far into the distance, the surprised Baek Jungdo approached Jung Minchen. Prime Minister Jung. Where is Brother Kang going? He said he was going to go claim the aircraft carrier. What? Jung Minchen opened his smartphone, and he called Kim Heeman, who was already down in Busan. Heeman. The president just left towards your direction. Ah. Is that so? When is he getting here? Which route is he taking? He is riding the wyvern over there. What? Then where should I go greet? You can take care of everything. Prime Minister Nim. Jung Minchen ended the call, and he looked at the people around him. The new employees were talking to their family, and the reporters across the gate was taking pictures. Then there was Baek Jungdo and Dujimin, who had come here in a moment of confusion. So have you seen Mr. Seunggu anywhere? I haven't seen him. Ah. Seunggu Hyung still has some training left to do. He nodded his at Dujimin's words. Seunggu was able to solo clear a 6-star dungeon, so he didn't have to be too worried about Seunggu. Seunggu Hyung might die. Planet Jakku is that dangerous? No. Janisnim and Seunggu Hyung is playing hide and seek over there. Why the heck would they be playing hide and seek? Dujimin left behind the puzzled Jung Minchen. I'll go see my sister. Oh my! You guys just came back from the battlefield, yet I'm holding you guys up. Usually, when Roused comes back from a dungeon exploration, they were high-strung. Recently, Jung Minchen had been supporting Kang Woojin and Hong Seunggu, so he had forgotten about this fact. Hurry up and go rest. Also, you can move around during the day now. Jimin grinned. Well, I'll be a bit lethargic, but it won't kill me. Not anymore, heh. He was a vampire lord. He was a noble amongst nobles now. His existence itself was too esteemed for him to die from the curse of the sun. I'll have to go too, if I want to participate in tonight's General Assembly. Yes. I've already contacted KH, so they will be here soon. After sending off Baekjungdo, Minchen furrowed his brows. Ha! We are moving. Minchen knew Woojin's personality. He brought to fruition anything he said, so their move was basically guaranteed. There were 1,000 family members living here, and Minchen's head hurt just from thinking about moving them. They were in the control tower of the aircraft carrier, Invincible, which was anchored at Busan. Kim Heeman looked down at the decks. Is this bigger than the ROKS Dokdo? Yes. It is a little bit larger. He nodded his head when he heard the words of the specialist that had joined the Allendale city-state recently. If it this short, will we be able to launch planes into the air? It doesn't matter. I thought our state didn't have any pilots. We could just hire them. If it is a vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, it might be possible. Can't we just stick to using the helicopters? Currently, there were 15 helicopters placed atop the deck. I don't know. I'm not sure what he wants to do. We bought it, but I have no idea of their uses. We have to quickly hire the right personnel. Kim Heeman let out a sigh. The crew had exited before they were able to claim ownership of the aircraft carrier. It was the property of Britain, but it had been used by India for the past 5 years. Since they've finished their duty, they were heading back to India. If there was a problem, the crew told Heeman to take it up with the British government. What the hell is this? Is this supposed to be some form of a fuck you? Heeman had quickly come to Busan with 30 members of Allendale. How long would it take for them to gather enough people to actually get this aircraft carrier moving? They would have to replace the weapons, which was old by several generations. Moreover, they would have to purchase the convoy fleet, and the deck had to be redone. He didn't get why a small country like Allendale needed an aircraft carrier. At the monster's roar, the surprised Heeman looked around his surrounding. The king is here. Let us go out. Yes, director. When they descended the control tower, they saw a wyvern lightly land on the deck. Woojin jumped off from the saddle. Heeman quickly ran towards him as he waved his hand. How did you know it was this one? Didn't you say it was the biggest boat here? Woojin saw a man arrive with Heeman. When Woojin looked at him, the man bowed towards him. This is Park Gilsu. He used to be a lieutenant commander. When he was an officer, he was dispatched to an aircraft carrier for 6 months. Oh! An experienced person. Woojin shook his hand. The rest of the employees came running towards them, and Heeman introduced all of them. These 3 here has helicopter pilot licenses. Helicopters. Woojin took a peek at the helicopters. Will we ever use it? He guessed he could give it to Dalsy, but he couldn't think of any other uses for them. Heeman's eyes turned round. What? If you don't want helicopters, are you planning to purchase the vertical takeoff and landing aircrafts? Vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. Woojin slightly turned his head to look at the wyvern that had been calmly sitting on the deck. It was as big as a fighter jet or a helicopter. There were wyverns that was much bigger than this one, and it wouldn't be a problem for several people to ride it. I have one of them right here. He had never thought about this possibility. Wyverns on the aircraft carriers. That didn't sound like a bad idea. I think that'll be an appropriate location. When Woojin headed towards the control tower, Heeman and Gilsu followed after him. I'll give you a tour. No. It's all right. Woojin didn't go into the control tower. He just stood in front of it. I hope this works. Woojin took out a dimensional fragment from his inventory. He didn't know the prerequisites needed to form a colony. However, he knew the other dimensional lords had done it, so it was possible for him to do it. Why won't it work? He stared at his dimensional fragment for a long time, and nothing happened. Woojin took out another one. If this didn't work, he planned on combining 3-dimensional fragments to make a dimensional proof. When he held 2-dimensional fragments in one hand, he heard a familiar voice. It seemed he had found the easy way to do this. Woojin combined the 2-dimensional fragments to make a dimensional shard. It looked like a long crystal pagoda. The dimensional shard was about the size of a small wand. Woojin embedded it into the control tower. Of course. Light leaked out of the dimensional shard, and as if it was a projector, several symbolic icons appeared as holograms. The pictures started to flip before it came to a stop on a tree symbol. Who cares on what it looks like? The important part was the fact that he'll be able to create a colony on a movable aircraft carrier. The dimensional Lord Kang Woojin's colony city will be created. There is 24 hours. As the dimensional shard let out a light, a tree started to grow. The dimensional shard acted as a seed. It was like the jack and the beanstalk. In a flash, the tree vines grew as it surrounded the control tower. Heeman and the employees, who had been watching, became surprised at the sight. Don't let anyone touch it for a day. Yes. So what the heck is this? What do you think it is? It is our new home. The vine-like roots had completely surrounded the control tower, and the tree was starting to grow slowly. Woojin looked at it with a satisfied smile on his face. A dungeon and a colony allowed him to use his full power as a dimensional lord. Anything was possible through using the points. Of course, it had to be within the sphere of influence of the symbolic icon. Woojin would basically be akin to a god in this place. If one wanted to travel through his portal to his dimensional domain, one had to be aroused. However, the colony city created on a planet can be accessed by almost anyone. It was a place where Allendal's family members would stay. They would be staying in a powerful colony city protected by the power of a dimensional lord. In one day, it would be possible to move this powerful fortress city after its creation. Shall we start the cleaning it first? The deck was large, but it felt small if one was thinking about building a city on top of it. Wing. When Dulcie was summoned, Woojin looked at Heeman. How many helicopter pilots did you say we have? 3. I guess we don't need the rest. What? After being summoned, Dulcie acted as Woojin willed. It charged towards the helicopters. Tsung, Kukung. The steel plates on the helicopters were crumpled, and it coalesced to form an iron golem. In the corner of the deck, a pile of crushed old metals were starting to form. Those were very expensive. If Woojin was just going to move it to the side, Heeman could have sold it instead. Heeman's lips became drier as Dulcie cleared away the helicopters one by one. Jeju-do Island's Manjang Cave. There was a magic circle drawn on the flat ground, and it was letting out a bright light. The magical energy of the bloodstones placed in various locations around the cave was feeding it. Moreover, this had been going on for the past couple days. When the magic circle's light disappeared, a portal was formed. Finally, Lee Song-ho knelt in front of the portal. The Warang Guild members took notice, so they knelt alongside Lee Song-ho. They lowered their heads. Ziahung. The portal rippled, and Eo appeared. The cave was dark and dank. This was why he liked it. You are pretty useful. It is an honor. Eo could feel that the light from magic circle had spread throughout the cave, and now he had control over this location. Lee Song-ho had made a foothold, where he would be able to safely materialize on Earth. He had gained a dungeon that would directly connect Earth to his dimensional domain. Eo didn't immediately start his takeover of Earth. Bring me the information regarding the immortal. I will carry out your order. Lee Song-ho and his underlings carefully exited the cave. Eo was careful, and he had humans of Earth, who could carry out his orders. Earth. Eo was still not synchronized with Earth. It was unfortunate that he couldn't use 100% of his power. However, as time passed on this planet, magical energy would become abundant. He didn't feel down about it. He felt incredibly happy. Has it returned? It was the planet that had been sealed away for so long. He had returned to the starting point. Chapter 163, BB and Number 39, S Castle, 2. Chapter 163, BB's Castle, 2. KH Hotel. Only the people invited could enter the assembly hall, but the content of what they would be discussing wasn't a secret. The main participant hosting this general assembly hadn't appeared yet. The assembly hall was decorated like a dinner party, and everyone was having a conversation as they gathered into various groups. No one was paying attention to the food that was being laid out in a buffet style. Everyone that had been invited were the best roused that the world could offer. Moreover, the main figures of the guilds were all here. This was a gathering hosted by Kang Woojin. Some only needed this fact to move like migrating clouds to attend this meeting. The medium-sized guilds weren't even able to get a seat in this event. They were dissatisfied, but they couldn't do anything about it. Young Minchin caught sight of a man with drooping shoulders within the crowd. Minchin smiled as he approached him. Ago. Is that you, President Park? Hammer Guild's President Park Saengo was about to drink his beverage, and it had gone down the wrong hole. He let out a cough. KMMM. Should I call you Prime Minister Jung now? Ha ha ha. Yes, I am Allendale's Prime Minister. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. At one time, he had been the president to this former team leader, who had been in charge of a lower-end support team. There was an awkward apprehension that was unfolding between them right now. I heard you had a hard time trying to set up this General Assembly. It was ridiculous. Various guilds threatened me for an invite, and there were also terrorists that forewarned me of attacks. Then there was the requests for. It seemed Park Saengo had a difficult time. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his skin looked dull. He looked to have aged significantly. I guess we were unnecessarily demanding with our requests. No. I fully understand why those requests were made. It wasn't as if Minchin couldn't sympathize with Park Saengo's troubles. This wasn't a birthday party. One couldn't just book a place, then send out the invitations. This meeting was being led by Kang Woojin. This General Assembly was being done to disseminate more information about Alphen and the dungeons. Of course, the world's attention couldn't help but be focused on this event. Countless people sent requests or threats to obtain an invitation to this General Assembly. Park Saengo had to carefully plan out how they would be able to protect everyone. First, he had to do an exhaustive search on finding a building, then the security personnel. As time continued to pass, the interest in this event grew proportionally. There was so much factors to worry about that it had been hard to advance in his work. Park Saengo had suffered under such conditions. When the KH Guild insisted on managing the General Assembly, Park Saengo immediately shoved the responsibility to the KH Guild as if he was attempting to blow away all the stress he was feeling. The location of the General Assembly was decided to be held at the KH Hotel, and the new invitations were resent. Funnily enough, the new invitation was sent by email. The effort and preparations paid attention to by Park Sa-en-go was all for naught with the change in venue. The KH Guild was relaxed in their preparation. The complaints and threats reached a fevered pitch, but KH Guild and Allendale ignored it all. Is this really going to be okay? What do you mean? Some guilds didn't receive personal invitations, so they took it as Allendale ignoring them. Our invitation was extended to every guild in this world. No. You guys only put up a post regarding that issue on an SNS post. That should be enough. They were dealing with the VIP roused of this world. One didn't need to look too far. Several large guilds in China had their pride hurt when they hadn't received an official invite, so they weren't attending this event. Park Sa-en-go thought about his past hardship, and these discontented guilds had caused a lot of friction. That's their choice. Ah! Was this really the young Minchin he had known? It was said the office makes the man. When did he develop such large balls? At that moment, a stocky man approached them. Oh! Prime Minister Jung. President Beck. KH Guild's President Beck Jungdo approached as he massaged his shoulders. I roughed it for so long that any amount of sleep won't recover my body. Haha. You exaggerate too much. I heard you measured your rank again, and you were determined to be rank AA. Congratulations. Hey? Did the news already spread that far? There are articles being poured out right now. How could I not know? Ooh ha ha. That is true. When Beck Jungdo returned to his guild, he had remeasured his rank. He wanted to check the result of his training. Unexpectedly, his rank had turned out to have gone up to rank AA. If one didn't count Kang Woojin, he would officially be the first rank AA of Korea. Well, Jimin will probably be measured to be rank AA. Of course, the Holy Maiden is at least a rank S. Don't you think Blanca and Hesal is also rank AA? We haven't measured them yet, so it is all speculation at this point. Kukuk. Allendale is too humble. We don't even have to measure Brother Sungagu. I'm sure he is at very least a rank AA. Jung Minchin wordlessly smiled. Hong Sungu's growth speed was the best in this world. Of course, it is contingent on him coming back alive. Ha ha ha. Jung Minchin couldn't just laugh at Beck Jungdo's joke. Park Sa-en-go's eyes widened in surprise as he listened to their conversation. All the roused of Allendale is at such levels. Hey? I guess President Park doesn't know much about it. Even the new recruits they just picked up looked pretty good. Hey! Was Allendale some kind of factory that churned out monsters? How are they able to scout all these geniuses? Park Sa-en-go eyed Jung Minchin. When he was with Hammer Guild, team leader Jung Minchin had a knack for unearthing talented individuals. Now he had moved guilds, and he had started out as the vice president. However, he had risen to help found a nation, and he had become the prime minister of this said nation. I shouldn't have let him slip away. He should have held on to him. He should have listened and given full support to Minchin. However, it was too late to regret it. Ah! It seems the president has arrived. The entrance became crowded, and the flashes caused by the cameras could be seen. Jung Minchin headed towards that direction. All the people in the hall focused their attention on the entrance. Minchin saw Woo Sung-hoon hanging around near the entrance, so he asked Sung-hoon a question. Where did the president go? I directed him to the ready room. He said for you to hurry up, and prepare everything. KMMM. Have you prepared the data? We've been thorough in our preparation. All right. Let's hurry up and go. There was still 1 hour left until the appointed time, so why did they have to be so urgent? The two headed towards the ready room. Soon, an announcement was heard informing everyone about the start of the General Assembly. The room was reminiscent of a large lecture hall at a college. People were packed into the seats. Even if it was uncomfortable, no one complained. Some of the guilds here were already aware of the information that was about to be discussed here. The people, who knew this information, had kept it a secret. However, Kang Woojin would be revealing everything to the world. There was no way to predict what kind of ripple it would cause. The cameras were running, and it was being live broadcasted to the world. Jung Minchen ascended the stage. My name is Jung Minchen. I am the Prime Minister of Allendal. He had put on a relaxed smile on his face, but he was shaking inside. His mother could have never expected this. She probably never expected him to rise to a position where the world would pay attention to him. Jung Minchen had wanted to be successful, but his ambition hadn't been this large. However, things somehow turned out like this after he had met Kang Woojin. Before the king gets up here, I'll go over a summary of the information we were able to find out about the dungeons. Minchen put the PowerPoint he readied on the screen. Tranet. This word has entered our sphere of consciousness not too long ago. It was first used by Allendal's king. It was introduced by Kang Woojin Nim. The word, Tranet, appeared on screen, then planets started to form around it. We look at it as a network between planets. Roads are constantly being made. The screen changed. It was a picture of the monsters that appeared in the last worldwide break. It especially highlighted the dragon that seemed to be wrapped around an enormous tree as if it was protecting it. The dimensional lords use these roads to invade. They are also called the monster lords. The monsters are their troops. Then the pictures of the subway stations appeared next. The dimensional lords each have their own separate dimensional domain. This is what we call the high-rank dungeons. These dungeons are like gateways. However, they cannot open all the doors to come to Earth. Afterwards, the screen changed, and the picture of a green gem appeared. If the dungeon is a gateway, then the return stone is comparable to a key. A successful clear created a mine and a failure created a break. Currently, 30 days are needed for synchronization. If no one is able to take away this key, they are able to open this gateway. This is called the dungeon break. If one is able to steal the key, the monsters would haunt the dungeon until the energy is all used up. It'll turn into a mine. Someone quickly raised their hand high into the air. How do you explain the dungeons that broke even though the requisite 30 days hadn't passed? The information regarding that issue will come out right after this. Jung Minchen moved on to the next slide. Basically, the owner of the house had opened the door. A person from Earth opened the door. Our king deterred the ex-Warang Guild's president Li Songho. He was the root cause. The screen changed again. It was footages of when Kang Woojin had visited the US. It showed the missile terrorist attack and the Iron Golem Dulcie fighting the monsters. This place had been a test site. It was the first time a dungeon was formed outside of a subway station. These experiments had been conducted by the Rivers Organization and Professor Riola. As you can see, they had succeeded. This had moved beyond just defending the subway stations now. What could they do? The sense of crisis pressed down heavily on the assembly hall. Now we will hear from Allendal's king. No one directed it, but everyone got up from their seat when Woojin appeared. It felt as if he was getting up to give a lecture. He didn't show his pleasure or displeasure regarding this situation. He had a nonchalant reaction as if he had expected such a reception. Everyone should sit. Everyone should know who I am, so I won't introduce myself again. I'll just deliver my message. Woojin took out a purple-colored gem from his possession. It was letting out a bright light, and massive amount of energy was being emitted by it. In the recent fracas, didn't some countries pick this up? Britain also bought one from me. Currently, research was going on in many quarters of the world. Woojin had put this secret information out in the open. He spoke about topics and items that was potentially worth billions, no, trillions of dollars. If you can gather 3 of these, you'll have the qualification to become a dimensional lord. Moreover, you can gain a dungeon if you use one of these. Someone got impatient, and this person raised his hand as he spoke. Then Kang Woojin Nim is also a dimensional lord. Of course. The assembly hall stirred. Moreover, the general atmosphere indicated that they had come to an understanding. They assumed Kang Woojin's inexplicable amount of personal power wasn't all his own. Aren't you being very shameless? You sat on something that is so profitable. Woojin turned to look at him. Profit? He grinned. If seizing power was a form of profit, Woojin was enjoying the benefit of his actions. However, it was also true that he had much more responsibility, because of it. Why don't you go find one for yourself then? It was a bit cheeky to say what Woojin had said, but it made the person sit back down. Jung Minchen couldn't help, but let out a laugh. It was a very Kang Woojin-like answer. The important part is the fact that the road to Earth is open now. The invasion attempts will continue. This isn't about profit for me. Why would I be telling all of this to everyone if that was my aim? There was a hubbub. Woojin continued to speak as a buzz was building amongst the crowd. I want to protect my family. On a smaller note, I want to protect Earth. The fact that I protect the Earth is secondary. The safety of my family is my primary goal. Ah! Isn't that supposed to be the other way around? Is there a way to do it? There is. Kang Woojin spoke confidently. I bought an aircraft carrier. I'll put my family on it, and I'll protect it. At Woojin's words, someone mumbled, Noah's Ark, under their breath. The atmosphere inside the assembly hall turned a little sharp. The change in the general mood darkened Jung Minchen's face. It wasn't evil for a man in power to be hypocritical. Maybe Kang Woojin was too honest. Are you saying you'll only save yourself? No, this is a warning. My enemies aren't all located in different dimensions. It was a warning. Kang Woojin, the greatest roused of this world, revealed what was most important to him. He said he would put his family above all else. He was telling everyone not to mess with them. I don't want to unnecessarily ramble on after calling all of you here. This is what I wanted to tell all of you. Kang Woojin looked at his stirring audience, and he spoke. What can we do when the enemies are gathering here? Was there a solution? No. They weren't all gathered here, because the solution was known. We can lessen the number of roads connecting to our place. Then we can all fight against the enemies together. Currently, he was telling them the obvious. This wasn't anything groundbreaking. It was the stock answer. Currently, they were doing all they could do to decrease the links to the dungeons. The unavoidable dungeon breaks were blocked using a combined force. The only thing different in this proposal was his plan to unite the world. You already have a method that'll ensure your own survival. Do you want us to act as meat shields for the bullets? Someone yelled out in anger. Woojin smirked at those words. No way. Woojin boldly let out a shout. I'll be leading the vanguard. Chapter 164, BB and number 39, S Castle, 3. Chapter 164, BB's Castle, 3. Over half of the participants in the assembly were representatives from foreign nations. One of them was from Japan. He yelled out. In the end, aren't you just saying you are going to monopolize the spoils of war? The word, vanguard, might just be a pretty word to cover up the fact that Kang Woojin was trying to monopolize all the glory. Then you go first. What are you? If there is someone willing to go before me, I welcome it. I won't stop anyone. I'll just go when everyone in front of me gets wiped out. The man had nothing to say. Kang Woojin had overwhelming strength. That was the problem. The war itself broke down if Kang Woojin was absent. Still, he wouldn't gain much if he just followed behind Kang Woojin's back. Why are you being so greedy? I guess no one is taking this situation as serious as me? I'm estimating 90% of the world's population would disappear in a month. Kang Woojin's words had caused a disturbance, but a heavy silence descended on the group. Let's not get greedy. Let us pool our strength together. A good number of people became trouble at Woojin's words. Several people became surprised at his words. Melody had been watching from the side, and her surprise was beyond imagination. The immortal is trying to reason with others. She never expected such a thing to happen. If she told this story to anyone on Alphen, they'll think she was making a joke. They would tell her to buzz off. Please don't sugarcoat it with your hopeful words. Even if we do start a wasteful war, wouldn't destruction be waiting for us in the end? A man's face alternately turned pale and red as he asked a question. Woojin smiled. In the end, Earth will probably be destroyed, but there is hope. We have to find a way to permanently destroy the dungeons. We have to last until that time. What choice do we have? Woojin looked at the crowd, and he gave a meaningful laugh. I'm sure there are some of you that wants to take the easy road. There will be those like Li Songho. You probably want to attach yourself to a dimensional lord. I'm sure there are traitors that would sell Earth to save their own lives. I'm sure that it will happen. Those bastards are the first ones I will kill. Woojin stopped speaking, but none in the crowd was able to easily open their mouths. Some were making calculations regarding profit and loss. Some became resolutely determined on the course of action they would take. There were also those that couldn't think in such state of confusion. This is the end of the open data. This is the end of the guidance I'm willing to provide before we have to act to save the Earth. The topic was heavy and grim. However, Woojin was speaking in such a cheerful tone, so hope started to sprout in everyone's heart. All the roused of Earth should share in the task when the dungeons reset. You all have to do your best to clear them. They had to lessen the number of paths the enemies could use to invade Earth. When a dungeon breaks, don't be cheap about using your resources. Do your best to eradicate the monsters. They had to defeat the enemies by being on the same page. The best defense is offense. Therefore, I'll be trying to find a way to demolish the dungeons once and for all. This is why I'll be going to Alphen, which had been encroached on recently by Tronet. Woojin spoke as if he had repeated these words to himself before. I'll be taking a vanguard to Alphen tomorrow morning. You all have to do a good job protecting Earth until I get back. It did seem like Woojin would gone for an extended amount of time. If you have any questions, I want you to direct it towards Prime Minister Jung. Woojin turned around, and he left the stage. Minchin replaced the empty spot with a dark expression on his face. I have a question. Let me ask one first. How many members will be in this vanguard? The rights to the loots one obtains from the Alphen expedition. The questions were pouring out, and Minchin was a bit faint when he became bombarded with the questions. He wanted to run away, but he was in charge of cleaning up after Kang Woojin. He started answering the questions one by one. After exiting the KH hotel, Woojin immediately left towards Allendal. He searched for his mother and Dongseng. Seoul was playing with the dog, Bakui, which had gotten larger again. His mother had only eyes for her daughter, and she couldn't tear her eyes away from Seoul. You are back. Yes. Hey, Seoul. Yes, Appa. Seoul ran up to Woojin. Even Bakui was shaking his tail as he whined. Are you having any weird dreams lately? Nope. I don't dream anymore. After joining the ranks of the roused, Seoul returned to being her normal self. She would be able to use her holy power, and she'll probably hear the god's voice sporadically. What about your abilities? Heh. I'm like a ghost. Seoul looked at her two hands, which was dyed blue. When he saw the energy filled with blessings, Woojin reacted like a magnet being repelled. Other people really like it when I do this. It isn't working on Appa. Appa is a little bit different from others. Anyways, we are moving tomorrow. Hey? Why are we suddenly moving? The one, who became agitated by Woojin's words, was his mother Li Sujiang. I bought a boat. We'll be living there. How can we live on a boat? It's a big one. Is it something like a yacht? Does it have a kitchen inside? It is something similar. All right. You don't want to ask me any more questions. Li Sujiang shook her head from side to side. I know how hard you are working. I know how much you think about us. I know you have your reasons for doing this. Woojin just smiled. Suo's ability had awakened. If he wanted to, he could take Suo to his dimensional domain. However, his mother Li Sujiang was different. She was a level 2. One had to reach level 10 if one wanted to develop abilities of a first circle. If one looked at her growth speed, it was very unlikely that she'll become aroused. This was why he had bought the aircraft carrier, which can move in a time of emergency. He was building the colony city solely for Li Sujiang. He had gathered a significant amount of dimensional points. Even if he was absent from Earth, the colony could use the points to defend itself. I just wanted to give you a heads up. All right. If you are busy, you should go do your work. Li Sujiang had a look in her eyes as if she wanted more time to spend with him. However, she couldn't take time away from him, so she couldn't look him in the eyes. Woojin felt her feeling, and he felt sorry. However, he just didn't have the time. One hand couldn't block all 10 hands that was coming towards him. The enemies were numerous, and there were over several hundred entrances that led to Earth. It would be impossible to clear all the dungeons in time. The battle would start to slowly shift from the dungeons to Earth. He had to make it so that he could at the very least be able to summon Yang Yang. He was curious about the goddess that had made Suo her vassal. However, he couldn't find out more about her until she appeared again out of her own volition. He didn't even know her name, but she didn't seem like a malicious existence. In the Alphen expedition, he'll save the surviving allied forces. Then he'll let Suo learn everything about being a holy maiden from Melody. Woojin visited Jiwon's room next. He entered after knocking. When she saw Woojin, she scrambled towards him. Cindy was with Jiwon, so Woojin glanced at her. Hey? She hasn't left yet. She received trauma from that time, and she knows this place is the safest location. Safe. We are going to move. Hey! Where? Where are you guys going? The surprised Cindy asked Woojin. He spoke in a nonchalant manner. I bought a boat. We'll be moving there. Hey! Is it perhaps the aircraft carrier? Any news regarding Woojin was published in a matter of minutes. His purchase of the aircraft carrier was a topic of discussion for the past couple days. Yes. At Woojin's words, Cindy's expression darkened. What is it? If you have something to say, then say it. Stop acting like a constipated puppy. Do you think I can go too? Did you retire? No. I haven't, but it is only for the employees of Allendale. To be more precise, it was for the employees that took up the citizenship up Allendale upon their hire. It was for their family. He didn't want his employees to hesitate in going out to fight. He had arranged it in a way that their families would be protected at all cost. So I'm not allowed on it. What do you know how to do? Hey! You are useless, so why should I let you on the boat? It seemed Cindy had received a significant amount of shock from his words. She looked at him with a blank expression. When had she ever been treated as being useless before? It seemed Cindy's pride had taken a big hit, so Du Jiwon intervened. Cindy is under my care. Can't she say until she gets a little bit better? What is she recuperating from? Woojin looked Cindy up and down. She doesn't look like she is hurting anywhere. The trauma her mind received from that event. Woojin smirked when Jiwon advocated for Cindy. Even a kid is coping better than her. Is she being a little bit too whiny? Cindy bit her lower lips at Woojin's words. She recalled Suo, whom she had seen before. She was aware of it. She knew there are a lot of people that were living a hard life on top of having mental trauma. She knew she was speaking with a full stomach. Cindy's eyes turned red. Yes, I was immature. I'm glad you realize that now. Wow. His words were. I'll be going. All right. I'll see you next time. Cindy was trying hard not to cry, and she strode out of the room. Cindy. Jiwon was about to chase after her, but Woojin grabbed her arm. Ah! Let me go. What are you going to do if you catch up to her? Did she really need comforting at this moment? You were too harsh. You could have told her in a more softer manner. Kang Woojin was too much of a straight shooter. Jiwon's reproachful gaze slid off of him. Woojin shrugged his shoulders. For what purpose? Whatever. Let me go. Jiwon looked up at Woojin. When you act like this, I get really scared. Will you throw me away like her if I'm useless? No. The weight of your soul differs from her soul. Tears were about to be shed from Jiwon's eyes. She turned her head away from him, and she headed towards the direction Cindy had disappeared to. Woojin was left alone, and he shrugged his shoulder. You were a bit too harsh, Hyung. Dujimin suddenly appeared out of the darkness. Woojin looked at him with a sour expression. How long were you there? I saw the whole thing. So you've grown a little. Jimin's camouflage ability was on par with Gabi now. Had. Anyways, when is Sungu Hyung Nim coming back? I don't know. He'll be back when it's time. He'll be coming back after he finished his training. Woojin had no idea how long that would be, but Sungu would be coming back within a day. He needed Sungu and Jinus in the Alphen expedition. The presence of both of them were a must. Hug. When she exited the door, Cindy let out the tears she had been holding back. She knew it. Her whining didn't suit this crazy new world. Excuse me. She ran outside as she cried. The employee that had been passing by her tried to call after her, but she didn't look back. You evil bastard! She couldn't control her tears. The fact that she had been attracted to such a cold man for even a brief moment made her that much more angry at herself. If you go out right now. The employee was calling after her, but she continued with her walk of shame. This is so embarrassing. She planned on calling her manager immediately after she exited this place. She headed towards the front gate. She followed the wall, and she arrived at the front gate. Several dozen cameras started flashing at the same time. They hadn't been waiting for her. The reporters were on standby. They were targeting anyone that was leaving this place. Cindy had gotten herself caught in this maelstrom. Wow! What the hell? Isn't that Cindy? Jackpot! Why is she crying right now? Is it a scandal with the King of Alendal? Click, click. Her tears dried up when she heard the endless sound of the shutters being pressed. She hadn't expected to run into this swarm of reporters, so she had a dazed expression on her face. This is bad. She had regained her wits too late. Her eyes became focused again. She was embarrassed, taken aback and flustered. She had to get out of this situation, but she couldn't come up with a solution. Her unsightly look was secondary. What would happen to her public image when the gossip tabloids print out stories about her? She had created a situation that was ripe for gossip. Alendal was the hottest news around right now, and an entertainer had just exited the place in tears. She didn't know how to minimize the damage, so her eyes started to fill with tears again. She turned her body away, but the sounds of camera shutters being pressed didn't end. She felt a panic attack coming on. Her world started to spin in a dizzying fashion. At that moment, a warm fire fell from the sky and it encased her. Waruru! When she turned around, there was a burning man there. Why are you crying? Huu! Kaang! Huong! That evil son of a bitch, Huong! The reporters and their cameras, Uiha. Please don't cry. Human flame. The flame that was surrounding Sungu disappeared, and it ignited somewhere else. Pa. Ah. What the hell? The lens from the cameras all exploded, and all the memory cards started to burn. Cindy was so surprised that she looked up at Sungu's face. Het. Are you from Yuri girls? Can you give me an autograph inside? Hong Sungu's bright and untainted smile was reflected in Cindy's tears. Chapter 165, BB and Number 39, S Castle, 4. Chapter 165, BB's Castle, 4. Wu Sunghoon came across Hong Sungu in one of the hallways within Alendal. Sunghoon gave a bright smile towards Sungu. You are back? I heard you've endured hardship. You. Don't even mention it. Anyways, was there something going on today? I saw an entertainer here. What? You know. It was Miss Cindy from the Yuri girls. I even got her signature. Het. Sungu fluttered the paper as he smiled brightly. Ah. She is a high school alumni of the King and Dujuan Nim. She came over for a visit couple days ago. Wow. Hyung Nim is friends with an entertainer. Yes. It is what it is. That's big news. Isn't her popularity on the rise as she transitioned towards acting? Ah. Well. In terms of popularity, the King of Alendal received more public interest than an entertainer. Hi. It must be great. It means Hyung Nim ate at the same table with her. If you like her, why don't you ask her out on a date? How could I ask out an entertainer? Wu Sunghoon looked dumbfounded as he looked at the embarrassed Sungu. Did this guy have any idea what position and renown he held within society? If it's Director Hong, I don't think she'll refuse. No way. How could I? Het. I got her signature, so it's fine. Was this guy really clueless about how famous he is? If one said Flame Man, there is no one in Korea who wouldn't know about him. No, Hong Sungu was even known all around the world. Yet he had no self-awareness about it. What about Hyung Nim? He is in his office. All right. I'll see you next time. Yes, Director. Sungu carefully folded Cindy's signature as he put it away. Then he started walking again. Alendal King's office. Sungu entered after knocking, and he saw the people sitting on the sofas. Woojin slightly turned his head to look at him. You are back. Yes, Hyung Nim. Janice said it is okay for you to go. When he mentioned Janice, Sungu instinctively frowned. Well, at the very least, he said I won't die wherever I go. Woojin smirked. If Janice spoke that way, Sungu would be able to carry his weight. You did well. Het. So why are we all gathered here? You should sit. Yes. Sungu sat next to Jimin. Blanca and Che Hesal was sitting on the other side. We just have to wait for Melody to get here. Sungu asked a question again when he heard Woojin's words. So why are we all gathered here? Why do you think? This is the meeting before the expedition. Will this be different from going to planet Jakku? Don't we just have to go there and cause havoc? Woojin shrugged his shoulders. It'll be different. There are more formidable foes there. There are countless dungeons owned by the 72 thrones. Who are they? Are they supposed to be strong? These 72 beings have the most points amongst the dimensional lords. Are the points proportional to one's strength? It's something like that. The points could be used to replenish their forces. However, there is no chance they'll run out of points. They have too many dungeons. Their dimensional domain was large, and they had many dungeons. Then there were the points paid as taxes by the domain residents. It was like a spring water that never dried up. It is the same as a wealthy person going on a spending spree, yet they don't put a dent in their wealth. I guess that's an apt comparison. At that moment, the door opened as Melody entered. The only reason why the immortal was able to fight against them was the fact that he could replenish the forces under him. Woojin's forces had made up 1/3 of Alphen's forces. There was the coalition made out of the indigenous people, Tronet's dimensional lords, and the unyielding immortal, who occupied Allendal. Two of the three powers never diminished in power as the fight continued on, but the coalition couldn't replenish their dead as quickly. This was why the balance of power had started to tilt. While this was ongoing, the immortal went missing, and the downfall of the coalition happened in an instant. If you are here, then you should sit. Before Melody took her seat, she bowed towards the people present here. To be precise, she bowed towards Kang Woojin. I want to really thank you for being so forward in your help to save Alphen. Well, we have to help each other. Melody had helped in Woojin's work. Moreover, he had to find the Thrash's set items, so he had to go to Alphen anyways. However, Melody couldn't help but be deeply moved by it. She had never expected aid from the planet of Earth and the immortal. The gift of foresight possessed by her goddess Arya was amazing. She had predicted this. Then I'll start explaining the plan. Woojin told them the simple plan he came up with. I've finished establishing the gates that leads from my dimensional domain to Alphen and Earth. There were occasional challengers, but Kaiba defeated them all. Kaiba was doing a good job protecting the return stone. Woojin continued his explanation. The vanguard will be Sungu, Melody, Jimin and I. When are we supposed to head over there? You guys come after 2 days. That means 8 hours would have passed on Alphen. During that time, we will find the coalition force that is still alive. Then I will create a colony city. It'll be our headquarters as we attempt to reclaim Alphen. He'll be able to use the portal to directly connect Earth and Alphen. At that point, Blanca and Seoul will bring over the new employees. Afterwards, we'll divide the group into the rescue, extermination, and search unit. Everyone listened carefully to Woojin's words. The rescue unit will consist of Seoul, Blanca, and Melody. You guys will work with the Phantom unit. The synergy between these two groups were great. Blanca had his buffs, and Melody was powerful in her own right. The Phantom unit will also show great strength under the control of Seoul. Sungu tilted his head in confusion. So I'm in the reconnaissance team with student Jimin. Woojin shook his head from side to side. You guys are in the extermination party. You guys will destroy the Dimensional Lords' colonies and dungeons one by one. What? It'll probably be hard with just the two of you. You guys should combine forces with Alphen's coalition. You guys are in charge of taking the lead with them. He planned on making a counterattack force that'll contain the coalition's remaining forces. Currently, Sungu and Jimin were the only ones qualified to join in this unit. Then Hyung Nim will. Woojin grinned. I have to go on a treasure hunt. Of course, he wouldn't be quiet in his search. I'll destroy everything in my path. As silence continued, Sungu raised his hand. Then I can play until the morning. Sungu had been doggedly fighting for his life for every minute and every second of every day. However, you have to get ready to move. We are heading to Busan. Sungu had just arrived from planet Jakku. Everyone knew about the move except him. Then let's disperse. Hey! Seoul lead the still confused Sungu outside. As everyone started to trickle out, Melody and Woojin was the only two left inside the room. You aren't going. I have something to tell you. What is it? I received an oracle. It seems I have to inform you of its content. Talk. Melody hesitated. She let out a light sigh as she opened her mouth to speak. Jeju Manjang Cave. A barricade had been formed at the entrance. The construction was used as an excuse. There was a commotion at this barricade. Hey! I'm just here to see the progress of the construction. I can't even do that. We are restricting access to this location. I've worked here for over 10 years. The employees were adamant in blocking Kim Tae-shik, who was being unreasonable. He had been at it for 30 minutes. At that point in time, a black sedan stopped in front of the entrance. Seeing. When the window was rolled down, Lee Song-ho's face appeared. Kim Tae-shik hurriedly approached him. "Ago, Manager Lee Song-jun. What is going on?" "It's nothing. I'm just here to see how the construction is progressing, yet they are blocking me from entering." "Why would you be curious about it? Isn't it natural for me to be curious about it? I've worked here for 10 years, and I've never heard or seen a maintenance work of this scale. Moreover, I keep seeing more and more stuff entering. I'll show you. Please get in." "Haha. It seems the president and I are on the same wavelength." Kim Tae-shik got on next to Lee Song-ho. After passing through the entrance, the car was parked at the lot. As Lee Song-ho started to move, Kim Tae-shik continued to press Lee Song-ho. "Well, I know Manager Lee is good at his job. Still, isn't this a treasured protected site? I'm worried there will be damage." "Of course. I understand. Let's head in." Kim Tae-shik was a bit daunted by Lee Song-ho's dark mood, but he willingly followed after him. He had been coming to the construction site several days in a row to gain entrance. They had stubbornly barred Kim Tae-shik from entering, and this just made him more stubborn about getting in. Of course, Kim Tae-shik thought he had the right to do this. They had shut down the ticket office, and even the restaurant staffs were sent home the other day as they conducted this maintenance work. He had never seen construction work be carried here by closing down the whole place. There were a lot of suspicious things going on, yet he couldn't say anything in front of the man in charge of the construction. He wanted to check if everything was going well with his eyes. "Well, let's head down." Kim Tae-shik was heading down a stairway that led towards the Manjang cave. He shuddered when he felt some unknown dark energy. "Kia, ki-eek." He heard a sound coming from the cave, and the hair on his head was standing on end. "What is it?" Didn't you hear that sound right now?" "What sound?" "MMMMI. Was it a bat?" When Lee Song-ho just shrugged his shoulders, Kim Tae-shik scratched the back of his head before he started moving once again. No. He was about to move. Weak. Puh. He lost control over his body as he felt himself become airborne. Then he started rolling down the stairway towards the floor. Puh. Accompanying the impact, the pained Kim Tae-shik yelled out. Ago. I'm about to die. Help me. Please. Kim Tae-shik put forth his hand to ask for help, but his expression soon froze. Lee Song-ho had a wide smile on his face, and he looked deranged. You can't even take care of your body, yet you are trying to take care of this natural monument. After speaking those cold words, Lee Song-ho walked past him to disappear into the cave. Key. After Lee Song-ho disappeared into the cave, a terrifying screech was heard, and a monster snatched Kim Tae-shik into the air. Kwajik, kwa. He let out his final scream as he became food for the monsters. After leaving behind Kim Tae-shik, Lee Song-ho headed towards the heart of the Manjang cave, which was filled with cold air. He arrived at a location where Eo was sitting on a throne made out of ice. What about the immortal? He is moving his base to a colony city. Colony city? Yes, an aircraft carrier, he is constructing a colony on a boat. Do you have any other news? He plans on heading towards planet Alphen for an expedition. Planet Alphen? Yes. He is heading out tomorrow morning. Hoo. Foolish, he is leaving this planet unattended. Eo looked at Lee Song-ho, who had his head down in respect. He had asked for this information not too long ago, yet Lee Song-ho had brought back a significant amount of information. I would have never guessed you would be this useful. For a short amount of time, Lee Song-ho had traveled to downtown Sogwipo to visit a PC room. Lee Song-ho thought hard on whether he should tell EO about the existence of the internet and the various form of news available. I'll give you a reward. Thank you. Lee Song-ho got on his knees, and EO extended his finger. A cold energy exited his outstretched hand, and it was absorbed through Lee Song-ho's nose. Gasp! He felt an abundance of cold energy within his body, and he saw several abilities flash in front of his eyes. I will serve you with more loyalty. It seems he would have to hold back on telling this being about the existence of TV or smartphones. Your colony has been formed. Please select its name. Woojin stroked his chin as he looked at the climbing tree that had matured in a single day. At that moment, he hadn't summoned her, but Bibi appeared next to him. Then she started jumping up and down. You should give it to me. Give me. You said you'll give it to me. Heeng. You said you'll let me have it. Woojin looked down at Bibi, who was hanging off of his leg. He nodded his head at her. In any case, he had to hand over the command of the colony city to someone else. Someone else had to summon defenders and coordinate the city's defense on his behalf. Well, all right. However, I won't give you much points in decorating it. It would be problematic if she decorated it like his dimensional domain. He didn't want another field of flowers. Of course. If it is for defense, you can use all the points. Don't worry about it. Leave it to me. He didn't care if the points were all poured into this venture. The safety of his family was more important than points. All right. I'll leave you in charge of the colony. Yo-ho! I like Master so much. Bibi jumped up and down. The floating fortress in the sky. It was the emergence of Bibi's castle. Chapter 166, Entry into Alphen, 1. Chapter 166, Entry into Alphen, 1. In a nameless abandoned temple. There were several pillars at this location, and it was overgrown with weeds. Then there were the ancillary stone fragments that used to decorate the temple. People started coming out from between these pillars one by one. Whoop! After taking a deep breath, none other than Kang Woojin appeared. It's been a while. Woojin had purchased the rat's temple. It was located on top of a mountain, and there was nothing obstructing one's view. One could see miles around. Of course, the view wasn't that great. Ooh! This place is Alphen. This place looks too desolate. Sungu and Jimin had appeared behind Woojin. They frowned as they looked at their surrounding. The mountain was patchy with burnt trees. There were bones and corpses that one couldn't distinguish if it was from animals or monsters. There was a horrible stench in the air. There were quite a few fresh-looking corpses amongst the dead. I guess they fought each other to be the ones to enter my dungeon. When the abandoned Rat's temple was purchased by Woojin, a dungeon reset would have occurred. If there was no rule in determining the order in which one could attempt the dungeon, strength would determine the order. It looked as if a big fight had gone on here to resolve this issue. Melody was the last to come through. She swallowed a moan when she saw the terrible sight around her. The entrance was collapsed, so it was hard to see where the entrance to the dungeon was. He left behind his temple as he asked Melody a question. Where do you think we are? I believe we are west of the Rots Plateau. When Woojin didn't say anything, she studied his face. He spoke with a sour expression on his face. How would I know where that is? Where will I be able to find the coalition? Ah! If we head northeast, we'll be at the old Allendale. If we go east, we'll arrive at the lands owned by the coalition. I'm not sure what has happened to them, but... All right. Let's go and check them out. Woojin turned to look at Sungu and Jimin. Both of you can fly. Yes, Hyung Nim. Yes, Hyung. After he heard their answers, Woojin summoned Xing Xing, and he got on. What are you doing? Come here. What? Yes. Melody was taken back at Woojin's out-of-character offer. She grabbed his hand, and she got on Xing Xing. Hing. Xing Xing didn't like the holy maiden being on it, so it let out a rough snort. However, it didn't do anything rash. After we look around Allendal, we can go to the coalition lands. He didn't know if Allendal remained or if it was destroyed. However, he would have to check up on it with his own eyes. He'll have to check to see if a colony could be formed there. Oh yeah! Before I do that, there were welcome presents all around for his return to Alphen. He couldn't just leave them behind. Wake up! Quack! Magical energy flowed out of Woojin's body, and it swirled around the corpses nearby. The corpses were raised as undeads. Gua! The ones that looked mobile were brought back as zombies. The rest were returned as skeleton warriors. Let's go! Xing Xing ran across the sky. Sungu gave his body to the burning flame, and he flew across the sky like a rocket. Jimin chased after them after morphing into a bat. In a flash, several hundred undead had been created, and they madly dashed after Woojin. Xing Xing was running at frightening speed, and Melody was afraid she would fall off the phantom steed. She grabbed Woojin's waist tighter. The enormous praying mantises, V6, were chasing after the people. Keh-ru. They were dripping poisonous spit from their mouths as they tirelessly moved their legs. If the V6 caught up to the humans, it meant death to the group. Muster up your energy. The leader was a big and strong man. He yelled out loudly. He was taking up the rearmost position of the group that was running away. Who up? The bald heroic man held a mace in his hand. He swung it to break open the heads of the V6. He had killed 3 with a single blow when one jumped high into the sky. Look above, Torik Nim. At the girl's shout, Torik reflexively swung his mace. He was able to strike the body of the V6. The scythe-like appendage grazed across his head. A shallow wound formed as a thin red line appeared on his bald head. Geez! Hurry up and run away! Torik turned his body to increase his speed. He grabbed his bald head with the hand that wasn't holding the mace. Ooong! Accompanying a pure light, the wound on his head was completely healed. When one of the girl that couldn't keep up with the group fell down, he ran while holding her by his side. Hoo, Torik Nim! Don't cry, my child! Wooong! The light flowed out of Torik's body, and it surrounded the 20 people that was running in front of him. Muster up your energy. They ran as if their lives were on the line. They had to live. Strength returned to their shaking legs. Each of the adults were holding 1 or 2 children. They hugged the children tighter as if they cherished them more. Are we going to die? At the little girl's question, Torik put on a smile that was always overflowing with energy. Don't worry. We just have to survive as we sincerely hope for a miracle. It will happen. Hoo. Yes. I can run by myself now. Torik put down the girl as he ran. The girl quickly caught up to the back of the running adults. There were 20 V6 chasing after them. More would gather at this location when they heard the sound of the pursuit. However, the only thing they could do right now was to fight and run at the same time. The people that were running right now were all that was left of their village. If they wanted to fight, they could. However, the children would be killed or injured if they did so. Even if it was a tough task, Torik would whittle down the number of V6 chasing them from the rear. Kwang, Kwajik! What tenacious bastards! A V6 died every time Torik swung his mace. If he was injured, he healed himself. After killing 2 V6, he was about to run again when his eyes turned round. Hey? Why did you stop? The people in front of him had stopped running. When he joined the group, he didn't even have to ask the question. There were 12 spider-like monsters with tentacles called launchers in front of them. The V6 finally caught up to them, and they surrounded the group of humans. Torik Nim. Everyone's faces were filled with despair. The adults put down the children, and they grabbed the weapons on their waist. They had no choice, but to fight even if they would most likely be wiped out. No, they wouldn't all be wiped out. Monk Torik, who served the god Skia, wouldn't die. Oh Skia! Torik spoke a quiet prayer as he grabbed his mace. At that moment, he wasn't swept up by despair. He had traveled too hard of a road to give up now. His muscles expanded as the clothes on his body billowed around him. In a battle, he couldn't protect everyone. Children would die in this battle, and sadness would seek him out afterwards. He decided to use his rage, so he could preemptively strike fear into the enemies. Ho 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 ho! A radiant pink light surrounded Torik's body. Torik Nim! Look over there! At that moment, the girl let out a shout. Wow! A fireball was falling from the sky. It was heading for the spider monsters called launchers. Quang! Hey! Torik's eyes widened in surprise. Shwag! Quajik! An arrow pierced through the Visik that had charged forward. Torik turned his gaze towards where the arrow had come from. Oh, my god! There were only few heroes left in this world. These were the heroes of the coalition. They were the last hope of this land, and they were gathered to collect the dimensional fragments from the bases of their enemies. Mage Gram and the elven lady Latasha appeared. We are saved. It's Gram Nim. It's the Silver Arrow. Some in the group had fought alongside these heroes in battle, so they cheered when they recognized the two. When the two group joined forces, the Visiks and launchers were defeated in an instant. Torik greeted them with a happy face. You were right on time. Well met. You've done a good job. What happened to the town? Torik shook his head from side to side at Graham's question. The hidden village had been found, and destroyed. Most of the villagers had died. The 30 people here were all that was left. Moreover, half of them were children. Shit! Those Visik bastards are everywhere now. The beautiful elf Latasha had a delicate face, but she let out a string of cuss words. Her forest had been destroyed, and there were no longer any elves that prohibited themselves from taking life on this planet. Only the warriors were able to live. What happened to the rest of your party that went to attack the Goshushu colony? Gram shook his head from side to side at Torik's question. We failed to clear it. The rest of our members have dispersed to save as many people as possible. The news only held despair. Torik's face darkened. Goshushu was the dimensional lord that had newly built a colony city in this region. The monsters that lived in this domain was massing in numbers, and they were encroaching on the surrounding territories. If the bastards' colony was destroyed, they would be able to stop the proliferation of the monsters. It would give them some room to breathe. However, they had failed. They would have to abandon this land to find a new place to live. The attack hadn't just happened at the town where Torik was in residence. Other towns had all been attacked, and the heroes decided to go in 2s and 3s to save the towns. Kiuk! At that moment, a large life form appeared in the air as it let out a long screech. Shit! It's a ferris! It was a massive stingray that could fly through the sky. It was large enough to blot out the sun if it flew over you. In terms of size, it was a flying monster that rivaled the size of a dragon. The true reason why everyone was afraid of this monster was the fact that it acted as a carrier for other monsters. Shoo shoo shoo! Visiks were on top of the ferris. The Visiks unfurled their dragonfly-like wings as they flooded down from the skies. Do 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 do! These weren't the only monsters. The ground shook around them as the mole monsters named Tyudon pushed their heads out of the ground. The Tyudons were coming up all around them. Ha! It seems the offensive capability of Goshushu's army is beyond imagination. Torik, Gram, and Latasha's faces darkened at the overwhelming number of monsters. They could run away, but if they did, 30 people would die. Even if they fought, they couldn't guarantee the lives of the people. The most devastating part was that these children could become heroes and archmages in the future. The lives of these children would be snuffed out, and it would have been all for naught. Let's retreat. Graham nodded his head at Latasha's words. Monk Torek held his mouth firmly shut. Torek was about to open his mouth when he felt a delicate touch on his rough hand. A child had grabbed his hand, and she was looking up at him with tear-filled eyes. Are we going to die? Is there no miracles left? It was as if the child, who was close to tears, knew what her future held. Torek turned to look at his companions. Let's fight. That's unreasonable. Then the two of you may escape to safety. I'll do my best to save these people. Graham spoke with great care at Torek's words. You are Skia's monk. You shouldn't recklessly use your body like this. You have bigger tasks to accomplish in the future. I can't let you die in vain. Torek's power wasn't weak. It is my mission to save the lives of the children. There is nothing more important than that. Hey! Graham shook his head from side to side at Torek's stubbornness. To make matters worse, two more Ferris had appeared, and the Visiks were jumping off of them too. The sky was covered with the praying mantis monsters. It wasn't a beautiful sight. If dying in this place was arranged by Skianim, I will not refuse it. Torek was firm in his words. At his words, Graham raised his staff. I guess we have no choice then. Torek was someone the survivors of Alphen needed. He was essential to them. The Holy Maiden was gone now. There was no hero that was as well versed in healing magic as Torek. He had no choice, but to help the monk. If they wanted to run away after defeating this swarm of monsters, this was their last chance. They had to do it before the Dimensional Lord Goshushu made an appearance. Waruru. They were getting ready for battle when something extraordinary occurred. Kwahung. Accompanying a large explosion, a Ferris in the sky was suddenly falling in flames. Do. Eventually, they heard the ground ring out, and they saw a large undead army appear from over the ridge. In front of this army, one could see Death Knights charging on their phantom steeds. My God! Latasha's face turned white. It's the Immortals' army. Graham's body trembled as he dropped his staff. It was futile. There was no point in struggling to live. Even the icon of hope, Torek shook his head. There is no miracle coming. He never would have expected to meet the Immortals' army here. The townspeople fell to the floor in despair as they saw the large undead army charging towards them. All that was left was to wait for their eventual deaths. At that moment, a child let out a shout. It's the Holy Maiden. It's Melody Nim. Torek raised his head at the child's shout. He looked toward the rear of the undead army. The immortal was on top of a large phantom steed, and it was walking slowly towards them. Unbelievably, the Holy Maiden Melody was riding behind him. Shit! The immortal was the one that had kidnapped the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden had been their beacon of hope. There had been no news of her for a long time. They had endured enormous suffering during her absence. However, they would have never thought that the immortal had gotten in the way of the Holy Maiden. While Torek was glaring at the immortal, the undead army charged towards the Visiks that had landed on the ground. Chapter 167, Entry into Alphen, 2. Chapter 167, Entry into Alphen, 2. Ki. The goosebump-inducing sound of the skeletons hovered around their ears. Have I met that elven bitch? Ooh ha ha. It's a festival. A festival. You want to make a bet? As always, I will win. The Death Knights were boisterously talking, and the humans held their breath as the Death Knights passed by them. The Death Knights didn't show any signs of hostility in their conversations, yet the humans knew how frightening they were. These beings would cut off their heads as they laughed. Immortals' army. Death's executioners. These beings just walked past the people. Gua. The skeletons and the unsightly zombies also passed by them. The humans were treated as if they were non-existent. Papa. Quakeek. The Visiks and Tudons were helplessly taken down. No, they were being swept away. Once the army swept past them, the humans let out the breath they had been holding in. Hua! They couldn't even move their mouth from feeling overpowered. What's going on? The Immortals' army held a great hostility and hatred towards the living. Yet they were just passing by the humans right in front of their eyes. Moreover, the Immortal had shown up with the kidnapped Holy Maiden. Look over there! We have to rescue the Holy Maiden. The army is at a distance now. This is our golden opportunity. However, the bastard has other familiars. They couldn't come to a decision. While they were indecisive, the Immortal approached them on his phantom steed. Yo, what's up? It's been a while. He didn't know their names, but there was a faint memory of their faces left inside Woojin's head. He raised his hand in a welcoming manner as he greeted them. Torok and the other heroes tensed at the sight. They glared at him. What are you planning to do by kidnapping the Holy Maiden? What kidnapping? Woojin let Melody down. Melody couldn't control the expression on her face. She was thankful and apologetic at seeing the surviving people. Her expression switched back and forth. I'm sorry for my late arrival. To save Alphen, I went to the planet Earth to bring reinforcements. What are you saying? The Immortal has agreed to help us reclaim Alphen. Torok, Graham, and Latasha looked at each other when they heard Melody's words. When she saw their expressions, she laughed with tears in her eyes. Melody had also been very surprised. It had almost been unbelievable. The Immortal's name had been synonymous with calamity, yet he had become her ally. The Holy Maiden is dead. She's become the Immortal's corpse puppet. You evil bastard! Melody was taken aback when she saw them grasp their weapons as the tension in the air spiraled upwards. No. It is a misunderstanding. He really has come to help the coalition. Stop speaking nonsense. I'm sure the Shadow Ghost is controlling her. Ah! I can't believe the Holy Maiden of Arya had passed on in this fashion. Torok seemed genuinely sad. Tears started falling from his eyes. This is a true misunderstanding. I'm still alive. The Immortal really is. Yes. She's the illusion witch. I'm sure this is an illusion. Ah! Oskia! Please give me strength. Ooh. Torok was swept up in a pink light. As if to let out his pent-up anger, Torok was getting ready to charge. When he saw Melody become taken aback at seeing these people become enraged, Woojin let out a sigh. Well, do we really have to explain it in such a lame way? I have to resolve the misunderstanding. This isn't something you can resolve with words. Woojin jumped off Xing, and he summoned the warrior's weapon. There was a playful smile on his face. You just have to let them feel the truth with their bodies. When Woojin showed signs of getting ready for battle, Torok was the first to charge towards Woojin. He couldn't control the tears falling from his eyes. I dreamed of this day. I have the chance to eliminate the Immortal when his army isn't around him. Isn't this the culmination of my life destined by Skianim? Torok charged forward. No one had been able to eliminate the Immortal, since he was always surrounded by his familiars and the tens of thousands of undeads. He didn't know the reasoning behind the Immortal's actions, but his army was focused on eliminating the Tronet's army in the distance. This was Torok's golden opportunity. Huoong, Kwang. His mace was blocked by Woojin's steel staff. Torok was the monk of Skia, the god of adventurers. Monk Torok's strength wasn't insignificant. His eyes widened from surprise. Schwak, Quan Ke. His surprise didn't end there. Woojin used his strength to push him backwards. Torok was skidding backwards when the steel staff impacted on his knee. Kua! He had thought there was no way he would lose in terms of strength. Torok was being overwhelmed by strength. Was the Immortal always this strong? Moreover, the consequent attacks were swift. He was as fast as Latasha when she was going all out. Kwajik, Kwa. Torok was victimized by the Immortal's cruel hands. The immortal's steel staff crushed Torik's knees, and Torik was also struck on his head. Blood exploded forth as his scalp bled freely, but Torik was barely able to avoid death. However, he couldn't stop himself from passing out. One could see the white of his eyes as he lay on the floor. Woojin left behind Torik, and he immediately surged towards Gram. Hit! Pop-pot! Graham's body disappeared in a flash as he reappeared a little ways off from his original position. He had used the close-range teleportation spell called Blink. However, Shwag! The souls that inhabited Woojin's soul armor turned into several dozen spears, and the soul spears chased after Gram. Ha-hut! The soul spears followed until it impacted on their target. Gram was tirelessly moving to avoid the soul spears. Kang Woojin changed his warrior's weapon into a bow, and he shot an arrow. Puck! Kuak! Gram had deployed his defensive magic, yet his shoulder exploded in a bloody mess. Gram rolled on the ground. My father's murderer! Latasha! She was only 60 years old, yet she had risen to the position of Elf Lord. She had filled the position out of necessity as countless elders had sacrificed themselves in battle. The immortal had killed her father. Kang! Kang! Latasha danced with daggers in each hand. In a flash, Woojin had transformed his warrior's weapon into a daggers as he faced her. Hua! Kang! Shui Shik! Shu! The 4 daggers clashed against each other, and the battle was becoming prolonged. Latasha possessed the tragic elven blood in her veins, and the elves were second to none in terms of agility. However, he was as fast as Latasha. She would have never imagined the immortal was this fast. There were only a handful of times the immortal had personally entered a battle, so it wasn't surprising that Latasha had no idea about the capabilities of the immortal. She had heard countless stories about his notoriety, but she had only faced him twice before. This would be her 3rd time. Quack! The immortal used the split-second opening to strike Latasha's thigh. Ooh! It wasn't a critical wound, but it was an effective blow that was enough to decide the outcome of the battle. Shoo! Sha! Kang Woojin's daggers danced as wounds opened up all over Latasha's body. Kwajiik! In the end, each daggers were embedded in her shoulders. Her arms were sealed from moving. As a last-ditch effort, she attempted a low kick. Maybe it was because she couldn't control her strength, but her shin broke. Her lower leg was hanging at a weird angle as she lost her balance. Son of a bitch! I'll curse you even in my death. Woojin smirked at Latasha's struggle. Let's just forget about the past. You want me to forget about my enmity against you for killing my family? You caused harm to my subordinates too. Even if Latasha had fought against the immortal army, how many could she have killed? In the battle where she had face-off against him, she was placed in the rearguard unit. I destroyed the soulless undeads. How can you compare it to losing family? I don't care. They are precious to me. Despicable. We have enmity against each other, so let's just call it as being even. He unsummoned the warrior's weapon jammed into her shoulder. More blood spilled out through her open wounds. Woojin glanced behind him, and he saw the pale Melody. Then there were the terrified village people that couldn't even meet his gaze. Well, shall I go out and help in earnest? You should be a little bit more merciful. Melody started mumbling something as she looked at Woojin, but she gave up on it. The 3 of them were still alive. The only problem was the fact that they were in critical conditions. You take care of it. Woojin got back on Xing Xing, and he summoned Janice and Dulcie. Are we going to save Alphen yet? Woojin grinned as he looked at Sungu, who was fighting a fierce battle with the Ferris. It's about to start. Janice's body flew into the air. I'll save you all from this dreadful life. Janice's staff started to emit fire as it ruthlessly impacted on the incredible number of Visiks that were swarming towards them from distance. Shall I gather the souls first? Woojin possessed Thrash's protection. Most of its abilities were sealed from being damaged. There were no limits on how many souls he could store inside his soul armor, so he welcomed the presence of the thousands of ingredients he would be able to use. He could also see the dimensional Lord Go Shushu, who was personally leading his army into the battlefield. "Let's go, Dulcie!" Weeing. Dulcie started to gather all the blood spilled on the battlefield. Since Bibi wasn't here, it would be hard to calm down the blood golem. However, there was no better warning he could give to this world than the rampaging blood golem. Kang Woojin's. No. The Immortals' undead army had returned to Alphen. The giant Cyclops Go Shushu was lying on the floor. He was a bloody mess. "A bad egg has returned. I know you missed me. Isn't that right? Kuru. Choose your territory. I won't encroach on it." Woojin had his axe rested on his shoulder, and he stood in front of the Cyclops' single eye. "What should I do? What the hell are you talking about? I want to take possession of the whole planet." Go Shushu's big eye blinked. "So you are aiming for the Alphen's code?" Woojin furrowed his eyebrows. "What is this code supposed to be?" Go Shushu's eye rolled as he looked over the immortal. "I see. You don't know about it. This is why you are uselessly helping the residents of this planet. If he knew about it, he probably would have spent more effort on the dimensional battles." The immortal's deeds were eccentric. It was hard to see him as a dimensional lord. "You could be a little bit more friendly by telling me what you are talking about. Would that be a problem?" "Why should I do that?" Woojin knitted his brows. He brought down the axe in his hand with force. "Kwajik. If you plan on playing 20 questions, you can just fuck off." The axe was embedded inside the Cyclops' head, and his body started to fade away into grey light. "This is annoying. Maybe all the 72 thrones of Tronet were gathered at Alphen for this code. The dimensional lords at planet Jakku was comparably weak to the ones in Alphen." Woojin brushed off his hand, and he looked at Jimin and Sungu. "Do you think you'll be able to do this?" "Well, I don't see much differences from any previous tasks we had to do." Woojin looked at the location where Go Shushu had disappeared, and he looked at all the corpses of monsters filling up his surrounding. "This bastard is on the level of being a small fry. Don't let your guard down too much." "Yes, Hyung Nim." "Yes, Hyung. Then you guys clear the surrounding. If you see something useful, pick it up." "Yes sir." When they moved away, Woojin absorbed all the souls floating around the surrounding. Moreover, pot. Keek. Several thousand skeletons rose up once again, and they replenished his army. "I have to gather all the set items as fast as I can." If he gathered the set items once again, he would able to maintain a much bigger army. Woojin headed towards Melody. She had healed Torik, Graham, and Latasha. Then she had healed the townspeople. She was in the process of blessing them. Since they had confirmed that her holy power wasn't fake, Torik and his party looked at Woojin with dumbfounded expressions. Why did you spare us? You want me to kill you?" They weren't asking him to kill them. They were just curious about the reasoning behind his actions. "Why are you helping the coalition?" "Well, is there some rule that says I can't?" The immortal was strong, and he was still an asshole. "I'll clean this up for you guys. Just don't interfere with my work." He'll hunt them all down. At the very least, he wanted to return to Earth with Yang. Woojin ended the conversation by walking away. Everyone gathered around Melody when he left. "Is that person a hero, Holy Maiden?" She let out an awkward laugh at the child's question. "I'm not sure." Latasha let out a low growl as she looked at the immortal's back. "I don't know what he is thinking. I'm sure he will cause us harm in the end." "I'm not sure about that." The Holy Maiden looked at Woojin with slightly saddened eyes. Even after hearing the oracle, she had delivered Arya's words. Nevertheless, Woojin's behavior hadn't changed. He didn't show any reluctance in entering Alphen. She didn't know his true intent, but it was true that she should be thankful towards him. Melody bowed her head towards his back. Chapter 168, Reconstruction, 1. Chapter 168, Reconstruction, 1. Go Shushu's army was annihilated. They hadn't been repelled. They hadn't had the opportunity retreat either. They were simply annihilated. The corpses on Go Shushu's vanished territory rose up as undeads, and the immortal was leading this army. The people, who were confused, were the refugees that had hidden from Go Shushu's offensive campaign. I don't believe it. This is the prelude to a calamity. That's right. What reason does the immortal have for helping us? The fear and repulsion towards the immortal was almost an instinct for these people. Many people here had lost their family members in the war with Alendal. They couldn't even recover their corpses as they became undeads. Melody was barely able to gather the people here, and they were talking in hushed voices. They were nervous. The heroes, who had been the hope of the coalition, were also confused by the situation. What is his endgame? I don't believe it. You are saying he is doing this as an act of goodwill without any payment expected in return. Melody was in the middle of this dispute. Melody thoroughly understood the confused feeling of her people. She had also been surprised time and time again by the immortal. She looked at the 6 heroes gathered here. Graham, Torek, and Latasha was present. Then there was the young king of the Hansho kingdom named Kans, Orc chieftain Kruger and the dwarf king Raoul. There is something you should all know. When everyone's attention was focused on her, she opened her small mouth. Immortal is human. He is the same as us. Nonsense. Your joke is in poor taste, voice of Arya. She calmly raised her voice at the heated responses. I followed my goddess oracle. I was guided to earth, and I saw the true identity of the immortal. We were the ones that had misunderstood him. Dwarf King Raoul asked a question amongst the silence. How was he over there? Was he less rash, less cruel, and less tyrannical? On earth he... Melody thought over the question, and she pursed her lips. Even on earth, the immortal had been rash and tyrannical. He had done whatever he wanted to do. I knew it. The immortal is the immortal. He is calamity personified. We won't dance from happiness, because he is capricious in nature. We lost too many to do that. His words were correct. However, it is also true that he is helping us. That was true. Go Shushu's colony was being dismantled right now. Go Shushu's dungeons were all cleared, and he no longer had a foothold in this world. If he wanted to come back to Alphen, Go Shushu would have to return through another dungeon. However, this was a long ways off. Basically, a dimensional lord that had caused terror in this region was gone. This was also the reason why the people that had escaped in every direction were able to gather here. There were over 1,000 people here, who were sick and tired of being afraid and exhausted. He is our hope. This is the word of my goddess. The heroes still wasn't satisfied even after hearing Melody's appeal. It didn't matter if her words were true. They had too much enmity and feelings stacked against the immortal. Moreover, they couldn't hide the fear and worry they had towards the immortal. I wonder if this is like chasing a wyvern away to bring in a dragon. That's right. Our future will still be very uncertain if we rely on him. Melody's face darkened a little bit as she spoke. The important part is that he is making a sacrifice for our sake. Hey! What sacrifice is the immortal making for us? While they continued this hopeless conversation, a phantom steed galloped towards them. When the immortal got closer, the heroes unconsciously grabbed their weapons. They were tense as their palms became sweaty just from the immortal appearing. Yo! Woojin jumped off Xing Xing, and he stood amongst them. What are you all doing? Woojin furrowed his brows. They were either looking at each other or they looked at the ground. What? What's with this atmosphere? The heroes tensed at Woojin's playful words. Melody spoke quietly into this tense atmosphere. They still feel awkward at receiving help from immortal Nim. Eventually they will adjust. Ah! Woojin grinned as he looked at the people that was unable to look him in the eyes. We've been fighting a life and death battle, yet it looks like I'm suddenly pretending to be friendly with you. Is that how it is? Alliance. This is an alliance. Who doesn't have enmity against others? Stop acting like children. Woojin looked over them when his gaze stopped at Latasha. Are you going to keep acting up? Woojin unfurled 2 fingers to point at her eyes. She looked up at him. If you continue to glare at me like that, I'll string up your bones. Her pride didn't allow her to avoid his gaze, but Latasha's eyes were unfocused as it shook. The light in the immortal's eyes said he was telling her the truth. He wasn't joking. It isn't as if you guys are the only ones with enmity. I'll bury my enmity towards you all. So let us refrain ourselves. If you really don't like me that much, you can attack me. Do you think it'll make much of a difference if I kill 1 or 2 more people? He was probably the only one that could speak those words so naturally on this planet. No. Even if one searched through this dimension, the immortal was unique. If you don't have a death wish, don't look at me with that look in your eyes. Okay. You aren't going to answer me. Understood. It was as if Latasha had unwillingly squeezed out those words. Woojin smiled when he heard it. All right. Give me your opinions about the colony. Which colony are you talking about? I'll have to set up a base of operations where all the forces of the coalition would gather. The heroes looked at each other, and their face was glowing. They were going to rebuild the scattered coalition forces. Don't we have to pick a place that is easy to defend? Dwarf King Raoul started drawing a map on the floor. There is a deep ravine here. It'll be a good enough place to gather the people. Woojin looked at the map, and he pointed at a location. Where's this? This is the Soros Mountain. The surrounding region is quite open around this pointed mountain, so one would be easily found by one's enemies. An open space. The area is elevated, but it is debatable as to whether one could use that to one's advantage in defending the place. Moreover, it is an easy place to isolate and cut off the supplies to the mountain. The most important factor is that Julil has set up his colony there. So this place is where the doghouse is located at. Tronet's Great Lord. Second Throne Julil. Woojin laughed as he picked up a stick to plant it at the location. I'll build my colony here. As I said, that place is... Raoul was about to protest, but he shut his mouth when he caught sight of Woojin's eyes. I'll do the cleaning. Just get ready to move. After Woojin finished talking, he called over the 2 dongsengs that was approaching them. Waruru. A ball of fire suddenly dropped from the sky accompanied by a small explosion. When the flames died away, a man with a warm expression greeted the others. Hello. Chi-ji-ji-jik. A swarm of bats coalesced to form a person. This person lowered his head. Nice to meet you. The heroes awkwardly nodded their heads when Hong Sungu and Dujimin arrived. Both of you get acquainted with them, since you'll be traveling together often. Heh. I look forward to working with you all. Let us all get along. Woojin secretly smiled at their naive greetings. This reminded him of the time when he was first summoned to Alphen during his 3rd year of high school. It was a hellish period in his life. Where are you going, Hyung? I'm cleaning up the place where we'll be moving in. What? This place has apartments? It wasn't even worth his time to respond to those words. Woojin rode Xing as he waved his hand, then he disappeared far into the distance. Hei. Since the atmosphere is a bit awkward, how about we introduce ourselves over some alcohol? The people were still being awkward at Sungu's words, so he turned to look at Jimin. Hey, Jimin. Why don't you bring out some stuff from that dimensional storage or whatever? Alcohol and... Yes. Woojin had granted authority to Dujimin, so he had a partial access to the domain storage. It was usually used to put in any loots they gathered, but it could also be used to take stuff out. Jimin started taking out food and alcohol. Sungu diligently filled each cup. "Shall we drink?" As the alcohol started being passed around, Seju had a bright smile on his face. It seemed like a distant memory, but his college life hadn't been all for naught. What better way was there to break the awkwardness? Alcohol and games were the best way to become friendly with others. "Well, since we've started, let's go full tilt. Let's share it with everyone." There were almost 2,000 people gathered here. However, the dimensional domain storage was massive. The storage would still be overflowing with food even if they fed everyone here. Jimin didn't hold back in taking out the food. It had been a long time since the village people were able to satiate their hunger. Maybe what the people really needed was a solution to hunger and safety rather than revenge. They had been fighting tooth and nail to live and have some semblance of life. Maybe they'll have to live in the shadow of a being that lived in order not to die. "Drink! Drink! Chug down that alcohol!" Sungu took the lead of the party, and it continued into the dawn. Summit of Soros Mountain. Julil had a stunned expression as he looked at Necromancer Kang Woojin, who had brought his undead army to his doorstep. "I don't understand you. What? What enmity do you have against me? We are dimensional lords, so why do we have to waste resources to fight each other? You think this is a waste? It is a waste. In the end, there is nothing to be gained from this. Isn't this a waste of points?" Woojin stroked his chin. If one excluded death, what did one gain from this? Maybe he'll be able to find out a little bit about how the dimensional lords think. Woojin discreetly threw a bait out. "So do you have the code? Are you coveting the throne? If so, why the hell are you doing this?" Woojin's eyes shone. "Weren't you on the second throne? You are very clueless about the rankings. I stole one throne. I'm in the third throne now." He understood it. There were 72 great lords of Tronet. The throne were numbered from 1 to 72. This was a ranking they kept, and it depended on how many one possessed. If one wanted to steal a seat, one had to accumulate points. Once one gets to the 73rd ranking, one had the qualification to challenge the first throne. "There's the code I haven't found yet." Woojin's mumbling was well received by Julil. "Ah, you are talking about the code. Ah. You came back to Alphen to look for it. Isn't one code the same as all the other codes? What the hell are you talking about? Each code's authority." Julil's expression hardened in mid-sentence. He suddenly stood up. "You bastard! You don't know about the code." Woojin shrugged his shoulders. "If I knew about it, why would I need to put out my feelers? How dare you? How are you?" Julil became enraged when he realized he had been tricked. Woojin smirked as he took out his warrior's weapon. "Our Bibi is the best in taking care of dogs. If Bibi was here, she could have used her illusions. Wouldn't she have been able to gain more information?" Woojin was disappointed, but he quickly let go of those feelings. Well, Bibi has her own work to do. She was probably having a good time decorating the colony. She had the experience of building up the dimensional domain, so she would do really well in her current task. "You bastard! How dare you trick me? You were the one that allowed yourself to be duped." Kueha! Woojin and Julil clashed. Bibi was in the control tower as she looked over the large aircraft carrier. The vine tree had grown over the control tower to become the colony's symbol, and one could enter the control tower from the root like a house. The deck was large, but most of the living facilities were at the passengers' quarters. "What's troubling you, Bibi?" "Ah, Suo." Bibi happily greeted Suo, who was as tall as her. Did this little child know that she was the cat? Currently, they both looked like little girls. I was thinking about how I should decorate this place. Aha! Do you know what an aircraft carrier is, Suo? Aircraft carrier? Suo tilted her head in confusion. She was barely a kindergartner, so maybe the word was too difficult for her. Suo had become the holy maiden of Earth's unknown goddess, yet this didn't mean her knowledge had expanded. I know what aircraft means. Aircraft. It is a more difficult word, but it has the same meaning as a plane. Aha! So that is why they call it an aircraft carrier. Bibi looked at the wide deck as she nodded her head. No wonder. So that's what an aircraft carrier was. Aircraft was a plane. So that's why it is called an aircraft carrier. I wonder what carrier means. Bibi tilted her head in puzzlement. She used her authority over the colony to search through the store. She needed an expert that would be able to renovate this rundown colony city. 1,400p. One of the dwarf engineers of the Black Mine tribe. He is adept at creating magical machines. Design option, flying boat, mechanical golem, tank. Build option, siege-type Vulcan cannon, offensive buckshot. I found it. She found the talent that'll renovate the aircraft carrier. Bibi didn't think twice about consuming the points needed to appoint this talent. Chapter 169, Reconstruction, 2. Chapter 169, Reconstruction, 2. Dwarf No Sam was an expert in mechanical engineering. He scouted out the aircraft carrier, and he returned to Bibi to give a report. It is excellent. I'm surprised by planet Earth's technical skills. Is that so? Will it be able to fly? This is unsuitable for flight. This ship is supposed to be used to float on water. What are you saying? Are you saying it won't be able to fly? Bibi's bright eyes glared at him, and the surprised No Sam bowed his head. As a dimensional refugee, the admin of a colony was the next highest person in terms of ranking after the dimensional lord. I'll do my best. That's right. Hurry up and fix it. I think it can't fly, because it is broken. Are you saying you can't fix it? No. I'll do my best. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I've received the authority to use unlimited amount of points. No Sam lowered his head deeper towards Bibi. If a dimensional lord allowed her to use unlimited amount of points, it meant she was in his inner circle. There was no downside in getting on her good side. I'll release a blueprint soon. All right. I'll look forward to it. Bibi's eyes were twinkling from anticipation. No Sam bowed, and he was about to leave when he came face to face with Young Minchin at the doorway. They gave each other an awkward greeting. After passing by No Sam, Minchin approached Bibi. What are those things that suddenly formed on the deck, Steward Bibi? What do you think it is? Those are essential buildings. She had bought several buildings from the dimensional store, and those buildings were being built on the deck. There were new workers she had hired, and the dimensional domain residents of Allendale were naturally coming back and forth from the colony and the domain. If you build all those buildings on the deck, what are we going to do about the planes? If the runway was taken over by the buildings, they would only be able to operate the several helicopters they owned from that space. Minchin didn't know what Bibi was planning, so he had come looking for her. Ah! Don't worry about it. Master decided to give the heli whatever to Dulcie. He prefers to use the wyverns flying in formation. Bibi had already been told about Woojin's plans. The wyverns were able to take off vertically, so they didn't need a long runway. The outer parts of the colony city would be decorated by Bibi. It was up to her discretion. I guess if we use the wyverns. After imagining it for a moment, Minchin nodded his head. However, what did that have to do with constructing these buildings? Why are you building a cafe and a dessert store on top of the deck? He would understand it if she erected a wyvern's nest or a training facility. Why was building a cafe the most important task on the agenda? They are very important. Minchin became momentarily speechless at Bibi's sure attitude. Currently, restaurants, entertainment facilities and cultural facilities for the residents had already been built beneath the deck. However, Bibi was filling the top tech with buildings that had nothing to do with battle. Moreover, the other races were crossing over from the dimensional domain, and the residents of Allendale wasn't used to this sight. He worried there would be friction amongst these two groups. More importantly, our residents aren't able to communicate with the dimensional domain residents. Oh yeah. I'll have to sell some of the language drugs. She was direct in her actions. How could there be such an easy solution like this? Minchin was at a loss for words. Bibi immediately bought a store that sold language drugs from the dimensional store. She would build it right at the base of the control tower. In the end, the colony city was built through point consumption. If she could complete a blueprint, it'll all be built within the day. I want you to tell the domain residents to buy and eat the language drug. Tell them to buy it with the bloodstones. Allendale's Prime Minister Minchin spoke a long time with Bibi, who held authority over the colony. They discussed various issues. A city where the current domain residents and the residents of this planet could gather bloodstones on Earth was being made right now. Zing. What is that? On the deck below the control tower, a new portal was formed. The eye-catching part was that this new portal was different in color to the red portal next to it. It seems Master has made a colony in Alphen. Of course, it hasn't been fully activated yet. The aircraft carrier had several portals. There was the one heading to the dimensional domain of Allendale, Seoul Station's first exit and Nisha's pillar on planet Jakku. When the newly added portal was activated, a portal heading towards Alphen would be formed. So I can head to Alphen if I pass through that one. Yes. However, you'll need permission from Master. So the king was successful in building his colony. Isn't that a given? Bibi's faith in Kang Woojin was the deepest compared to anyone by his side. She was his first familiar, and she had aided him for the longest time. Minchin spoke as he laughed. I'll go ready the second party. It wasn't too long before Che Hesal, Blanca, and the Phantom unit would have to cross over. You do that. Bibi gave a general answer, then she opened the dimensional store. She busily started decorating the aircraft carrier. The point total for the domain was dropping at a rapid pace. A tree was planted on top of the Soros mountain. Latasha was shocked when she saw how fast it grew. How do you have a world tree? Tree of life. The mother world tree communicated with the world, yet a necromancer, who studied death, had planted it. He was the most unlikely person to interact with the world tree. Of course, it was only a symbol chosen for the colony, and it didn't hold much significance to Woojin. However, each person felt differently about such symbols. What did the crest of your coalition look like? Alphen's heroes were surprised at Woojin's words. Why are you so surprised? Do you think people will gather if I put up my flag? They had to make it known, who is residing at the Soras mountain. In the first place, he hadn't picked this place with his enemies in mind. He had placed the colony here with the surviving coalition members in mind. Why, yes, that's right. We have to make it known that the coalition is alive and well. The shocking part was that those words had come out from the immortal's mouth. Currently, the person that was breaking down everything in a rational manner was the immortal. Melody made a suggestion as she looked at Woojin. You should put up Allendale's flag. If I did that, wouldn't people avoid this place? Ah! Melody let out a sigh. Just from looking at the expression on the heroes here she knew everyone held a deep-seated fear and wariness towards him. She realized how much her way of thinking had changed. Kang Woojin Nim isn't a bad person. No, he might be a bad person. However, he wasn't the unbelievably scary necromancer that she had vaguely imagined in her mind. At the very least, he was someone she can converse with. She had watched Woojin as she lived near him on Earth, and this was her feeling on this subject. All right. Let's put this out too. Woojin took out the flag that had been purchased by Bibi. It had the picture of a cat that seemed to be roaring. It was quite different from the symbols and imagery that had been associated with Alendal and Alphen. Is Lisha's high priest still alive? He tried to resist against the undead army. It seemed he had killed the high priest. Woojin let out a bitter laugh. Shouldn't there be a successor? Melody had come back from Earth with Woojin. She didn't have the answer to his question. The answer came from Latasha's lips. The high priest that received Lisha's holy item is staying in the north. He is staying at the city of Litan. Ho-oh! That's great! You should lead the way. Why would I? Let's just go. Latasha frowned, but she didn't have much choice. She stepped forward. The colony will be activated in a day. Do a good job and protect it. His colony had just been formed. Until it activated, Woojin didn't have much to do here. He'll be able to build a city later through the dimensional store. It would be better for him to go out and find the items he needed. I'm going to clean the surrounding. You should rest a little bit. I'll be back. Go Shushu's army had been annihilated, and he had even stolen Julil's colony. Two-dimensional lords in this region was dead, but their underlings were still out and about. However, Woojin didn't need to stay behind to clear them out of this region when there were no dimensional lords nearby. Sungu and the heroes of Alphen was sufficient in being able to take care of them. The most important part was the fact that he was forming a base camp here. He needed either a colony city or a town. As time passes, monsters will start to gather around the Soros mountain. As he methodically take over the dungeons and colonies of other dimensional lords, they'll start to counterattack. Well, let's go. Latasha looked at the world tree once again, then she floated into the air. Follow me. Her body was encased in a fierce wind as she accompanied a wind spirit into the air. Woojin got on Xing Xing as he chased after Latasha. When they left, Melody unfurled the flag. MMMM? Is that really the symbol of Alendal? The combination of those two is a bit. What sane person would think about Alendal when one saw a picture of a cat? She had already seen it several times before, but Melody couldn't stop her laughter from coming out. Let's hang it up. MMMM. We have to advertise the alliance between Alphen's coalition and Alendal. They put the two flags representing the two forces in front of the world tree that was growing atop the Soros mountaintop. So why is the immortal trying to find Lisha's high priest? That's... When trying to predict a person's action, one usually thought about their past actions. In the past, the immortal threatened, stole, and killed all the time. This was why everyone's expression darkened. The immortal's relationship with the priests, who worshipped the gods, was especially poor. Maybe. I wonder if he is planning on stealing Lisha's holy object again. Torik was God Skia's monk, and his face crumpled. He had experienced it before too. He gnashed his teeth when he thought about the time when the holy item called Skia's boots were pulled off his feet. It seems his desire to collect the holy items is still present. It had been a subject that had been discussed for a long time in the past about the immortal's peculiar collection. He broke a branch off the world tree, and he stole holy items from each temple. The immortal's army had been getting to become a serious problem when he started to gather all these treasures. Torik suddenly looked at this boots. As expected of being a god of adventurers, Skia's boots allowed one to run without getting exhausted. A holy item was newly made when a new high priest appeared. His boots were the 21st Skia's boots to be made after the immortal stole one. The boots were a treasure that proved that he was the first monk of the god Skia. Why wasn't he covetous of my item? If he still coveted the holy items, Torik's item should have been the first one he should have taken. The fact that the immortal left him alone made him feel leery. I have no idea. They didn't know why the immortal went to look for Lisha's high priest, but there was no way he would just unreasonably steal the item like before. They were allies now. Maybe. They were at the biggest lake in the northern region. Is that the Litan's lake? Yes. There is a city there. This is the final city of the coalition still left standing. However, only the chosen people could enter this place. Litan's lake was large like the sea. There was only a single green island floating atop the waters. You have to be chosen. The water dragons bar intruders from entering the Litan's lake. This was the reason why the city of Litan was able to avoid attacks from the dimensional lords. At the same time, there weren't many in the coalition that had access to this place. This was their hideout, and it was also the final supply depot for the coalition. The food from the Litan's island provided the main supplies for the coalition. Latasha sat down at the dock, and she turned to look at Woojin. Even I do not have permission to enter this place. The lookouts at the Litan island probably caught sight of us already. A person will appear soon to talk to us. Woojin's brows furrowed. We have to wait until that time. This is the only way you will be able to meet the Lisha's high priest. If one couldn't go to the Litan island, one had to wait for the people on the island to come out. However, Woojin smirked as he grabbed the collar of Latasha's shirt. What the hell are you doing? In this world, there is no such thing as an only method. It was a binary choice. There was a road or there wasn't. Instead of walking on the road, Immortal frequently made his own roads to travel. He grabbed Latasha's back collar, and Xing Xing flew into the air. The water dragons will attack. She was dangling in the sky, and Latasha's face turned pale. A whirlpool started forming in the lake. There were 17 of them. The water dragons readied their dragon's breath. Chapter 170, Oracle, 1. Chapter 170, Oracle, 1. Poohoo. The water from the lake flew into the air as if it was ascending into the heavens. Each breath let out by the water dragons were streams of water. Each stream turned into something akin to sharp assassin needles. It was hard to maintain a sane mind when watching several 100,000 sharp needles flying through the air. Elf Lord Latasha was hanging in the air. She felt dizzy when she saw that attack coming towards her. Her body was stiff as a board, and she was so surprised that she forgot to breathe. It felt as if several dozen water drops containing the sharp energy would pierce through her. No, it was going to happen. Pop 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 pot. Latasha let out her breath as she saw the water droplets disperse as it impacted on an invisible barrier. Hua! Dug. It felt as if she was watching a heavy rainfall from below the eaves. The water came flying at incredible speed, yet it dispersed into the surrounding after impacting against the barrier. One couldn't just laugh it off when one thought about the power behind attack. They aren't that big of a deal. Latasha reflexively turned her head. She looked at the man flying in the air as he held onto the collar of her shirt. Immortal. She had never seen or hear of someone that was as unreasonable as him. He was trying to brute force himself into the Litan city, which was protected by the water dragons. It was something even the dimensional lord of Tronet avoided doing. The breaths aren't the end of it. Even if the soul barrier allowed him to avoid any damage, there were dozens of additional reasons why water dragons of the Litan lake were dangerous. What? It isn't as if the water dragons can fly. Can they? They can. What? Woojin was dumbfounded as he looked at Latasha. They can fly. We have to take shelter. Pooah. The whirlpool split apart as the heads of the dragons surfaced. Kuaa. Accompanying the roars, the dragons appeared. They were so long that their tails were still within the water even though the dragons had almost reached Woojin. Ooh! Woojin quickly shifted his body, and he avoided the sharp teeth of a dragon. The dragons had long whiskers as long as its body, and it was reminiscent of a catfish. Moreover, it was closer to looking like an eastern dragon from legend than a western dragon. There were 17 of them, and they rose into the sky as if they were swimming through sky. When they earnestly started to attack Woojin, he couldn't defend against it for too long. My souls will dissipate first. If the soul armor had enough souls in storage, it formed a barrier to automatically protect Woojin. The continuous threats were quickly dissipating his souls. He had diligently gathered souls after he arrived at Alphen, yet he might regrettably lose all he had gained. This was the first time Woojin felt taken aback. Shit! They quickly changed direction, and they escaped from the skies above Litan Lake. They landed on the ground as if skipping across the ground. The 17 dragons, which had been swimming in the air, glared at Woojin, then they returned below the surface of the water. Cha-ah! The lake waters became waves as it wetted the land. Kook! What the hell? Woojin got up, and he looked at the sloshing lake. Ka! What did I tell you? Latasha had rolled alongside Woojin, so she scolded him. He had pompously stepped forward, yet he had come up with empty results. Latasha was about to say something more, but she shut up when the furrows on his forehead deepened. There was nothing good about unnecessarily getting on his nerves. Anyways, the water dragons were a disaster-level power. It was so bad that Tronet's dimensional lord left this place alone. Just because he was the immortal didn't mean he'll do any better. Latasha made this accusation inside her head as she checked up on the immortal's expression. Laughter? Was he really laughing right now? This is fun. After he laughed for a brief moment, he took out his warrior's weapon. Was he trying to attempt it again? Was he going to go against the water dragons of the Litan's lake? Why, you are being reckless. We won't know what will happen unless I try it out. In the past, the first dragon he had caught was hard, but it got easier as he hunted several more of them. It would be a bit troublesome fighting 17 of them, but it wasn't as if it was impossible. He wasn't alone either. Shoo shoo shoo. Black smoke coalesced around Woojin to form death knights. Are we hunting dragons? It has been a while since we've seen dragons. I think this is the Litan's lake. All the death knights were Woojin's familiars, but they were all from different races. Moreover, they all had distinct personalities. Their memories all varied, so several of them knew about the water dragons residing in Litan's lake. It didn't matter what they remembered. If Woojin ordered it, they wouldn't hesitate to charge forward. Goo ha ha! Are you trying to make friends for Yang Yang? Lich Jinus was summoned besides Woojin. It would be possible to hunt all of the water dragons at the same time if Jinus was by his side. It would be possible with the help of a lich, who was unrivaled at debuff magic. Weeing. Moreover, they would be unrivaled if Dalsy joined the party. It would be best if Yang Yang was with him, but he had enough power to hunt down the dragons. Woojin was about to confidently step forward towards the lake. Let's do this, AG. Woojin was about to speak gallantly when he swallowed his words. Shah! A boat was swiftly moving through the water towards Woojin. In front of the boat, a 10-year-old boy was steering the boat. He was wearing clothes that were way too big for him. Woojin tilted his head in confusion when he realized the clothes looked familiar. What the hell? The boat docked, and the boy placed a ladder over the railing. When he got off the boat, he approached Woojin. There were death knights lined up all around him, yet the boy didn't back down at all. The boy stood in front of Woojin, and he gave his greeting. A cowl was precariously hanging on top of his head, but it refused to fall off. Are you the immortal? Woojin's eyes twinkled when the clear voice came out of the boy's lips. Are you Lisha's high priest? Yes, I am. I hadn't called you, so why did you come out here? I didn't invite you, so why did you come here? Woojin didn't say anything. He silently stared at the boy. If the sacrifice of myself could protect the Litan's island, it is worth it. Why do you think I'm here to kill you? Aren't you here for the Lisha's gloves? The boy pushed Lisha's gloves towards Woojin. It was a holy item that could grow a bud from all seeds, and it guaranteed the harvest of fruits. This was Lisha's treasure. He was the god of fertility. Of course, a high priest's authority was diminished when one lost the holy item. In certain circumstances, it was a worse offense to lose the item than to die. He was voluntarily giving away such a treasure. Was he a plucky little guy? Or was he being sensible? I'll use it well. Woojin unhesitatingly took the gloves. It was the ingredient item needed to make Thrash's punishment. The holy items were basically tokens of the high priests. However, as Lisha's high priest, he didn't look bothered at losing the item. I pray that the oracle comes to pass. The oracle? Woojin let out a bitter laugh. What did Lisha say? The boy let out a faint laugh at the question. The immortal was a being that had faced the gods. He wasn't an insignificant being to the priests, who worshipped those gods. He had received an oracle yesterday night. I was told to give you the treasure. She told me my wishes will come true if I do. Woojin blankly stared down at the gloves. He had gathered 3 items that were crucial in making Thrash's protection, march, and punishment. He only had 2 left. Woojin unsummoned his familiars, and he left behind the Litan's Lake. New colony on the Saurus Mountain. People were gathered in groups of 2s and 3 around the World Tree. They were building houses, and the 2 flags were planted in the middle of everything. So that's what you were talking about. That's right. The people kept talking about the identity of the flag besides the coalition's flag. It was a roaring baby lion. No, it kind of looked like a cute tiger. I can't believe that is the immortal's symbol. What does it mean? Isn't it roaring towards the world? I think it is just yawning. The common thread amongst these discussions were the immortal's symbol. They were guessing the meaning behind it. The cute image didn't match up with the immortal, and this incongruity fostered their curiosity. I'm sure it is a lion. What are you saying? It's obviously a tiger. This was a topic that kept flaring up between the people. The one that was the most curious was the young king of the Hanshou kingdom named Kans. He had heard about the immortal through oral history, and this was the first time he had seen the immortal. It was the first time he had seen the undead army fight. The immortal was much different from the stories his father had told him. The immortal's existence was sufficient enough to draw the curiosity and admiration out of the young ruler Kans. There were several dozen lookouts around the Saurus mountain hastily made out of wooden logs. Both the flags of Alendal and Coalition were hung out on these outposts. Kans had climbed up one of these lookouts, and he let out a bright laugh when he saw a fireball coming towards them. Sungunim is back. The heroes that had accompanied the immortal was no joke. There was a vampire lord and a fire spirit. Weren't they worthy of being companions of the immortal? Sungu was very good at drinking alcohol. His shoulder dance made everyone want to dance, and he was great at leading a party. Kans had never heard of a fire spirit that was great at drinking alcohol. Sungunim is back. Kans had become fairly close with him as they shared alcohol. Kans quickly came down from the lookout, and he vigorously shook his arms in greeting. The arc of fire in the air located Kans, and the fire landed right in front of him. Kans. Thank you for your hard work. Heh. I have to practice a little bit more before I head back to training. As expected. He was so strong, yet he's still thinking about training. There is something I always wanted to ask you. What is it? Anyways, hasn't it been a day since the colony was built? Shouldn't it be done by now? I think it should be done soon. Kans looked up at the sun in the sky, and it looked to be in the same spot as yesterday. He nodded his head. Let us talk as we walk. Yes. What do you want to ask me? The people are very curious about Alendal's symbol. Is it a lion or a tiger? Hey! Sungu tilted his head in confusion as he looked at the flag. The first person that came to mind was Bibi when he saw it. It is probably a cat. What? You don't know what a cat is? I do, but I'm sure. I think. Kans looked disappointed by Sungu's answer. It looked as if his high expectation was stabbed in the back. Sungu shrugged his shoulders as he looked at Khan's sulking face. He knew the flag was hung around Alendal, but he had never asked about how it came to be. This was why Sungu didn't know the story behind it. The only thing he knew was that the picture made him think about Bibi. That was what came to his mind first. Haha. I'm pretty sure the Holy Maiden knows the story behind it. Of course. I'll have to quickly go see Melody Nim. In any case, all the heroes of the coalition was climbing up the Saurus mountain to watch the completion of the colony. They had superior physical ability compared to the civilians, so they would be able to climb the mountain in a short amount of time. Hey! Jimin had gotten there before Sungu. He approached Jimin, who had a sour expression on his face. Jimin! Is something wrong? Hyung! What's up? Did you hear about the oracle? Sungu didn't know what Jimin was talking about, so he tilted his head in confusion. Jimin discreetly pointed towards Melody, who was kneeling in front of the world tree. I heard the goddess Arya gave an oracle before Woojin Hyung came back to Alphen. What about it? Didn't anyone, who went to school, know that gods and goddesses gave oracles? Wasn't it a given? Goddess Arya is the goddess of prophecy. Hey! Was he talking about a prophecy? Sungu's expression also got serious, and Sungu asked a question. What did she say? That is. Jimin opened his mouth with a dark expression. Chapter 171, Oracle, 2. Chapter 171, Oracle, 2. You will finally find the answer, yet you will lose your way. Illusions and truths are alike. Life and death is also a choice. Sungu turned his head when he heard the sweet voice. He asked Melody a question. Is that the words given to Hyung by the goddess Arya? Yes, it was. So why is it bad? Melody furrowed her forehead when she heard Sungu's innocent question. Jimin also shook his head from side to side as he spoke. It isn't positive. Is that so? What did Hyung Nim say about it? I'm not privy to. Jimin's gaze shifted towards Melody, so Sungu turned his gaze towards her too. She was the Holy Maiden, and she had delivered the oracle to Woojin. She probably also heard his answer to it. The immortal. The Holy Maiden hesitated before she repeated his words. Stop saying shitty things that doesn't answer anything. Just do a good job in gathering the coalition. Of course, Hyung Nim would say something like that. Sungu stroked his chin. Then there won't be any problem. Melody had to bite her lips at Sungu's conclusion. She had never expected to meet someone besides Kang Woojin, who treated the prophecy of goddess Arya as a footnote. No, she never expected to meet another man, who treated it as a baseless fear. Hyung. This is the words coming from the goddess of prophecy. We should weigh her words carefully. We have to get ready for the worst possible scenario. Melody nodded along with Jimin's words. At the very least, there was someone around the immortal that thought like a normal human being. A goddess is saying these stuff, so how are we supposed to prepare against it? We have to analyze the prophecy, and we have to minimize the dangers. I don't know anything about that. It is too complicated. I'd trust Hyung Nim more than a goddess. Sungu waved his hand, and he headed towards the colony that was almost completed. I thought you were trying to say that the oracle was important. That is what they were trying to say. It is important. It might be talking about our deaths. Aren't you leery about it? Sungu shrugged his shoulders at Jimin's words. If I was going to die, I would have been burnt to a crisp by now. Hyung. Jimin couldn't come up with more words to argue with Sungu. He had looked into the deep depth of Sungu's eyes. The light in his eyes said that Sungu had moved beyond death, and it was all the answer that was needed. The best way to handle this is to not think about it. Yes, Hyung. Was this the difference in how much they trusted Kang Woojin? Jimin reflected deeply on Sungu's words. Sungu Hyung believes in him more than anyone else. If I keep thinking about it, it'll just make my head hurt. The reason behind it was a bit strange. Hong Sunggu had been by Woojin the longest on earth. As he stood by Woojin, it seemed faith in Woojin wasn't what had grown inside Sunggu. Maybe Sunggu's brain was cleared? At the very least, his words made one become suspicious of such a possibility. However, they didn't have enough free time to discuss such topics. Somehow, it will all work out. I think. Was he trying to cheer her up? Melody silently nodded her head at Jimin's words. Goddess Arya's prophecies were never wrong. The message she had delivered was clear. If Woojin obtains the treasure he had long been looking for, he might get lost. He might lose the path back to his home. It is a horrible thing. Holy Maiden Melody had already experienced it before. She had gathered the dimensional fragments, and she had become a dimensional lord to look for help. She had lost all her points when all the other lords attacked her, and she had lost her dungeon. In the end, she had no idea how she would get back to her home planet of Alphen. She was barely able to throw away her domain before she had headed towards Earth. She was able to come back to Alphen after a long period of time. She had delivered her analyses of the oracle to Woojin. Of course, the words that were spoken to her in return wasn't that nice. What the hell do you want me to do? The immortal would come to his own conclusions, and he would make his own choices. Melody's words wouldn't be able to change his actions. It isn't something that should go in one ear and out the other. The problem was they were treating the oracle as a divination coming from a fortune teller. However, Arya's oracle wasn't something that could be easily ignored. Arya's prophecy was never wrong. Maybe I am being presumptuous by worrying for him. He himself wasn't worrying about it. The fact that Melody was putting herself out there worrying for him was ridiculous. She became surprised when she realized she equated Alphen's peace with Kang Woojin's well-being. Isn't that Hyung Nim coming toward us? At Sunggu's words, everyone gathered under the matured world tree looked up at the sky. The phantom steed was using its phantom gallop, and they could see Woojin on top of it. Latasha was being dragged along. When they were almost at their destination, Latasha jumped down to land on her own. Woojin got off the phantom steed, and he looked at the colony's symbol. I'm right on time. He'll have 2 gates on Alphen. The dungeon will be protected by the defenders of the dimensional domains, and the colony will be protected by the coalition. There was no way he would lose his way back home. Did you accomplish what you set out to do? Woojin's eyebrow arched at Melody's question. It was well received by me. Ah! As she had surmised, he really went to steal a holy item. Woojin took out the gloves as he shook it playfully. Melody closed her eyes when she saw it, and the other heroes frowned. Monk Torik, who worshipped God Skia, couldn't help himself. He yelled out at Woojin. We are supposed to solidify our alliance, yet what is your motivation behind gathering the holy items? I needed it. The immortal had committed theft, yet he was speaking in an imposing manner. It needled Torik's feelings. Are you covetous of God Skia's treasure? I already have one. If I didn't have it, I would have asked for it. If one went by the tone of his words, it felt as if the immortal was taking back something he had loaned out. Now that we are talking about it. Kang Woojin looked at Melody. Her eyes shook from uneasiness. Why have I never seen Arya's holy item on you? He already possessed Thrash's protection, which was the chest piece of the armor. It just needed to be repaired. Moreover, he had obtained the ingredient items for the gloves and boots. The only thing left was the helm and the belt. He needed the holy items from Goddess of Prophecy Arya, and the God of Time Herace. He was a bit puzzled at the fact that the Holy Maiden Melody didn't carry around her holy item. Her expression darkened as she spoke. After you took away my predecessor's holy item. The holy item was given to the servant that was closest to the god. Whether it was a holy maiden, high priest or a monk, it was symbol of power given to the person that'll act as an avatar for the gods. Melody was an acolyte of the previous holy maiden, who had her holy item stolen. Melody was the holy maiden now, but she was incomplete. The high temple is in enemy territory. I wasn't fully able to complete the succession, so I do not have my holy item yet. She hadn't lost the item that symbolized her position as the holy maiden. She had never received it in the first place. Well, I'll recover it. He'll recover the high temple, then he'll take the holy item from her. Kang Woojin was in a good mood. It didn't matter how Melody felt about it. He needed the items to make Thrash's set. He was steadily gathering all the items, and now he had completed a colony. Since he had his gates, he'll earnestly help in recovering Alphen, and he'll complete Thrash's set items. The problem was the mysterious Thrash's executioner, but he'll eventually find the answer to the problem. I'll carry out the obligation I have towards the alliance. Woojin opened his dimensional store when his colony was completed. The Saurus mountain underneath the world tree was considered to be his territory. First, the walls. Woojin purchased castle walls, and he started placing it around the perimeter of his territory. Kung. As if by magic, castle walls emerged out of the ground as a barrier was formed. Everyone was in disbelief as they watched the miracle occurring in front of them. I have organized the roads. His points were being quickly consumed, but he had saved up a lot from before. The more important part was the bloodstones that would be gathered through taxes and selling items at the stores. This could be seen as an investment. He needed the coalition to have a solid base, so they could protect the place. Moreover, he would be able to collect on taxes. It was logical to prioritize making a stable colony. When the castle walls finished forming a perimeter, the grounds in various locations were smoothed out. The space that would be used as drilling grounds in a square was formed. Then the roads started widening. The trees disappeared and the boulders were moved. Houses were being made. Numerous facilities were being built, and in a short amount of time, a town came into being. Then several more towns were formed. Lookouts formed in various parts of the mountain where the troops would be stationed. He also made 4 wyverns' nests that'll protect the skies. He had spent an incredible amount of points, but he still had half his points left. Did I build all the basics? When he first decided to make Saurus Mountain his colony, everyone worried about supplies the most, but it wouldn't be a problem. They would be able to buy everything from the colony city's stores using bloodstones. He wasn't going to use this place as a shelter. He wasn't planning on supporting a resistance that hid and ran away. This would be the launching pad of a counterattack. It didn't matter if they were visible to their enemies. The battle won't be conducted here. He was going to take the battlefield to his enemies. After closing his store, Woojin looked around his surrounding, and he saw that everyone was on their knees. Jimin and Sunggu also had dumbfounded expression on their faces as they looked at Woojin. Hyung Nim. In such a short amount of time, the Saurus mountain had changed in too many ways. God. Woojin smirked when Jimin mumbled the word. If there was a god, it would be the being that made the dimensional stores. He was just someone that used it. However, it seemed the natives of Alphen didn't share his views. What the are you guys doing? Woojin was dumbfounded when he saw the people on their knees with their head lowered. He was most suited for destruction, yet the followers of gods, who were known for creation, was worshipping him. Hey! Get up! They didn't dare raise their heads even at Woojin's words. He spoke in a low voice. If you don't want a beating, you guys should get up. Yes. The heroes stood up as they eyed Woojin. This was especially true for Torik, who had expressed his anger towards Woojin. Torik didn't know what to do with himself. You are give me the creeps. Why are you suddenly being so shy? I can't believe I was able to see the god of creation's miracle. Woojin clicked his tongue as Torik's words trailed away. You don't know shit about miracles. If this was considered to be a miracle, wouldn't that mean the dimensional lords of Tronet were all gods? Woojin could act like a god only in a limited portion of this land, and his influence only extended to the colony city below him. Woojin was checking the status of the colony city through his information window when a large portion of his points was suddenly drained away. Half the points he had left was used by someone. There were only 2 other beings that could use the points besides Woojin. BB was in charge of the colony city on Earth, and there was Kaiba, who was in charge of defending the dimensional domain. A massive amount of points were suddenly used, so it meant that most of his defenders had been replenished. Seeing 2 gates opened up in front of the world tree. One headed to his dimensional domain, and the other one headed towards the colony on Earth. While Woojin was deciding where he should go, a person popped out from one of the portal. King. A line of people were exiting the portal. It was none other than Seoul, Blanca, and the Phantom Unit. Is anything unusual going on? How's everything on Earth? Everything is fine. We came here as soon as the gate was activated. If the colony on Earth was safe, was the points being used at the dimensional domain? Alright. You guys should greet everyone here, then go get ready for the mission. Yes, sir. Woojin looked at Melody. I'm going to go visit my domain for a little bit. I want you to settle the nearby locations with my men, and I want you to gather the coalition. When Woojin entered the portal heading toward his dimensional domain, her heart beat faster at some unknown worry. Please return safely. Worry was squeezing her heart. The Holy Maiden was unsure if the worry was for Alphen or Kang Woojin. She couldn't make out her feeling. Chapter 172, Airstrike, 1. Chapter 172, Airstrike, 1. Shoo. When Woojin arrived at his dimensional domain, it looked the same as before. However, when he exited the castle, the town looked totally different. Waruru. Houses were burning, and there were corpses strewn everywhere. It looked as if they had put up a fight against the adventurers. The corpses had yet to be cleared away, so they were strewn in various locations. Then there were the soldiers on patrol. If one looked at the broken houses, one could tell the fight had happened not too long ago. Kaiba. My lord. Black smoke coalesced to form Kaiba, and he got on one knee. Did strong adventurers come this time around? It was a rebellion. Rebellion. An uprising sometimes occurs amongst the dimensional residents. Woojin stroked his chin. There were several factors that could threaten a dimensional domain. There was the dimensional battle, dual requests, and the adventurers that come through the dungeon. There were also the possibility of a rebellion from the dimensional residents, who had migrated here. Then there were the thieves that intentionally came here to steal the domain. The difference between a dimensional resident and a dimensional lord was the fact that one possessed a domain. There were a lot of wanderers that were very strong. If Woojin lost his dimensional domain, he would wander around doing the same thing. Moreover, there were a lot of wanderers that banded together to form their own mercenary units. These groups wandered around from place to place as they caused trouble. However, there were only one reason why an uprising would occur. It wasn't the fact that he was weak, but... Do they think I'm a pushover? No way. No one here would dare to think of our lord as a pushover. Kaiba suddenly yelled out. Kaiba continued to speak as he looked at the corpses. They were intentionally sent here. It looks to be a mercenary outfit that took a commission from Liu. Woojin let out a sigh. Why does she keep aiming for me? Liu had failed in taking him down in the dimensional battle and the duel. Now she was using subterfuge to take down his domain. She had said that he'll never be able to protect his home planet of Earth. Her words kept ringing in his ears. Maybe she wanted to prove her own words. This might be why Liu kept harassing him. If he didn't have Death Knights like Kaiba, he might have had his domain stolen from under him. If it wasn't for his reliable familiars, her relentless attacks might have worked. Were they a bit hard to put down? It wasn't too hard. I barely had to replenish our forces. Woojin tilted his head in puzzlement. Then where did my points go? He'll be able to get a full accounting of how his points were spent by sitting on his throne. He'll find out what had happened by opening his domain management window. When Woojin was about to turn away, Kaiba suddenly spoke. I want to run alongside the Lord in the battlefield. Woojin looked at Kaiba. He could feel a desperate longing emanating from the large Death Knight. There were only a small number of adventurers that attacked the dimensional domain of Alendal through the dungeons. There were the occasional uprisings, but Kaiba could count those instances with a single hand. He was the defense commander of the domain, and his duties were boring him to tears. Woojin thought he had neglected Kaiba for too long. All right. I'll replace you with someone else. I'll spread a carpet of blood on the Lord's battlefield. Undead army. He was the strongest Death Knight. The declaration suited Kaiba, since he was the spearhead of the army. I like what you are saying. Woojin grinned as he glanced at Kaiba. I'll replace you with a pinch hitter, so just wait a little bit more. I'll ride into the next battle with you. I wait for the Lord's command. Woojin returned to the throne inside the Lord's castle. Let's see. The points that was used to replenish the forces was significant, but this wasn't a problem. He was collecting taxes through his domain and colonies. He was bringing in more than he was spending on replenishing troops. It didn't take him long to find the source of the drain. It's Bibi. Bibi was in charge of Earth's colony city. She had named it Bibi's Castle, and he had spent a massive amount of points on the city. However, it wasn't a problem, since his points would be increasing as time passed. In the future, he'll be able to gather Earth's bloodstones through the colony, so the amount of insignificant in context. Moreover, Woojin had just spent twice the amount of points compared to Bibi when he built the Saurus colony. I'll go see what's going on. A massive amount of points had been expended at once. There was a small possibility that Bibi had to replenish all her troops in response to an enemy attack. He was a little bit worried. He had planned on returning to Alphen immediately, but he was curious as to see how much change had occurred at his colony. He passed through the portal to head to Bibi's castle. Poolu. The flag with the yawning cat was billowing in the wind. When Woojin came out of the portal, he titled his head in confusion. It changed a lot. The deck had been wide open, but now there were buildings obstructing the view. One could call it a town. There were some buildings that looked modern, and there were also buildings that looked similar to the ones in Alphen. It felt as if he was walking through an unfamiliar city. Bibi. Master. At Woojin's call, a puff of black smoke appeared as Bibi appeared. Het. How's everything going? Well, everything is progressing as planned. Het. He thought about how Bibi had remade Alendal, so he could guess at what the colony would look like. However, he hadn't given her the authority to use his points, so Bibi could purchase cafes and stores. How's our defense? The fact that this was a moving fortress was the most important point in making this colony. It was very important for it to have defensive capabilities, so it could keep everyone safe. One couldn't half-ass it, and Bibi was well aware of this fact. It burned a lot of points. She was being boastful, so it seemed she must have used a lot of points by going overboard on defense. Of course, the aircraft carrier was much smaller than the Saurus mountain. It is small, yet she had used half the points needed to construct the Saurus colony. This was why his expectation was high. Follow me, Master. I'll show you. Bibi looked like a child that was showing off a toy she had made. Woojin followed her up the control tower, and he came face to face with Young Minchin along the way. King. What is wrong with you? Are you sick? Woojin worriedly asked the pale-faced Minchin. Minchin's face crumpled up as he answered Woojin. Motion sickness. Hey! You are seasick. Woojin noticed the vibration beneath his feet, so it seemed the aircraft carrier was on the move right now. If it was seasickness, I would be okay, but, ooh. Minchin covered his mouth, and he quickly disappeared down the stairs. Woojin shrugged his shoulder as he asked Bibi a question. Where are we headed? We wanted to do the move in one sitting, so we decided to head towards Seoul. We are currently passing by Daejun. It'll be great if we could move everything at once. Daejun. Yes. Heh. I fixed what was broken, so we can fly again. Broken. This aircraft carrier was built a long time ago, but it hadn't been broken. Woojin arrived at the top of the control tower, and he looked out the window. Kiak! The cries of the wyverns was heard through the window. He saw 12 wyverns flying around the aircraft carrier as an escort. There were beings from one of the other race riding the wyverns. The Radok race are talented riders. We decided to always have them deployed as guards. They are also tasked to recon the surrounding area. Bibi started boasting about her accomplishments. I also built cannons, and it can fire in all directions. The engineer Nosam adapted Earth's technology, so there aren't any official names for these weapons. Why don't Master name them? Bibi spoke as she pulled up a hologram in front of him. She showed him the entire design plans for the modified aircraft carrier. There were 120 openings from front to back, and it was all equipped with cannons. The problem was the fact that the cannons weren't only equipped on the side of the aircraft carrier. It was built along the keel and the hull. It looked like a hedgehog turned over on its back. I also put aside a landing strip for the wyverns. They can be deployed immediately. He looked beyond the window to look at the spot being pointed out by Bibi. There was an empty spot on the deck, and there was something that looked like a strange-looking hill next to it. Woojin could see wyverns coiled and resting on this hill. He could see over 40 of them with his eyes. How many? If I include the wyverns on patrol, we have 107 wyverns. She looked up at Woojin with twinkling eyes as if to say, did I do good? He had tasked her to come up with the defense of the fortress, so he expected this level of defensive capability. However, so we are flying in the sky right now. Of course. Woojin's expression did not change, so Bibi tried to bring up some of the things she had been working on in secret. I felt as if we didn't have enough weapons for offense, so we are developing several weapons. Moreover, it would be a drain on our points, but we are building a barrier that'll activate when our enemies attack. You can stop talking now. Woojin placed his hand on top of Bibi's head. This might be an excessive investment, but this was related to the safety of his family. This was why he welcomed it. You did very well. Heh. Woojin patted Bibi's head, and he looked out at the view. He looked beyond the flying wyverns, and he could see sunlight peeking out through the clouds. He had no idea how she came up with the idea to make a flying fortress. Woojin smiled. I really like it. Wasn't it better to fly away in a dangerous situation? They wouldn't be constrained by the sea now. Bibi also laughed when she heard Woojin's praise. Saurus colony. Most of the nearby monsters had been exterminated, and the survivors in the nearby gathered to grow the colony. As more people came in, Sungu and Jimin had less things to do. They weren't needed for hunting down weak monsters. It was the job of the inexperienced Phantom Unit and the people of Alphen to hunt down the scrubs. During the dangerous battle, they had always pined for free time. Once they got their free time, they were bored now. When will Hyungnim get back here? I have no idea. I guess Sungu Hyungnim is now accustomed to all of this. No way. I'm not accustomed to it. Sungu felt a chill at the tip of his nose, so he rubbed his hand against it. Jimin continued to speak. I read this in a book. If a slave is suddenly made a free man, the slave would be unable to get used to the outside world, and he would put the shackles back on himself. So I'm the slave. I'm not saying that, but... Dude. You've come a long way if you can speak those kinds of words to me. Jimin had an apologetic expression when Sungu spoke. I didn't say it to make you feel bad. Now that I think about it, I do want to see Jin's Nim. He really was the slave in the story. Jimin was dumbfounded as he stared at sight of Sunggu's face. He had been subjected to near-death dangers, yet he still wanted to see Jin's. Was he a masochist? Ah! I want to eat ramen and kimbap. Seriously? Jimin agreed with Sunggu's words. It was as if Alphen's food wasn't edible. Moreover, they were able to purchase food through the colony, and it was decent. However, Sunggu and Jimin were natives of Korea. At times, they thought about eating rice. Their mouths watered especially when they thought about ramen. It was something they ate quite often. Should we go to Earth for a brief moment? Woojin Hyung might discipline you. Let's just be patient. When Kang Woojin returned to Alphen, he wanted permission to be able to frequently visit Earth. He was told to clear the nearby monsters, and now he felt like a student that had finished all his homework. There was an empty feeling inside him. At that moment, Elf Lord Latasha approached the two. What are the heroes of Earth talking about? Latasha was wary and abrasive towards Woojin. However, her attitude was a bit better with Sunggu and Jimin. It was actually quite favorable towards them. Ah, Latasha. We are talking about ramen. Ramen. Yes. It is a noodle-type food, and it is incredibly delicious. It is an Earth cuisine, so we aren't able to acquire it here. I heard the synchronization with the planet Earth isn't finished yet. Yes. I heard you'll be able to buy items from Earth when the synchronization ends. The dimensional store had everything. Since the synchronization hadn't ended, they could buy anything from Earthy. They could only buy items from Alphen. Of course, there were similar items, but... Once the synchronization ends, we'll be able to bring Earth items through the portal. I guess. At Jimin's words, Sunggu tilted his head. Wow! What would Hyung like to bring here? I want a car. I want a computer. When Latasha heard their conversation, she asked with curiosity in her eyes. It seems Earth has many wondrous things. Of course. When the time comes, I would like to taste the cuisines of Earth. At that point, I'll treat you to some ramen. Oh! I will look forward to the ramen. Sunggu let out a wicked laugh as he looked at Latasha's excited face. There is a fantastic ramen called the fire chicken fried noodles. I'll treat you to it one. Jimin was taken aback by Sunggu's words, and his eyes shook. Jimin discreetly glanced at Latasha, and she still had an excited expression on her face. Jimin looked at Latasha, who was laughing without any pretense. He contrasted it with Sunggu's face, which was filled with pretense. I really want to eat it. Hoo. I will make sure you'll get to eat it. Evil. Sunggu Hyung had become a demon. Jimin shook his head from side to side. Translator's note. Chapter 173, Airstrike, 2. Chapter 173, Airstrike, 2. Woojin looked over the hologram of the BB's castle, and he nodded his head in satisfaction. BB was doing a good job by herself, so it seemed he wouldn't have to worry too much about it. Investments were great, but it would be bad if all his points were used. He wouldn't be able to replenish his troops, and he wouldn't be able to maintain his domain. Many dimensional lords lost their domains through mismanagement. You keep this up even into the future. You have to protect the colony no matter what. However, this was for his family. Moreover, his return to Earth hinged on the existence of the colony. Understood. Woojin was about to get up. BB yelled out when she saw the hologram window. Master! Another dungeon just broke. As soon as her words ended, one could hear urgent steps as two people appeared. One was the captain of the aircraft carrier, Park Gilsoo. The other was No Sam, who was in charge of maintenance and design. It is good to see you, King. I give my greetings to the Lord. The two had hastily appeared, and Woojin turned his head towards them. Can we see what's going on below? Yes, sir. Park Gilsoo immediately used the screen within the control tower to bring up the map of the region below. When he zoomed in with the screen, one could see a live high-resolution footage. Is that 3 locations? Jung Minchen still had a dark expression as he returned to the control tower. He spoke to Woojin in a weak voice. Recently, there's been numerous dungeon breaks. There was no warning before they broke. At the very least, Korea is in a better situation than the other locations. Other locations? The subjugation of the enemy forces never exceeded a day in Korea. However, several countries had monsters take over key buildings several hours before they besieged it. Woojin's eyebrows arched. Did another colony form on Earth? Not yet. However, there had been intermittent attempts to form one. What are you talking about? There are some in China, who are aiding the formation of a colony. Why? This is just a guess, but it seems they want to harvest the dimensional fragments. Tisk. Woojin clicked his tongue as he closed his eyes. He had already predicted this would happen. People talked about world peace and the protection of Earth, but humans moved based on greed. In the end, they'll find out it was futile to eat one's own flesh. He wanted to protect Earth, so he could protect his family. He was also motivated by his own self-interest. He felt that he didn't have much time left. I guess I'll have to take care what is going on below. Master is busy. Please leave it to me. You. It had been a long time since Bibi had accompanied him to the battlefield. This was why her level was still low. If she unnecessarily went forward to subjugate the monsters, she might get hurt. I just have to attack with the colony city. Ah. Woojin nodded his head. This was a moving colony city. He had decided on putting a colony on an aircraft carrier, so they could escape from attacks they couldn't handle. Unexpectedly, the aircraft carrier was able to traverse the sky instead of the ocean. The weapons and troops placed the aircraft carrier wasn't only for battle on sea. Now it would be able to be used to attack the enemies from the sky. That's a pretty good idea. May I be in charge of it? All right. I'll leave it up to you. The unexpected dungeon breaks would continue to happen. Woojin couldn't take care of all of them. Woojin had to do the deeds that only he could do. Thrash's executioner. He had to solve this puzzle. If he wanted to solve it, he had to regain his Thrash set items. It might give him a clue that he could follow. He had to be in Alphen instead of Earth. BB. Yes, Master. No matter what you do, don't lose the colony. Leave it to me. He rubbed BB's head once more, then he passed through the portal as he headed towards Alphen. Hew. Let's get started. BB laughed as she looked at the screen showing what was going on below the control tower. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. They were at a snack shop near the Daejeon station. 3 high school students were eating stir-fried rice cake near the subway station. They expressed their admiration as they saw a nearby group of roused. Hoo! My life would turn around if I roused to an ability. Pfft! Why are you talking about becoming aroused? You should buy a lottery ticket instead. The probability of you winning is higher than you becoming aroused. Bitch! You never know in life. Jiangsu from class 4 became aroused. I guess you have a point. If a student developed abilities to become aroused, it was a lucky break that even a winning lottery ticket couldn't rival. There was no man that didn't have ambition. Moreover, there wasn't a teen who didn't have heroic aspirations. Hey! The low-rank roused are basically manual laborers. Why do you think they are called third-rate? A low-ranked roused was basically akin to an unpopular celebrity. However, there wasn't anyone who didn't want a chance to become a star. It didn't matter if it took back-breaking work. Ah! If we are able to develop an ability, we can interview at Allendale. They only picked the lousy candidates. Well, that might be a cover for who they really chose. That's right. Allendale isn't some factory. You don't suddenly become a high-ranked roused in a short span of time. That doesn't make any sense. However, there was an obvious reasoning that could explain their actions. What if they hired roused with potential? Maybe they just allowed the flowers to bloom? I guess. Minji's dream was to become aroused, so he just scratched his cheeks. Hey! You are good at studying, so why are you trying to become aroused? Unlike the past, education wasn't the absolute ticket to success. However, it was still the most basic requirement needed to advance in life. In a world gone mad with monsters, the need for education was that much more important. Hoo! Let's just go to cramming school after we eat. Minji and his friends inhaled their stir-fried rice cake and other fried foods. They were about to leave the restaurant when they stopped at the entrance. No, they froze in place. Kururu. Monsters were a regular part of life now. However, what would it feel like if one faced a monster that one had only seen through TV? Kuo. The enormous monster held something that looked like a hammer or a steel club. It was about to bring the weapon down. Run! Minji was barely able to open his frozen lips. His shout was like a catalyst that made his friends move. Kung! Kung! The enormous monster was domineering, but it was pretty slow. Minji and his friends ran as if their life depended on it, and they were able to distance themselves from the monster. Hey! Hey! What's going on? The nearby dungeon must have broke. Where's the shelter? Hoo! I have no idea. I must have dropped my phone. The three of them had been lucky. This was the first time they had encountered a monster. While they were looking around in panic, more monsters appeared. Kururu. A break just happened, so there was no way only one monster would have shown up. 4 other monsters that had a similar appearance to the one before appeared. The 3 humans weren't able to escape, because of fear. The monsters surrounded them. Fuck. His friends didn't even have the energy to give a reply to Minji's curse word. The break had happened recently, and they hadn't been able to find a shelter. They were now prey that'll be hunted down by these monsters. We are fucked. Hey, Minji. What should we do? What do you think? We'll just die. It was funny. When he realized he was about to die, he became more composed instead of being afraid. In the end, he was going to die, so why should he be afraid? When he put aside his fear, he was able to take in his surrounding. The army isn't here yet. We are the only ones nearby. It seemed the army hadn't been mobilized yet. The sound of gunfire didn't reach his ears, and he couldn't hear any sounds of battle. He could only hear the scream of people, and the roar of monsters. It seemed the break happened not too long ago. There were only 4 monsters right now, but the numbers would swell. The chance of their survival was non-existent. We are dead. Minji. What should we do? Why do you keep asking me that? Uok. Minji wanted it with all his heart. If he had an ability, he could use his own powers to either fight or run away. However, he was only a regular high school student, who had been about to go to his supplemental class. What will they say about him in death? Unfortunately, he had stopped near the Daejun station, because he was hungry. It seemed eating stir-fried rice cake was going to be his downfall. Shit! He wished with all his heart. If he really was aroused, he wouldn't be powerless like this. He felt like a frog in front of a snake. Quah! The monsters kept tightening the perimeter, and they were about to bring down their large weapons. They would die as a bloody mess. Shit! He grabbed the hands of both his friends in fright. If this was a normal situation, his friends would have balked at such a gesture. Pop-pot! A miracle occurred. Ting! An unknown power blocked the weapons, and the weapons were bounced away in midair. Minji's eyes was big from surprise. Minji! What the hell was that? Did you see it? What happened? Minji didn't even register the shocked words of his friends. Minji knew what was going on. I became aroused. He could feel it. No, a thought suddenly intruded into his mind. It was the knowledge on how to use his barrier. Kuru? The confused monsters swung their weapons again. Ting! A loud roar emanated from the monsters when the barrier formed again. Kuaha! If there was an impediment, they'll just have to break through it. Quang! Quang! The weapons were tirelessly striking against the barrier, and it wouldn't last much longer. Ooh! It felt as if the pain would break open his head. He frowned as he gritted his teeth. If he couldn't withstand the blows, they were all dead. He was finally able to develop an ability, yet he was going to die in futility. Kiavak! Minji let out words of defeat when he heard the sound coming from the sky. In the end, am I fated to die? The sky was dyed black as blackbirds plummeted to the ground. He had seen them in the news. It was also a monster that appeared in the national bestseller called Illustrated Monster Book. Wyvern. They were popular, but it didn't mean they were nice monsters. They were scary monsters that could bite off a person's head with a bite. He had no defense against this. He could see over 100 wyverns. Hua! Ta-ung! The barrier exploded. His shaking body was evidence that he had reached his limit. He couldn't use his roused ability any further. The monsters approached the fallen Minji and his friends when the monsters were pulled into the air. Kiavak! The wyverns had snatched the 4 monsters, and they were dropped from high in the air. Waru! Quang! It wasn't just the wyvern. There were weird-looking people riding the wyverns, and they were using magic. They started sending their magical spells towards the monsters that had started gathering. What is going on? Minji had no idea what was going on. He had run away like a madman before he was surrounded by the monsters. He had awoken to his roused ability and now the wyverns were dropping from the sky. Then there were the mob of monsters gathering up along all the roads. A wyvern landed near Minji and his friends. It was a wyvern rider from the Radak race. He had blue skin, and large ear flaps. This is a rescue. Get on! Unlike his bizarre appearance, the rider was able to speak flawless Korean thanks to the language drug. Minji and his friends quickly got on the back of the wyvern. Kiavak! The wyvern flew into the air, and the high schoolers desperately held on. Waruru! Quang! Each of the wyverns had 1 or 2 Radak riders, and they were tirelessly sending magical spells towards the ground. Then several artillery shells that looked like missiles impacted below. Minji gulped when he glanced below. I thought my luck had been bad. I guess that wasn't the case. He had thought he had experienced bad luck when the monsters had found him. Waruru. However, the burning city below told a different story. He and his friends were the few remaining survivors from the city. Each road in the city was overflowing with monsters. It was a cave completely frozen in ice. Quang! Tsujuja! When the enraged EO paced back and forth. The ice cracked as the whole cave started to shake. Li Songho was shaking with his knees bent. There is no god here. Please forgive me. Li Songho kept lowering his head as he cursed inside. There was no god on earth, so why did he have to apologize? You have to find him. You must find him. Yes. It was an impossible task, but Li Songho wasn't dumb enough to say it out loud. He left immediately after giving his answer. He left to find a god that didn't exist on earth. The code, the code. EO's hands were shaking. He had returned here, yet how can there be no code? There is no way Earth didn't have a code. Chapter 174, Airstrike, 3. Chapter 174, Airstrike, 3. The dungeon break at Daejeon Station was caused by lack of communication between the army and the roused General Affairs Bureau. The estimated casualties are The calm words of the anchor tickled his ears. The king of Allendal Kang Woojin hasn't shown up yet, but the aircraft carrier he had purchased appeared from the sky. Dozens of wyverns and wyvern riders were dispatched, and they subjugated the monsters near the Daejun station. It was as if his neural circuits suddenly connected. His head started to clear, and he started remembering the past events. Hey! Minji let out a moan as he opened his eyes. The thin blanket covering his lower body fell to the floor as he caught sight of his surrounding. There were numerous beds lined up, and several people were lying within it. Minji had been one of the people lying in one of the beds. The world is suffering from the unannounced breaks. However, the manpower and materials needed to keep Earth safe is being diverted to Alphen. There are negative public reactions regarding. When he turned to look at the source of the sound, he found the sound was emanating from a TV mounted on the wall. It was a news program. In the past, he always watched it for any news regarding the dungeon break. The only thing different this time around was the fact that he had been at the site of the outbreak. Moreover, he had been an inch away from losing his life. He was probably at the hospital right now. You are all healed now. When Minji turned his head around, he saw a little girl. She was tall enough to reach his waist. Who? I'm Suo. Het. I'll pray for you. Suo suddenly grabbed Minji's hand as she shut her eyes. He was taken aback at her unexpected gesture. However, his protestation lasted only a moment. He could feel a large energy transfer to him through their hands, and he could feel his heart calm down. He unconsciously closed his eyes. Ha! You are all good. You'll be able to go home in high spirits. Thank you. Minji awkwardly scratched the back of his head, and he gave his thanks. Currently, he felt confident as if he could do anything he wanted. Was it a blessing? Minji had just developed his barrier ability, so he could feel it. The girl had just used an ability called Blessing. Minji. The door opened, and Minji's friends ran towards him with happy expressions on their faces. When they saw Suo next to Minji, they bowed towards her. They were careful in how they acted as if they had met a teacher in the hallway. I'll see you next time, misters. When Suo left as she waved her hand, Minji's friends all bowed towards her. Yes. Please take care. Who's the kid? How dare you call her a kid? His friends made a big fuss when they heard Minji's question. She is the princess of Allendal. Hey! She is Kang Woojin Nim's Dongseng. What? She is Kang Woojin Nim's sister. Hell! Minaj was dumbfounded. He looked back and forth from his hand and the door where Suo had exited. He could still feel the warmth on his hand, and he felt a peaceful feeling that he had never felt before. He had never expected her to be Kang Woojin's Dongseng. It felt as if he had just met a celebrity. When you fainted, I thought you were going to die. I was so surprised. Anyways, where is this place? When the confused Minji asked the question, his friends answered in restless voices. You don't know where this is? If I had brought my hand phone, I would have taken a selfie. Which hospital am I in? This isn't a hospital. It's BB's castle. What? BB's castle? It's Allendal's aircraft carrier. Hell. He was having a hard time believing that his current situation was real. It seemed his friends felt the same way. No, it seemed they were restless as if they were excited by all of this. Something big has happened to us. They felt like main characters inside a movie. However, Minji felt glum as he looked at his friends. Yes. We did experience something big today. It took less than 1 second for his excited friends to have glum expressions. Doesn't Earth need to be saved more than Alphen? This is the public opinion of the international community, and this question is being asked towards Allendal. Which place really needs the help of Allendal? Is it Earth or Alphen? The anchor's words dug into his ears. He had almost died. He hadn't known the reality of situation when he watched the events through the news. The situation was completely different for him now, since he had experienced it firsthand. It would be different if the attack hadn't been at Daejun. They would have continued to feel excited at what was going on around the world. A lot of people died. When the gloomy words exited his friend's mouth, the worries he had suppressed started to rise up again. A lot of people had been killed, and the thought that it could have been his family hammered Minji's heart. Let's go to our homes first. All right. How are we supposed to get there? We are at Seoul. We just landed not too long ago. We can ride the bus. While Minji was unconscious, his friends had already toured the aircraft carrier until they were about to land. What about the transportation fee? The three friends looked at each other's faces at the same time. They realized none of them had any money, so they lowered their heads. Do you think they'll loan us some money? I think they might. Right. They knew they were being shameless. The people of Allendale had saved them, but they wondered if they would be able to get some money to get home. Minji and his friends exited the room. He was in a PC room at Sogwipo Si of the Jeju-do Island. Click, click. The mouse was moving swiftly, and his fingers danced atop the keyboard. Hell yeah! Lee Sung-ho lovingly looked at his character. It had just advanced in class. How great would it be if reality was like a game? The game was fair compared to the unfairness of reality. In a game, everyone started out the same, and the victor and the loser was determined by one's effort. If the world was like a game, he would have been able to easily dispatch that fucker, Kang Woojin. I think I've found one, President. Lee Sung-ho was still in the middle of his game. He spoke without taking his eyes off his screen. Who is it? It is a 70-year-old man. His impotence was cured through the miracle of God. What's the source? It is a magazine. What kind of magazine? It's a gossip magazine. Lee Sung-ho stopped moving his mouse with his hand. He turned his head to look at his underling. No wonder his guild and company went under. Lee Sung-ho had trusted men like him. You want a beating? I'll go look once more. Who? Lee Sung-ho took out a cigarette, and he lit it. He was about to focus on his game again. I found one too, President. What's your source? It is an article from the Yonhap News. When Lee Sung-ho asked for the source of the information, his employee answered confidently. He looked at the employee. Yes, this one was a little bit more clever than the others. Give me a summary. Didn't Allendale's aircraft carrier get deployed when the Daejun station broke not too long ago? 3 high school students got lucky, and they were allowed to board the aircraft carrier. They were healed and sent home. This is their interview. They had kept up their surveillance on Kang Woojin and Allendale, but this wasn't the information Lee Sung-ho wanted. He needed to find a god or someone that could perform god-like miracles. What about it? If you read the content of the interview. Ah. Fuck. Lee Sung-ho was annoyed with all of this. He safely left his game character in a safe region, and he turned to look at the computer monitor of his employee. Where is it? It is over here. The employee scrolled down the article with the mouse wheel, and he highlighted a section. She grabbed my hand, and when she gave prayer, I felt my body heal. It was as if a cherubim was staring down. There were a lot of healers and buffers amongst the roused. The healing ability could occur from borrowing power from a god. On the other hand, aroused could also accelerate the natural healing process with their ability. There was no roused from earth that could use the holy power. There was the famous holy maiden Melody, who used the holy power. However, she was originally from Alphen. Isn't this a little weak? Holy power was used within Allendale, but wasn't there a plausible explanation? He couldn't give a report to EO with just this information. Still, I think it is worth pursuing. Well, you take care of it. Yes, sir. Lee Sung-ho once again sat back in his chair, and he started playing his game again. Several dozen of his employees were surfing the web trying to find information. EO's loyal retainer Lee Song-ho benefited from the information age. He was able to gather information in comfort. Allendal's territory near Seoul Station. BB's castle was parked in the sky. It was a stark contrast with the view of the city. Of course, everyone in the city gathered to see BB's castle. It was as if they were visiting a museum. Allendal were in the midst of moving. At the request of the reporters, Prime Minister Jung Minchen was giving a press conference. Even if they declined all interviews like a proud peacock, it wasn't as if any country or media could do anything to Allendal. However, the international opinion of Allendal was declining right now. Everyone was frightened from the unannounced dungeon breaks. A calamity could appear at any time, but people felt that it could be prevented through preparation. When everyone thought about what this preparation entailed, they thought about Allendal. To be precise, they thought about Allendal's Kang Woojin. He had shown up at every unexpected event. He had blocked and solved every issue. However, he was gone now, and it caused the world to become nervous. This was especially true for Koreans. They had always thought, Kang Woojin is living next to us. He'll block everything for us. This thought changed to, I'm about to die, so what the hell is he doing? If Minchen reported the general sentiment of the public to Kang Woojin, the answer that would come back was obvious. This was why Minchen had stepped forward to solve this issue. He was smooth with his speech, and he was able to strike the right tone with his words. It was his duty to fix these kinds of problems. Can't he reschedule the expedition to Alphen? Can't it be at a later date? He must do this. It is for the safety of Earth. There is a solution that will allow us to escape the dungeons. The king is looking for this solution. After he gave a sufficient answer, he moved on to the next reporter. When a reporter raised his hand, Minchen pointed at him. Some in the public claim that Allendal is moving to Alphen. That is ridiculous. Didn't Allendal complete Kang Woojin's arc? Allendal's prime minister glared at the reporter, who had asked the question. Kang Woojin's arc. The comparison to Noah's Ark was getting more prevalent. People were referring to the colony city that was placed on the aircraft carrier. They were talking about BB's castle. The people of Earth didn't know when they'll die, so they might be viewing BB's castle as a lifeline that'll allow them to avoid this disaster. There were countless articles that were written about the elites of the country that were promising Allendal enormous sums of money. They hoped to get on the BB's castle. Jung Minchen was very wary when such topics came up. He was most defensive when those accusations came up. If they knew how hard our king is working, they would never say such things. Kang Woojin wanted to protect Earth more than anyone else. In truth, Jung Minchen wasn't afraid of their situation deteriorating in the international community. He was afraid that Kang Woojin might become disappointed in the people of Earth. He was afraid Kang Woojin would abandon Earth from disappointment when he saw the selfishness of the people on Earth. If one ignored the double standard, the king of Allendal didn't have any reason to save Earth. He was a dimensional lord. If he wanted to, he could just save his family and the guild members of Allendal. This is a tactical fortress. I feel uncomfortable calling it an ark. Next question. As if he had been waiting for it, a reporter quickly raised his hand. You just called it a tactical fortress. Are you planning on roaming around the entire length of Korea to quell the monsters? Minchen let out a small smile. Of course. We'll go where the help is needed. We'll subjugate the monsters. I'm not talking only about Korea. We'll help the world. Isn't that a little bit of dangerous statement to say? We know Allendal's facilities are being emptied right now. We know that all of Allendal is moving into the BB's castle. Are you planning on throwing away Korea? We aren't throwing anyone away. We are trying to protect Earth. Aren't you all Koreans? We are Earthians. As he looked at the reporter, who had asked the question, Minchen spoke in a tone of assurance. Korea has to withdraw its mentality of leaning on Allendal. A nation should protect itself. We are just helpers. Weren't they looking down on their nation's self-defense capabilities? Or are they throwing a tantrum out of desperation? I might have done something unnecessary. Minchen had been frustrated, so he hadn't thought over what he was going to say. He regretted his word. He didn't know about the international politics, but at the very least, the people of Korea might not look favorably at Allendal. I'm worried about the articles that'll come out tomorrow. The pens were moving furiously over notebooks and notepads owned by the reporters. It felt as if the sounds of the pens were stabbing at his heart. Chapter 175, Arya and Number 39, S Temple, 1. Chapter 175, Arya's Temple, 1. Minchen surveyed all the reporters. There's a mountain fire. What would you do about it? When Minchen asked a question out of left field, a reporter in the first row answered in an unguarded moment. We have to put out the fire. What if it wasn't a fire? What if it was an active volcano? Minchen met eyes with the young reporter. Then we have to run away. What if eventually there is nowhere to run away? What are you trying to say? I'm saying we have a different role to play. Minchen spoke in a confident tone. When one is at the scene of a fire, one would separate the rescue team, and the firefighting team. The King of Allendal is finding a way to permanently stop the dungeons, which erupts more often than the volcanoes. Shouldn't we do our best to block and endure the attacks until he does? The reporter had a cold expression on his face. What are you trying to say? You don't understand what I just said? Do they let people, who hadn't graduate primary school, become reporters these days? The reporter's face turned red at Minchen's combative words. How can anyone not understand something of that level? I'm asking for Allendal's official stance. Are you willing to search for this method even as all Koreans are wiped out? Minchen stood up from his seat in response to the angry words of the reporter. There was nothing more ugly than a reporter, who had lost his cool. It was rarely worth it to engage such a person. The reporter stood up as he immediately tried to take back the words he had spoken. He had said those words when he was in an agitated state. Minchen glared at him. What would his king have said in such a situation? Would he endlessly accept such selfish tantrums from people? It seemed being a Prime Minister of Allendal wasn't that great a job to have. If you can't comprehend what I am trying to say, I'll try to lower myself to speak at your level. Minchen's eyes widened at his own rough words, and the reporters looked at him with surprised rabbit eyes. There should be a limit on how much you all should whine. Take responsibility for guarding your own lives. Even if you bastards don't cry about it, Allendal is devoting all our resources into saving Earth. Minchen turned his back on them, and he was about to exit the press conference. Woo Sung-hoon quickly came up to him, and he whispered into young Minchen's ears. Is it okay to just leave like this? Who? Let the chips fall where they may. Ah! It seemed the Prime Minister was under considerable amount of stress. Woo Sung-hoon nodded his head heavily. The words had already been spoken. Moreover, even if they were dual citizens, weren't they more of a citizens of Allendal than Korea? We'll conclude the press conference. While the reporters were speaking noisily to each other, the press conference came to an end. The end was more disordered than the beginning of the press conference. Allendal taking the independent route? What about the cooperation between Korea and Allendal? The request given by the people of Korea was ignored. Congress wonders if Allendal's Korean citizenship should be revoked. An announcement was made by the Prime Minister of Allendal. He is working for the world, not Korea. Even if one excluded the copycat articles that were being put up by the minute, over several dozen new articles regarding Allendal was being put up. Young Minchen tore his eyes away from the monitor, and he sunk deep into his chair. Who? Are you doing okay? Minchen smirked at Woo Sung-hoon's words. It is frustrating that they don't understand what we are trying to do. He wanted to save Earth. Korea was important to him. However, the forest was burning. Would it make a difference if a single tree was saved? In the end, it was more important to put out the fire. Kang Woojin was working harder than anyone to make this happen. Well, nothing has changed for us. Hey! Did you forget what our king said? There will be no nations soon. A world where morality collapses will come. He did remember Kang Woojin saying that. However, at the time, he had thought Woojin had said those words to ramp up the sense of crisis. If one considered what was happening around the world right now, Kang Woojin's words didn't sound like an idle threat anymore. It could happen for real. If people lost trust in their government in such a tense environment, there might really come a time when there will be no governments. The scary part was that this scenario didn't seem too far away. I'm fine with the status quo right now. What are you talking about? Woo Sung-hoon shrugged his shoulders. What right do I have to talk about the defense of the human race? I just know that everything will turn out well if the king succeeds in his mission. I don't feel the need to go beyond my own pond. He went from being a handphone salesman to being a founding member of this guild. Now he was the personal secretary of a king, who had massive influence over the world. He was satisfied with his station, and he didn't feel the need to advance more in life. No, he had been placed in a position he was underqualified for. He didn't plan on getting greedy, so he didn't feel any pressure. He'll do the work he had always done. He just had to do well in running errands for Kang Woojin. He just had to do what he was told. Woo Sung-hoon still held this mentality even now. You really are? Young Minchin shook his head from side to side. He was Allendale's prime minister. He didn't deny that the pressure and responsibility was recently getting to him. Yes. We just have to follow our king. Of course. They had always picked up after Kang Woojin's accident. However, Young Minchin had caused the accident this time. You were right to roast them. Even I feel better after it. Hoo. He regretted turning the press into his enemies by saying something unnecessary, but his feelings were comforted a little bit. I guarantee it. You were 100 times more lenient to the press than our king. Sung-hoon. You. Hey. Minchin started to laugh. So this was why the king kept Woo Sung-hoon by his side. Minchin thought he had a little bit better understanding now. He was on the road after finding the location of Arya's temple. Woojin was atop his phantom steed Xing Xing, and he was picking at his ears. Ah! My ears are itching. Maybe we should rest a little bit before we go any further. Melody was behind Woojin, and she grabbed him tightly as if she was afraid of falling off. No. It's all right. When silence greeted him, Woojin glanced backwards. He saw the pale-faced Melody. It seemed she hadn't said those words in concern for Woojin. She wanted to rest. Let's take a break. Woojin stopped Xing Xing, and he looked at his surrounding. There was a small hill, and a stream was flowing between a rock outcropping. However, the water smelled foul as if something had died upstream, so the water wasn't fit for consumption. Gabi. Check if there are any dungeons or colonies nearby. I will do so. Gabi's true form slipped out of Woojin's shadow, and he started scouting the surrounding land. Woojin didn't plan on avoiding his enemies. If they were present, he would clean them up. Woojin opened his inventory to take out water he could boil. He was also going to take out simple ingredients he could cook. They ate it all. Jimin was the only one he had given access to his inventory through the dimensional storage. Numerous survivors of the coalition were gathering at his colony, and it seemed the food and water in his possession was given to these people. However, the colony city was formed now. They would now have the means to purchase items from the city's stores with bloodstones. They didn't need to raid his inventory anymore. Let's see. Woojin opened his achievement store. He purchased food, water, chairs, and a table. He set it up in front of him. Melody silently watched the sight. Woojin nodded his head towards her. Why don't you sit? Yes. Melody had used her holy power called Arya's blessing. Woojin's familiars were extremely incompatible with Arya's power, so she hadn't been able to use her powers on the phantom steed. She got motion sickness from riding a horse she was unfamiliar with. When she got off, she immediately asked for Arya's blessing. She sat in the seat. You aren't using the power of the colony. You are using the power of creation. Well, this is a little bit different than that. The achievement store was similar to the points store, yet it was slightly different. Like a god. Hey? To be precise, I'm not creating anything. I'm just purchasing it. I've also used the point store before. Melody was well aware of the existence of the point store. She had lost the privilege, but she had once been a dimensional lord. It is something very surprising. It is able to mimic God's miracle. Is that so? Woojin had only thought about it as an item shop. However, such an obvious system was being called God's miracle by Melody. You planted a world tree. You created the castle and homes. Then you created bread and food. What are you trying to say? Woojin brows furrowed. Melody had a cautious expression. She carefully asked her question. I wonder if the immortal is already a god. A god. Woojin emptied a cup of water, and he bit into the bread. Anything he bought from the dimensional store and achievement store was formed in reality. It could be seen as an act of creation. How should he resolve this misunderstanding? No. Was it really a misunderstanding? What is your definition of a god? She was a holy maiden, who worshipped a goddess. Was this question too simple for her? Or was it too complex for her? Melody couldn't easily answer the question, and the silence stretched on. There is a dungeon to the north. Gabi had returned from his reconnaissance. Woojin got up when he heard Gabi's words. Well, I'm going to go clear out a dungeon. You should wait here for a moment. Yes. Woojin got on Xing Xing, and he disappeared into the distance. Melody sat for a long time as she struggled over her thoughts. There was no easy answer to the question posed by Woojin. Her expression became complicated. Colony City Euros. A drilling ground that doubled as a square was built at every key location. People were gathered in the square as they watched the fire. The enormous flame alternated between expanding and shrinking. It was like a forge's fire being stoked by a bellow. Waruru. A person could be seen standing within the flame. Wu. I'm having a hard time getting this right. Sungu tilted his head, and he once again created a flame. Warururu. It took less than 1 second for his body to burn. Sungu purposefully turned his body into fire. It looked as if Sungu's body was getting a bit larger. However, his body kept returning to his original size. He kept repeating this process. People seemed to be entertained by the sight, especially the children. Also, several people had their 2 hands clasped. It looked as if they were giving a prayer. What are you doing? Dujimin had been passing by when he saw a praying girl, so he asked her a question. The surprised girl lowered her head. Ah, Count Jimin. He was a noble of the night. Dujimin had inherited the blood of a count, and he was now a vampire lord. He was famous in the coalition for his considerable battle prowess. Dujimin and Hong Sungu was known as the vassals of Immortal. Then there was Blanca, Che Hesal, and the Phantom Unit. The people gazed at them with awe. I'm praying for a wish as I look at the elemental spirit. Elemental spirit? Yes. The girl nodded her head as if it was obvious. He glanced at Hong Sungu. Ah. Well. In a certain way, he did look like an elemental spirit. I always thought the immortal as someone to be feared. However, it seems he is someone very extraordinary. He has the Fire Spirit King and the Count as vassals. All the people under him are powerful. Yes. Well, that's... They hadn't been strong from the beginning, but he didn't want to argue every one of her points. He just laughed. Now he had a good idea what the people on this planet thought of him. Well, you should continue watching the site. Yes, Count. Jimin looked at Sunggu in admiration. Sunggu didn't care if people watched him or not. He was able to maintain his concentration. I would be too embarrassed to do that. Was it the case of his concentration being great? Or was he too oblivious of his surrounding? Jimin shook his head as he left his seat. I wonder if Woojin got there safely. He planned on legitimizing Melody by making her the official holy maiden of Arya, and he wanted her to receive her holy item. Basically, he wanted to take the holy item away from her, and it had been 2 days since he had headed towards Arya's temple. It was located in the middle of enemy territory, yet he felt relaxed since this was Woojin he was talking about. If we gain Goddess Arya's holy item, then I guess we have only one left. This was according to Woojin's words. Once he obtained the God of Time Heirei's holy item, Woojin would have obtained all the items needed to make his set. Since the hint about destroying the dungeons hinged on this set, Jimin wanted it to be found as soon as possible. It wasn't too bad being dispatched to Alphen, but Jimin was already homesick. He wondered how Woojin was able to push away his loneliness for 20 years. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.